You looking at is royalty. The king is here. Where I belong, sitting on the throne. You a clone, you should move along. The king is here. I'm the one holding the crown, going bow when you see me come around. The king is here.
King Steven, welcome back to Z Show.
Hello, Z. It's good to be back on here. Give it up, everyone, for DJ Jesus. Give it up for DJ Jesus. DJ Jesus. DJ Jays is in the house. DJ Jays. Give it up for DJ Jesus. DJ Jesus. Give it up. Let's go. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. It's King Steven here. Hello. Hello, my niggas. It's showtime. It's showtime. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Smile, laugh, dance, sing. Enjoy. Enjoy. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hello, my niggas. Hello. Hello, hello. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here, my niggas. My niggas. Hello, everyone. Audio check. Audio check. This is King Steven. I'm the host with the most. I'm the host with the most. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Wednesday. Woden's Day. Odin's Day. Happy Wednesday. Happy Odin's Day. Odin's Ravens. Happy Odin's Day. Happy Odin's Day. Pay respect. Happy Odin's Day. And this is a special show. This is a Jack Talcott special for everyone tonight. I'm going to expose that little bitch once and for all. He's a little bitch. He's a punk ass bitch. That's what he is. He's a little punk ass biatch. You know it's true. You know it's true. You know it's true. You know it's true, everyone. You know it's true. Just give me a second. Hold on. I'm working on something here. I made a typo somewhere. Got to work on something. Made a little typo with the video. All right, I corrected the typo. And it has gotten some traction, man. Man, holy cows, man. It took off. I'm going to share it with you here. Let's go over to Bextra Lard channel here. Hopefully you're subscribed if you're tuned in. Could Jack Talcott be a narc psychopath? 243 views in like 10 or 12 minutes. So this one's off to a roaring start. Let's see here. What do we have here? Pooya! Hit him with the pooya!
Like this is where I'm supposed to be, especially when I stop being lazy and I start learning more about how to edit.
Stop being lazy. I see that you're lazy. He's a loser.
Produce better and get better clips and get better preparation. And if I just did a better job for you guys, everything would be better. And I know that. But we've got, as I was wondering, here we've got End All Wars for a Brighter Future. Together we can achieve peace. And we've got a DJ Jesus here that just joined.
DJ Jesus in the house, brother.
That's what I thought. Such a disappointment.
That's what your mother says about you. Your Mama Cott says such a disappointment as she shakes her head. Jackie boy, such a disappointment. Poor little Jack Talcott. He was nicknamed Skidmark growing up.
Such a disappointment. I mean, because all it would take is just a willingness to show me different. Instead of just showing up with the same silly routines, pretending to be the same whatever. The topic today: the wholeness that can be found from you.
What a psycho. What an absolute psycho. There you go, everyone. That's the newest video on my channel. I hope everyone enjoyed it. I'm going to drop a link right here. Is Jack a psycho? I want everyone to like that video and leave a comment, please. At a minimum, watch it, like it, and comment. It helps out my channel. It helps people find videos on Jack Talcott. It helps people become exposed to that so they see what it is. And I'm speaking about it like it's a thing, because it is a thing. It is a thing. And once you start to understand this realm, you'll get what I mean. I hope you get what I mean before it's too late, before this place tricks you and dupes you and deceives you. And that's what this realm wants to do. It wants to dupe you. It wants to deceive you. It wants to mind fuck you. It wants you to follow demons. This realm wants you deceived. This realm wants to mind fuck you, and it wants to eat your spirit. And it uses fake gurus and false messiahs like Jack Talcott, little Jack Talcott, aka Skidmark. It uses creatures like that trying to deceive you. And it's trying to bury you under the garbage, millions of tons of garbage, hundreds and hundreds of millions of tons of garbage. It wants to bury you under the garbage of this realm. It wants to bury you under the garbage of this realm. That's what it wants to do. It wants you to become demonic. It wants you to become mind controlled. It wants to control your spirit and your mind. It wants to eat your spirit. And it uses little skid marks like little Jack Talcott in order to do that. All right? It uses little creatures like little Jack Talcott to do that, to mind fuck you. It uses little characters, little creatures like little Jack Talcott to mind fuck you. All right, I have something to share with you. This was shared weeks ago on the Jack Talcott shit show. From Galutians 11:9. If you reverse that, you'll see what I mean. Galutians. It's a book in the it's a special book in the Bible, everyone. Quote, and the angel from heaven named Metafinkel said, woe unto those who lie and boast and take pleasure in slandering. Let them be cursed on this infernal earth. Once again, that's from Galatians chapter 11, verse 9. 11:9. Fantastic, isn't it? That's one of my favorite passages from the gospel, from Galatians, from the book of Galatians. The book of Galatians. I'm sorry. This is a serious matter. I'm trying not to laugh during that. Oh, there's Diamond Jesus. Diamond Jesus. Diamond Jesus. Fire and brimstone. Oh, we have somebody back here. Hey, Mike. What's up? Mike Tyson, everyone is here. Hey, King Steven. I was watching your show, man. That little Jack Talcott, he's a fucking meth, man. He's a meth. He's a loser. He's a loser, King Steven. He's a loser, man. Hey, thanks, Mike. Thanks for coming on here. Somebody else backstage. We've got a bunch showing up tonight for some reason. Hey, what's up? Black Jesus and yo, motherfuckers. This be Black Jesus. I be showing up here tonight to rep my purple and gold. I be out here collecting my watermelons out in the field. That little skid mark Jack Talcott, he be a little punk ass bitch of a little nigga. That motherfucker be a little bitch. Hey, thanks for coming on. Black Jesus, thanks for coming on and giving your thank you. The Green Man said DJ Jesus is brilliant. Thank you very much. He appreciates it. I'll let him know that you think he's brilliant. I think everybody should feel that way about DJ Jesus. Unfortunately, we're in a realm full of demontards. So there are a lot of fucking idiots and demontards in this realm, and they can't see, they can't hear, they're just under the spell of demons. And they seem to love how warped and demonic this realm is. A lot of them do. Oh, look at this here. Ugh. Ugh. Where's my super fan? No, not him. This one here. This one. This is my super fan. He holds his hands on his face. Says, "Oh, I love King Stephen." He can't get enough of King Stephen, this guy. Where's the bigger super fan? The Bextra large one. Here it is. This one's Bextra lard. Bextra lard. Oh my goodness. You notice how thin-skinned these demons are? All you have to do is tease them and they snap and they cry and they get upset. They're very, very thin-skinned. These little demons. Little demons are very, very thin-skinned. I already read the Galatians. Now this is a Jack Talcott special, everyone. Little Jack Talcott is a joke. Jack is a joke. He's a joke. I might make a Jackumentary. A Jackumentary, because this is a joke. This thing's a joke. Look at this thing here. Second coming of Jesus? Look at this. Look at this. Look at the faces this guy makes. Look at this. Look at this. Look at him. Just look at him. What a joke. What a joke. What a joke. He's a goddamn joke, isn't he? He's a loser. He's a loser. He's an absolute loser, and I'm going to prove it tonight. I'm not just going to share images of little Jackie boy. I'm going to do more than that. Where's angry little Jack, though? There's an angry little Talcott somewhere in my memes collection. I've made all these, of course. I'm not lazy like him. He has to have other people make his graphics for him. I do all of it myself. Here's angry little Jack Talcott. Live without fear and live in love, and he's just angry every day. He can't hide his anger. He's angry little Jack Talcott. Wee little Jack Talcott, as they'd say in Scotland. He's just a wee little boy. Wee little Jack Talcott. That sounds a bit more Irish than Scottish. I'm sorry, people. Wee little Jack Talcott right here. Angry. He's an angry little boy. He's not a man. He's not a man. He's an angry little boy. It's just an angry little boy. What do you think? What do you think of him? In the audience. Oh, we have someone backstage. Hello, Psycho Granny Cot. Wait a second. Are you Jack Talcott's mother? Are you the grandmother of Dominic Talcott? Now you be leaving my little Jackie boy alone. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's just a little bit confused. I want you to leave my Jackie boy alone. He's not Norman Bates. He's my little Jackie boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I taught him well. You don't think he's creepy? Mama Cot? Granny Cot? You don't think Jack is a little bit creepy? Well, he's a little bit creepy. He used to play in weird ways growing up. He used to wank himself, and he got nicknamed. My little Jackie boy got nicknamed Skid Mark in the gym class. The other little boys wondered, oh, I just saw the 33 go by, but my little Jackie boy got nicknamed Skid Mark by the other kids, and he came home crying. And I told him, little Jackie boy, you go back and I'm going to teach you to be a fighter. And I was his mama. His daddy wasn't around. And I taught my little Jackie boy how to fight. Wait a second, Mama Cot, Granny Cot. You taught Jack how to fight? Yes, I taught him to grab balls. And I taught him to try to kick kids in the knee and try to sneak attack them from behind and sucker punch. And do everything dirty because my little Jack is a dirty little skid mark of a boy. All right, I can't. That's gross. I can't let you go into that too far. That's gross, Granny Cot. Gross. And it's psychotic. You taught him to be dirty. Ugh, he's dirty inside and out, that little gross Talcott. Creepy creature. He's such a creepy creature. And I'm making a face of disgust right now. He's just a creepy creature. Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to shift gears a little bit, though. I got to take a break from that because that was just, I don't want to hear about his fucking skid marks and how dirty he is. Ugh. Just a dirty little skid mark of a cockroach. He's a clown. He's a clown.
A viral video of a tourist interacting with some of...
Wait, what's this? Forget this guy's name for a second. Anyway, who is this? Paul Joseph Watson. It just came to me. There you go.
The locals in India goes some way to explaining why the country has such a massive problem with trash.
What is your country name?
Amina.
Country name.
Oh, what did you do? You dropped it. You pick it up. Put in the bin.
It's staying right where it is.
Why not? But you dropped it. It's not okay.
No.
It's not okay. You pick it up. Ay. Oh my God.
It was at this point that she regretted not choosing that trip to the Maldives instead.
Excuse me. $10.
$1? No, I'm not giving you anything. Look at this.
It was at this point that the relentless dropping of trash became sort of a weird, aggressive...
It's funny when they do this to liberals. The liberals are like, what? What's going on? They can't believe it's different in different countries. In India, it's customary to throw all of their trash on the ground. They treat their country like a shithole, which is why it's covered in trash. They just throw everything on the ground.
Expression of national pride.
It's your
My
country, so
country,
you live in
country,
trash, okay?
India.
You're gonna live and grow up in trash. As long as you keep doing this,
No,
it's
yes.
your country.
In something that
She's trying to teach them something about trash. You're going to grow up in trash. Well, take a look, lady. Take a good look.
wouldn't look out of place in the movie Idiocracy.
The population exploded, and intelligence continued to decline.
Delhi has apocalyptic trash mountains which are several miles wide and more than 200 foot high, visible from across the entire city. When the government...
Trash mountains. Trash mountains. Look at this. Miles and miles of trash. Miles and miles of trash. They're used to it. They love it.
Delhi has apocalyptic trash mountains which are several miles wide and more than 200 foot high, visible from across the entire...
Mountains of trash. Trash mountains. Skyscrapers of trash. Look at this. It's like they go up and it's like they're driving on top of compacted trash. They make roads to keep building it. It's higher than a lot of buildings in the towns you live in. Just trash. Miles of trash. It's all trash. Fantastic. Fantastic. And that doesn't account for all the trash on the streets. Imagine the smell there, right in the middle of the city. You can see it all over. Anywhere in the city, you can see the mountains of trash. Fantastic.
City, when the government desperately erected trash mountains which are several miles wide and more than 200 mountains which are several miles apocalyptic trash mountains which are several miles wide and more than 200 foot high, visible from across the entire city. When the government desperately erected barricades to try to stop people throwing rubbish in the Yamuna River, they just piled it up on the side of the road instead.
सरकार ने ना इसी चक्कर में ना ये जो कूड़ा है मां यमुना के अंदर ना जाए इसीलिए सरकार ने ये
This is God's plan, asked Jack. No civic sense. They had to put up these barriers because they were just throwing garbage right off there into the river, throwing it into the water. I wonder who built those electrical grid towers. What country went there to build those for them?
जाली लगाई थी ये जाली देख रहे हो ना आप ये जाली नहीं लगी हुई थी पहले तो मैंने आपको इसके वीडियोस भी दिखाए थे कि जाली
For trash throwers, not for jumpers. They just want to dump their trash there.
लगाई जा रही है लेकिन लोगों ने ये देखो सड़क का क्या हाल कर दिया है पूरी
To them, rivers are for trash removal. They throw it right into the river. This is what they do in India. This is how they live. This is their mentality. This is what some of you want to defend, saying we're all the same, we're all equal. We're all the same, we're all equal. We're all the same. Take a good look. We're all the same, we're all equal. Look at all the trash lined on the side of the bridge, and they throw it over there into the river. They pollute the rivers intentionally, their drinking water. We're all the same, we're all equal. God's plan, God's design, we're all equal, we're all the same. Diversity is our strength. Keep going. Keep repeating your programming. That's what humans are good at. Following fake gurus and repeating the programming. That's what you're good at.
पूरी सड़क पर भाई ये सड़क एकदम साफ सुथरी सड़क है ये देखो एकदम साफ सुथरी सड़क है और इस सड़क का हाल देखो आप क्या दुर्दशा मचा दी है लोगों ने ये देखिए भाई कम से कम नहीं तो मैं आपको बताऊं तो
Look at this. Look at all this trash lining the side of this bridge, and there's the water, and the riverbanks covered in trash. They love throwing their trash this way. They love polluting the rivers. They love it. And a lot of you don't understand. You'll say, we're the same. We're the same as the people of the third world. We're the same. We're the same. We're the same. Stick with your programming. Get recycled. Get recycled. Don't think. Just follow. Repeat. Get recycled.
जितना ये पूरा ये जो ब्रिज जा रहा है इस पूरे ब्रिज के ऊपर एक जैसा ही हाल है ये देखिए किस प्रकार की दिशा कर रखी है ये देखिए पूरी बुरी हालत कर
That's where they take their trash. That's one of the spots they take their trash. I know some of you would make excuses. You're very good at that. You would say there's nowhere else for them to take it. They can't figure out any other way. They can't figure it out like all Western countries have. They can't do that. Of course. Make excuses for them. It's what you're good at. It's what you're good at in this world. Make excuses.
दिया भाई यहाँ पर ये देखिए
It really has become one of the defining characteristics of India.
The cleanest train in India. It's amazing. Well, maybe I spoke too soon about the rubbish. I don't know. Someone's emptied the bin. Hello. Giga.
Emptied the bin right on the floor, the trash bin. They call it the bin, the British. Full of trash on the floor. Just throw it on the floor. Isn't that great? We're all the same. We're all equal. We're obviously, that's the programming they taught you. You have to believe it. Because most in this realm are just zombie, slave-minded followers. Just zombies and demon tards.
क्या हुआ यहाँ पे? अरे यार, बहुत गंदे हैं ना?
Clean it up. Clean up that garbage.
अच्छा. I spoke too soon about how clean Indian trains are. Look at this. The beauty of India in the morning.
There's more.
How beautiful. Just dump your trash everywhere. It's glorious. It's God's plan. It's God's plan. It's God's design.
But at the end of this video, open up Google Maps and play this fun little game for yourselves.
You win when you find one Street View place where there is no like
a full 360 turn where you can't see trash or just like rubble on the ground.
like exactly.
Please just do one round. Just drop it in once and just see.
Where?
Right. Anywhere in India. What happened? It's delayed.
A farm. A farm.
People keep asking me why I still look like I'm in my 20s. Alright, that's a bit of a stretch. 30s. Not bad for 43 though, eh? But no, it's not a filter. I'm not selling my soul to stay forever young. It's is one of the hallmarks of a civilized society. Harking back to medieval Europe, we still cringe at the thought of human excrement and urine being disposed of by just waste management is one of the hallmarks of a civilized society. Harking is one of the hallmarks of a and waste management is one of the hallmarks of a civilized society. And waste management is one of the hallmarks of a civilized society. Harking back to medieval Europe, we still cringe at the thought of human excrement and urine being disposed of by just chucking it into rivers or gutters, while parts of India are still pretty medieval in that exact way.
This city is unrecognisable from 5 years ago because when I came before, well, fuck, I'm scared to fall down. There's just shit everywhere. Human turd.
Oh, God. A 2022 study found that less than half
human turd. Fall down. There's just shit everywhere. I'm scared to fall down. There's just shit everywhere.
There's shit everywhere. He said there's shit everywhere. There's just shit everywhere. There's shit everywhere.
Recognisable from 5 years ago because when I came before, well, fuck, I'm scared to fall down. There's just shit everywhere. Human turd.
Oh, God. A 2022 study found that less than half of the sewage generated in India was treated, and 81% of human excrement is unsafely disposed of in urban India. Some of it straight down the gutter. And if you're there when it floods and the trash blocks up all the gutters, well, let's just say the rain is the least of your concerns. Despite an anti-public defecation PR campaign using a character called Mr. Pooh as its mascot, and despite the World Health Organization and the UN spending huge amounts of money on public education campaigns, millions of people in India still defecate out in the open.
If this circle represents all of the open defecation that happens in the world, this is the fraction that happens in India. This is the fraction that happens in India. This is the fraction that happens in India.
The majority of open defecation in the world is India. People in India love to shit out in the open, in the streets, on the sides of the road, on the beaches. They'll go to the beach and they treat that like a litter box. And they do it when they move to other countries as well. They've had to close down beaches in Canada due to groups of Indians squatting on the beach, shitting on the beaches. Shitting. They're gross. It's gross. It's uncivilized behavior.
And this is the fraction that happens only in rural India.
I'm picturing some pretentious cultural relativist lefty proudly boasting to all their friends about how they're travelling around India to sample the authentic culture, only to be met with the sight of this.
Alanis Morissette right now is watching everyone. She's singing, "Thank you, India. Thank you, India." She's thanking India, singing that in the 1990s. When we feel a severe urge, we just run to the beach as it's always open. Their beaches are just for shitting on. They don't want beaches for swimming and sunbathing and tourism. They use the beach like it's a big giant litter box for them as humans. When we feel a severe urge, we just run to the beach as it's always open. They shit all over their beaches. Look at them out there squatting. Look at this. Look at them. That's what they're doing. They're all squatting there. They're all shitting all over the place. It's what they do.
पड़ता है, ये तो समुद्र का किनारा खुला हुआ, आते लुंगी उठाते बैठ जाते। वहाँ संडास क्लियर नहीं, पब्लिक रहती है, इस करके बोले तो
Stinky bums. Stinky bums. They're shitting all over the place. When there are too many people on the beach, we move to the mangrove. They just find a spot. They've got a shit everywhere. It must oh fuck, man. I don't even know what to say. It must smell so bad in India. Jesus Christ. This realm is beyond a sewer matrix. And they're showing you, they're rubbing it in your face saying, look, pay attention to where you are. Wake up and realize where you are.
यहाँ अंदर चले आते। आइए मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कैसे हम लोग बैठते हैं और कहाँ बैठते हैं, कैसे संडास करते हैं। इधर आप देख सकते हैं, यहाँ लोग बैठते हैं, ऐसे संडास है। इधर देखिए आप, यहाँ भी संडास है। पानी जब भी उधर रहता।
The Swachh Bharat mission set a goal to end open public defecation by 2019. Suffice to say, they failed. Although, to be fair, it's been reduced significantly in India over the last 10 years. Unlike places such as Eritrea, where a shocking 67% of the population still poos outside.
Eritrea. Shitting outside. And in Niger, they're shitting outdoors in Niger. I said Niger. I didn't say nigger. I said Niger. And Chad. Look at it. Once you get beyond India, it's all fucking Africa. Eritrea, Niger, Chad, South Sudan. These African countries, they loved. Liberia's in there as well, 35%. They love to shit outdoors. Look at this. My goodness. And then Haiti. I mean, oh man.
Every single year, around 2.5 million Indians immigrate overseas, many of them coming to Western countries. Let's just hope they're all properly toilet trained.
They're not toilet trained. They just shit everywhere.
What a Trump! Hey brother, why are you pooing? Ayo!
Right in the streets of England, the Indian migrants are pooping. They're shitting all over England in the alleyways. They're just shitting everywhere. They're shitting everywhere. I'm going to hop on over to this. Truman Show simulation experience. This is Gingy Joshi.
I'm going to try my very best to reenact something that happened to me this morning because it really just blew my mind. And it may not blow your mind, but if it happened to you, I sure as hell will guarantee that it would. And these kind of things happen to me all the time. And I always want to keep track of them all, but I usually never do. And then they just fall you know, fall in the past and you kind of forget about it. But I'm going to document this one. So I'm on my way to work and I'm thinking and pondering, which I've been doing all morning, about this place. And I was really going hard into the simulation aspect of it. And as I'm driving, I'm getting to the point. So I came from the other way. So I'm heading to this health fair that my job is partaking in. And I'm coming this way and I'm listening to some music and I'm just really deep into thought. And not only thought, but just perception of this place. It's hard to describe. All right, so I'm thinking, listening to music. I'm kind of like almost in a trance-like state, but I'm conscious, right? So I get to about this point and I look up and the light is turning red. And then quick second thought reaction, I'm like, oh, and I turn right super fast because I was about to run a red light. So I turn in here and then I'm like, oh wow, I was thinking, man, did that just happen? Script wise, was that scripted? Because it was like, it just came out of nowhere and I had the split second decision and I flew in here and then I came in here and then there was this old lady driving this golf cart looking thing and I'm behind her and I'm like, she's kind of driving slow. And right when she comes up to this little corner here, I noticed that she dropped her cane. And I'm parked here and I stop. And I think, you know, if that didn't happen back there, then I would not be experiencing this now and I wouldn't be here. And I went out there and I said, hey, I had picked up her cane. And she's like, oh, thank you so much. Because she looked like she was handicapped, okay? And that looked like it was going to be a hard task to get out. Like it's elevated, so get out of it, walk around, bend down and pick it up. But I just happened to be here, right? Not by my choice, because I wasn't really paying attention, I guess. And the light turned red and I swerved in here real fast because I wasn't even supposed to be over here at all.
He's a total weirdo. I'm going to share this. 348 views. This little short video is off to a good start. Could little Jack Talcott be a narc psychopath? Could he be? Could he be? Could he be? And there's DJ Jesus. DJ Jesus is rocking it. So when I make short videos about little Jack Talcott from a small channel, under 50 subs, Baxter Lard, it gets hundreds and hundreds of views. Jack making little short videos about himself doesn't get as many views. He doesn't know how to draw attention. He doesn't have charm and charisma. He doesn't have a personality. He's a loser. He's a loser. And I know how to do marketing. I know how to make an impact. My videos about him get more views than his videos. He's a loser. He's a loser.
Oh, but you see, I was thinking, you know, if that light didn't turn red and I wouldn't have been paying attention or whatever was happening, I wouldn't have swerved in here like that. I wouldn't even be in here because I would have, one, either stopped at the light, would have no need to turn in here, or two, just keep driving past the light. But something brought me over.
Why does it always seem like he's lying and just making up shit? Can anybody trust him? He lied about me from his very first comment on my channel almost 3 years ago. He's a liar.
Over here to help that lady pick her cane up. And I know it sounds crazy, but as I'm thinking this and pondering this, I'm like, there is no reason for me to have been able, there is no reason for me to have been there to help that old lady pick her cane up I mean, you should have saw it. Like it would have caused her a lot of trouble. And so I'm thinking, like, is this a simulation? Is this like some kind of simulated, scripted reality? Of course, I'm always thinking this, but that really got me to thinking that. And then I come over here.
There you go. They're always on board with, is this a simulation? They're all on the same page. Even when they say they disagree with each other, when he claims he disagrees with Reaper, they're all going back to, oh, is this just a simulation? Yeah, it's just a video game, right? Right, demons? Right? It's just a video game.
Here, and well, I missed the turn, but I turned back there, but you can see it from here. So I missed the...
They want you to believe that this is just a video game. They want you to believe that you're just living in a video game, that you're an NPC in a scripted video game like Grand Theft Auto. Now he's literally driving, trying to make you believe that you're driving around like in Grand Theft Auto.
Thinking this, but that really got me to thinking that. And then I come over here, and well, I missed the turn, but I turned back there, but you can see it from here. So I come in here and I missed the turn, but you can see right here, I pull up, and as I'm thinking this, I see this right here. This is a simulation spray painted on this thing. Now, I came in from this parking lot, but I missed it this time around. So perhaps I'm supposed to be in this parking lot. But isn't that just crazy? I'm gonna try to get over there. I'm gonna pause the video and get in the right spot. Okay, so we're back. Okay, so I turned in here. Sorry, I missed it. I turned in here looking for this place that I'm going for the health fair. And I noticed a hunt with the arrow, like, hunt. That's weird. So I'm thinking, like, that seems so scripted and almost performative, like it was Truman Show. I seriously felt like that. It was very unreal feeling. And then I come back here and I see a sign right here. It says, this is a simulation right here. This is a simulation. Clear as day. I know you're thinking, oh wow, he's fucking lost it. What a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. And the thing is,
see, he's not a trustworthy person. He might have written that there himself. Or somebody on his little fan club might have said, there's something written, this is a simulation, go make a video there. I don't trust this creature. He's not trustworthy. He's proven himself to be a liar. So who knows? He might have set this up. I don't believe these creatures. They're not believable. They're not trustworthy. They set shit up to try to fool people. They're that creepy, these creatures.
this is a simulation right here. This is a simulation. Clear as day. I know you're thinking, oh wow, he's fucking lost it. What a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. And the thing is, I remember what I was thinking. I was pondering. I was like, why is it so hard for these beings or entities, if they are benevolent, to give us clear answers, clear messages? And if there's anyone out there, why are they doing nothing? Okay? And I was really going deep into thinking all the possibilities of that. And I'm not really going to discuss that now. Maybe I will later. But I was really thinking hard about this for like 2 hours this morning. And even up to this point. And what do you know? I get sidetracked to swerve into this parking lot where I help an old lady pick her cane up. And then I come over here because I don't know where I'm going. I'm just kind of guessing at this point, where I was going is right there. But I turned in here and I get the message, this is a simulation. Okay. This is not This is not a coincidence. These kind of things happen all the time to me. But I'm just documenting this to show you. And I know how crazy it sounds or seems, or like, oh, big deal. Like, you're just kind of making big deals out of nothing. But when this kind of stuff happens to you all the time, you realize that these are not coincidences. And I'm not saying that it's something that can be trusted. I mean, this thing could be throwing me little treats, pulling me here, pulling me there, just fucking with me. That's a possibility. I don't know what it is, but all I'm saying is there is some kind of intelligence that's obviously fucking with you. I already know that. But I'm documenting this right now. I wish I could have documented the whole Kane incident, because it seemed like a fucking movie. It really did, the whole scenario. So yeah, this is a simulation. I've never seen anything so direct before. You know, usually signs and symbols and messages are kind of, or very indirect, up to interpretation, could have many meanings. This is pretty straightforward. This is a pretty clear and straightforward message that I'm in a simulation, and it was just proven to me by the whole scenario that just happened before, and me thinking, oh wow, this seems like a scripted simulation. That was weird. And the very next thing I see is, yes, this is a simulation. So what do you think? I know it's crazy.
Do you trust him? Do you trust Joshua S. John? Do you trust him? Why would you trust him? Why would you trust him? Do you trust him? He's a creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. One hour into this stream, 1 hour and 4 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Nobody. Yeah. Here we go. Let's go.
The king is here. When I step up in the building, fanfare, I'm loved by the millions. The king is here. Show respect and loyalty, cause what you looking at is royalty. The king is here. Where I belong, sitting on the throne. You a clone, you should move along. The king is here. I'm the one holding the crown, going bow when you see me come around. The king is here.
King Steven, welcome back to Z Show.
Hello. Hello, Z. It's good to be back on here. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic night. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I hope you're enjoying yourselves here tonight. Are you having a good night? Let's go over here to Bextra Lard.
So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in my folder. My folder of. So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did.
That was the sound Landry was making with his teeth. Why is he making beaver sounds? He sounds. This video is called Landry is the Texas Beaver. Landry's the Texas Beaver.
Did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in.
He's the Texas Beaver.
So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in my folder. My folder of. So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in.
He's the Texas Beaver.
So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in my folder. My folder of.
He's the Texas Beaver. Landry's the Texas Beaver. What's going on with this character?
So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in.
He's the Texas Beaver.
So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in my folder. My folder of. So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie?
Oh, here's Mr. Pie. Here's Mr. Pie. Mr. Cream Pies. Mr. Pie likes to be given cream pies. Mr. Pie likes when people give him cream pies. Mr. Pie likes to dance for men. Mr. Cream Pies. Mr. Cream Pies. Mr. Beaver and Mr. Cream Pies.
I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in.
He's the Texas Beaver.
So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in my folder. My folder of. So we have Mr. Pie is. Do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, no, I think it's in.
He's the Texas Beaver. Mr. Beaver and Mr. Cream Pies. I don't know what's going on. They're messing around here for some reason. Audio check. My internet should be fine. I'm going to do a test on it, but YouTube is messing around with my channel. That's what I think is going on. YouTube's messing around. Yeah, my internet connection speed is fine. I'm doing a test right now. It's absolutely fine. Well over 300. Something's wrong with fucking YouTube. YouTube's messing around, not loading my short videos. Fucking around again. On my channel, the rest of YouTube works fine, of course. Let's try this again. Pooyah! Hit him with the pooyah.
Like this is where I'm supposed to be, especially when I stop being lazy and I start learning more about how to edit.
Stop being lazy. I see that you're lazy. He's a loser.
Produce better and get better clips and get better preparation. And if I just did a better job for you guys, everything would be better. And I know that. But we've got, as I was wondering, here we've got End All Wars for a Brighter Future. Together we can achieve peace. And we've got a DJ Jesus here that just joined.
DJ Jesus in the house, brother.
That's what I thought. Such a disappointment.
That's what your mother says about you. Your Mama Cott says such a disappointment as she shakes her head. Jackie boy, such a disappointment. Poor little Jack Talcott. He was nicknamed Skidmark growing up.
Such a disappointment. I mean, because all it would take is just a willingness to show me different. Instead of just showing up with the same silly routines, pretending to be the same whatever. The topic today. The wholeness that can be found from you.
What a psycho. What an absolute psycho. Pooyah! Hit him with the pooyah.
Like this is where I'm supposed to be, especially when I stop being lazy and I start learning more about how to edit.
Stop being lazy. I see that you're lazy. He's a loser.
Produce better and get better clips and get better preparation. And if I just did a better job for you guys, everything would be better. And I know that. But we've got, as I was wondering, here we've got End All Wars for a Brighter Future. Together we can achieve peace. And we've got a DJ Jesus here that just joined.
DJ Jesus in the house, brother.
That's what I thought. Such a disappointment.
That's what your mother says about you. Your Mama Cott says such a disappointment as she shakes her head. Jackie boy, such a disappointment. Poor little Jack Talcott. He was nicknamed Skidmark growing up.
Such a disappointment. I mean, because all it would take is just a willingness to show me different. Instead of just showing up.
What a clown. What an angry clown. What an angry, angry, angry little Jackie boy. Angry little clown. He's an angry little clown. He's an angry little clown. Angry, angry little clown. That's all that you are, Jackie boy. Now, where was his shitty stream? I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Starting to piss me off, everyone. I might end the stream. There's a lot of technical issues on YouTube for some reason. I've tried reloading, refreshing. I'm not sure what the fuck is going on with this shit, but it's annoying. It's annoying. It's getting to be really fucking annoying. I'll try one more time.
Know that. But do we... People have changed, we know that. But do we know that people have become evil? And I'm not talking about people in the public eye.
Understand me. And for those who tune in, just can't get through how slow I talk. And greetings, blessings, salutations, and love. Once again, welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott, and I'm starting early, starting a few minutes early once again. And brothers and sisters, I recognize you have choices. All of us have choices, and I choose here. Thank you for choosing here, to all of you. Whether you're going to stumble in through the notifications, if you catch me streaming live, or whether you tune into me later, blessings and thank you. Especially if I haven't reminded this for a while, but for those of you who catch me later, I encourage you, speed me up, Man, my cadence, I speak so slow sometimes. And if you want to conserve energy, make the most of your time. So I am a man, I think you can easily speed me up and still understand me. And for those who tune in, just can't get through how slow I talk, you know what? Step back, step away, come back, and then go back a little bit, speed it up, get to the point. I don't know. The point is, I hope that you will settle in and join me today with some thoughts. In the background, it's kind of covered, but it's a reminder. Love is the answer. The topic today, the wholeness from liberation. There's some story behind these words. The wholeness from liberation. That wholeness that can be found from liberation. Maybe that's how I could have phrased it. But today with the thumbnail, a reminder, quoting Jack from back in the past, life is a continuous lesson in love. Life is a continuous lesson in love. See, it is love. Love reveals all truth. The truth comes from that which is real. So love reveals what is real. What is real to you, what is real to me. Love has brought that forth. So love reveals all truth, and you can love the truth of your life. You can love the truth of who you are. You can love who you are becoming. Even and despite maybe what the past might have shown, because the past just reflects the past, man. But today, while it is a reflection of the past, it's also where the future is perceived, right? Where the future starts coming together. It's all happening right here and now. The future begins here and now.
Look at how fake this is. So fake. So fake.
Where the future is perceived, right? Where the future starts coming together. It's all happening right here and now. The future begins. Here and now. And life is a continuous lesson in love. These are thoughts that I've found for myself for sure, man. And truly, what is true for you is true for you. It's true for your experience. For my experience, I found that life is a continuous lesson in love. Truly. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. So what is true for you is true for your experience, but I encourage you, allow love to be true for you. Allow you to be true with love, to love, for no other reason than just to grow love here on earth. Wouldn't that be heavenly? Wouldn't it be heavenly if people all around the world were in tune and aligned with love, where they censored themselves unless it was a loving answer or an answer that could be loved, right? Censoring the self, limiting the self to only that which is love and that which is true. It's not very difficult, to be honest. And yet, life can make being honest very challenging. Maybe that's what love does. Love is a power of transformation, right? I sought love. I sought to know love. And the more I sought to know love, it could be said that love sought to know me. For there became a closer relationship with me and love once I sought to know it better. But love will transform. There's no denying the transformation and the power that love can bring. If you've ever witnessed a pet, has been rescued and recovered from an abusive or an abandoned past experience. If you ever seen a dog or an animal nursed back to health through some love, through some safe, offering and creating a safe environment, bringing forth health and ease through love and patience. Every one of us is looking for those things, love and patience, and yet so many of us are just in a rush. And we're so blind to the love and to the beauty that's already there. It's all around, the love, the beauty of life. It's to be discovered, to be nurtured, to be shared, to be grown, right? Life is an adventure, my friends. It's an adventure through love. And if you align with love, you'll align with the truth, because the love has very simple rules. Must be authentic and honest. If it's not authentic and honest, it's not true love. And true love is who we are, except when we choose to be sinful, when we choose to be unworthy. People are so friggin' beautiful, man. Oh, they used to frustrate me so much, and they still do. People have allowed me my patience to grow, right? My levels of forgiveness and compassion, they've been tested. Well, it's a safe online experience, man. My life has been a journey, online and offline. And I'm excited though, brothers and sisters. I'm excited for what the future's going to bring. Because some of the lessons I received today and I tried on, some of these ideas I tried on for myself just to see how it would feel if it was true for me. Feel as though I've already won. That which my heart desires and that which my goal has been fixated on. Many people know my goals, but clearly I haven't achieved, right? I haven't achieved peace on earth. I haven't achieved reform and repentance. And yet I feel as though I've won, okay? That I am winning in this game of life. And you know how I know that I'm winning? Because I've given myself away. I've given myself away willingly, so I couldn't be a coward anymore. I didn't have that excuse. I don't live for me anymore. I live for God's will, God's grace, God's love. And once I started living for those things, God's will, God's grace, God's love, once that became my reason for living, dude, I became so free of worry. And this live without fear, man, it's not a joke. It's an important message, right? But fools will laugh at what's truly of value. It's comedic in how stupid humanity is. I mean, George Carlin is an excellent example. So many people know his words, and not just him. So many, you know what? It's the pattern. It's the pattern of the court jester. It's no different. There is nothing new under the sun. Everything in humanity and in this world is just repetitions, and it's just patterns from the past. It's all the same thing. Bread and circus keep the royalty royal and keep the peasant entertained and distracted. As long as they've got enough breadcrumbs to feed themselves, then they'll show up at work tomorrow, right? But once the grocery stores start getting bare and the cupboards start getting bare, and people don't have a bank account or a paycheck to turn to, what are people gonna do? What are people gonna do when the things keep changing, man? That's what I'm wondering. I just got a couple of more notes, but here, I'll swing into this, the wholeness from liberation, okay? This goes into like, oh, I don't know if you can hear that. Oh, there's a few little snap crackles in there in the spine, right? Oh, it feels so good. I just got a couple of more notes, but here, I'll swing into this, the wholeness from liberation, okay? This goes into like, oh, I don't know if you can hear that. Oh, there's a few little snap crackles in there in the spine, right? Oh, it feels so good. I'm telling you, dude. Manipulate your spine. Open your spine to silence your mind. It's all interconnected. Your inner nervous system, the inner currents, you know, you're like electrical, energetic energy, electrical, magnetic, chemical energies all coming together like in this amazing form of biology. That's who you are and who I am. Now, I'm no expert on anatomy and stuff, but from what I understand, right, we got this liquid, this cerebral spinal fluid, right, that cushions our brain, the gray matter in there. So our brain is like in this pool of whatever liquid that's also connected to our spine. And all these thoughts and energies and sensations, it's all processed through this fucking amazing instrument of our body. The point is, there's a connection between your mind and your spine. If you spend moments each day kind of articulating your spine, getting your mind into the present moments of your body, and you feel yourself loosen up. When your spine is more loose, you're more willing to get up, to be active, to do more physically. But it takes you to loosen your body up, right? To exercise, to stretch, to do the things that are important to your physical health. It's up to you. So the point is, what I was doing today, spending time like I do every day, articulating my spine, trying to loosen up each of the vertebrae. Well, right in the middle, right in between the shoulder blades, right about there, there's a vertebrae that was just tight, and I could never get it loosened. Well, I've been spending a lot of time massaging the angel wings, right? It's kind of how I feel it. In the shoulder blades, it's filled with all these twists and turns of the muscle fibers, and it's real intricate, but it's where you would feel wings if you had wings, right? So I've been massaging that and unwinding my back, and there's all these muscles tightened up underneath the spine is the way I feel. Well, today, that one vertebrae, I felt it stretch and move, and it wasn't much, but this thought came through me because I felt this release and this pleasure in my spine. It's like, oh, it's heavenly, right? And the mind goes silent. It is just filled with pleasure in the moment. And this thought came through me. The wholeness of my spine has been liberated. I was no longer bound by the binding of the proteins and my muscles, the tensions of the past. I felt that expansion and that release. The wholeness of my being is becoming liberated. The more I give myself to love, to peace, to life, to wholeness. Life is a trip, man. I'm going to go ahead. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. But I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. We'll see what today brings. We got attacked at Costco this morning for saying words loudly about the American Commerce class. The old man tried to box me, then threw coffee on my truck, man.
I don't doubt that these people are hated in real life. They act like goofs on the internet. Dr. D Head is one of them that acts like that. A lot of them do. Says he got attacked at Costco. I'm surprised some of these creatures are still walking around, that they're not in jail, that people haven't taken them out. Look at this. They don't even know how to spell through coffee. That's the wrong through. They don't know language. They don't know how to spell. They don't know grammar. They don't know anything. They're low IQ, low class, demon tards. All of them.
We'll see what today brings. We got attacked at Costco this morning for saying words loudly about the American Commerce class. The old man tried to box me, then threw coffee on my truck, man. Brown's boy, we all can't have secret supporter as good as Jack making our show topics slides and propaganda. No, not everyone is as blessed as I have been. Not everyone has support in the background or publicly. And I do. I've got quite a bit of support. And Brown.
Who's doing all of his work for him? The slides, the images. None of that is done by Jack Talcott. It's all done by someone else. His thumbnails, the slides he puts up, all of that stuff. Jack doesn't do anything. He's computer illiterate.
Brown's boy, you're one of those who's clearly here often. So you think you're not supporting me, you think you're doing something, but I get to include you in the number of viewers every day, man, despite your hate and your ill intentions towards me. I do feel blessed. And Brown's boy, I'm telling you, you and many others, right? There's a long list, Brown's boy. You're choosing to join a long list of people that want to try and diminish me. And dude, I tell you what, I make a far better friend than enemy. I'm an amazing ally. I'm the type of friend than enemy. I'm an amazing ally. Friend than enemy. I'm an amazing ally. I'm the type that can get creative to find a way. I'll be the voice of encouragement and positivity, right? And I'll be the type that won't back down, that's for sure. I'll be the one who says, all right, let's go a little further. And, you know, I say what I say. And you know what? Everyone is kind of a little bit retarded. You know, we're humanity. I've said this openly. If you consider the definitions, the idea of a retardation, it is something that slows down the growth and the spread, you know, and in the realm of humanity and the mind, secrets and lies in our media, our government system, all these corporate systems, secrets and lies have literally retarded the advancement, the growth, the development of humanity. I suggest it's time that we stop putting liars, selfish liars, they're kind of retarded. They're not thinking things through. Selfish liars are what this world has been creating. And hey, unrelated to that, and yet perhaps all things are connected, we got a guest returning. Welcome back, King Stephen. How you doing today, man?
Oh, hey, man. I'm doing good today. I was listening to your monologue about the mind and the spine, and I was manipulating my spine, trying to feel better. Got a stiff neck, and I think that's it feels good when it snap, crackles, pops, like you said. It does loosen it up, and it feels better. There is a spine mind connection there. How are you today? You didn't treat me like an ally yesterday, Jack. You treated me like an enemy and said I was fake and kicked me off. I wasn't being an enemy. I was just challenging what's his name? Denizen, the video game guy.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. I think it's good to be asked questions here. I think it's good to Jack is starting to get nervous. You can see by his body language. He's shifting around a lot. He's pulling his hair back. He's doing some self-soothing moves because he knows that I'm someone he can't push around. He can't bully me. He can't trick me. He can't manipulate me. He can't fool me. He can't play the narcissistic demon games with me. Doesn't work. And on some level, maybe it's subconsciously, he's aware deep down that it doesn't work. So look at the expression of his face change. He's already defensive, hostile, self-soothing with his hands, tugging at his hair. He wasn't doing that for the first 20 minutes of the show. As soon as I get there, he's very nervous. He's on guard. He's got the anal beads around his wrist. His face is tightening up. His brow's starting to furrow. His eyes are squinting more. They're closing up. He's getting worried. And I've just been there a few seconds, and I'm calling him out on not being an ally. I'm showing you that he's full of bullshit. Yesterday, he wasn't an ally. He kicked me off his shit show. He called me fake and kicked me off. I show what he is to the world. I hold up a mirror and say, look at yourself, Jack Talcott. And I say to his fans, look at him. What do most people do? Most are like Jack Talcott, maybe not as extreme, but they are pieces of shit in this world. They're demon tards on his channel. But I'm showing you something here with his body language. Do I think most human beings are capable of learning what I just shared? No, I don't. Not at this point. I don't. Because most people day to day don't seem to learn anything. Or it would be evident in your behavior. Your behavior would reflect that you're learning something. A lot of you don't learn day to day. And if you do learn today, you'll forget by tomorrow. Ask people questions, and he seems to wasn't being an enemy. I was just challenging what's his name? Denizen, the video game mind connection there. How are you today? You didn't treat me like an ally yesterday, Jack. You treated me like an enemy and said I was fake and kicked me off. I wasn't being an enemy. I was just challenging what's his name? Denizen, the video game guy.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. I think it's good to be asked questions here. I think it's good to ask people questions, and he seems to think that my motives are bad, but I think I've proven over time my motives are very good. I want everyone to do better.
I can see that.
Yeah.
And I think perhaps that might be what Denizen was trying to offer with you. Is I think he thinks you can do better. So do I. But it comes down
he can do better, though. I think he should get off his butt and not just play video games and actually do something in life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't respect lazy people. I think they can see he's very defensive. He wants to defend Denizen. It's all a game of bias and hypocrisy with narcissists like Jack Talcott. They want to direct all of the criticism and blame one direction at me. So did Denizen. And then today, he wants to do the same thing. Like, oh, well, you can do better, Steven. What about you two? You kicked me off your show. What? Can you do better, Jack Talcott? Can Denizen do better? Do you ever look at yourselves? Look at how defensive he is. A narcissist like Jack Talcott can't handle any pushback, any challenge, any questioning, any criticism. The slightest criticism makes him like this. Look at how tensed he is. Look at his hands behind his head, tensed up wrist, tensed up looking face, furrowed brow. He's getting very defensive because how dare King Stephen push back and call out your behavior, calling me fake, kicking me off the show, being a piece of shit. Not being a friend, not being friendly, not being full of love, being fake. You're fake. You're not full of love. You're full of anger and hatred. And I'm exposing you, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. You can kick me off your show, but I have a platform. I could still show what you are all over the internet. And I will continue to show what you are. You can do better.
Okay, so does that mean you disrespect yourself when you show patterns of laziness?
He turns it on to me. I mentioned how lazy Denizen is. Denizen doesn't have a job, by the way. He sits around playing video games. Then he goes on panel to panel and tries to mock and insult me. So then he tries to turn it on to me being lazy. I'm not lazy, Jack Talcott. This is a pattern of a narcissist they project. He can't handle me because he knows, Jack, you know you're lazy. You don't have a job. You just do an hour or two of YouTube a day. Everything's paid for you. You don't do any work. You're lazy, Jack Talcott.
Okay, so does that mean you disrespect yourself when you show patterns of laziness?
No, I don't really show patterns of laziness. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You don't see any of your patterns of laziness?
I don't show patterns of laziness. I'm a very motivated and very ambitious. There's his fake yawn. This is what he tries to do. It's a narcissistic move like, oh, I'm not listening to you. Anything you say doesn't matter. You're meaningless. You're boring. That's what narcissists do. That's what his fake yawn means. It's very dismissive. It's intentional. I'm sure he did that with his son, Dominic, which is one of the reasons why your son wrote you off, will never be part of your life again, hopefully, due to your behavior. This individual.
Well, I know that's the story you say, but there's a reason our paths
individual.
Disrespect yourself when you show patterns of laziness?
No, I don't really show patterns of laziness. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You don't see any of your patterns of laziness?
I don't show patterns of laziness. I'm a very motivated and very ambitious individual.
Well, I know that's the story you say, but there's a reason our paths have crossed, Stephen. And the path I've been on for myself, it's seeking perfect honesty. And so when things don't make sense to me, I try to ask questions and I try to figure out, what am I missing? And there's a reason our paths crossed, Stephen. You've actually, I won't deny, you've brought me some good things, right? There's also some things that have been quite unhelpful.
Would you admit that I'm the best co-host ever?
No.
Would you don't agree with that?
No.
Oh, okay. Why is that?
Because I know that better exists. And then
who's better?
Oh, there's plenty of co-hosts that are better
than me.
Yes.
I've never seen that.
They haven't really shined here yet. This is the thing. And that's why I understand your doubts. And Stephen, let's be fair, okay? As far as the people who have played the role of co-host, while your role was kind of self-proclaimed, you have been more supportive than many others. You've done a better job of trying to bring the conversation back to things. But at the same time, there's been the interruptions and the distractions and deflections. And even yesterday, I was trying to figure out what your intention was when we had Mr. Vibe here. You remember that?
I don't know him, so I just asked some questions to see what his thoughts were. I don't come here with ill intentions or I just don't do that. So maybe that's a bit of paranoia on your part. You seem to always think that I have these bad intentions. I think that you've listened to a lot of people over the last year or so. Look at him shaking his head in denial, but look at his face. See, this is something that human beings, I've noticed, especially in the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years, are doing less and less. Reading body language and saying, forget his words, look at his face. He's the one in denial. He is paranoid of me. He always seems to think that I'm doing wrong and faulting me. I suspect Jack Talcott faulted his son constantly for things he either didn't do that weren't his fault. For everything in Jack's life, it's all your fault to his ex-wife and to Dominic. In his mind, it's everyone else's fault. He blames his coworkers, his ex-wife, his son, his neighbors, all of Spokane, Washington. Nobody's at fault, or Jack Talcott's not at fault. Everyone else is at fault for everything. Jack is never at fault for Jack's life, in Jack's mind. Everyone else is at fault, including for Jack's show, for everything, everything. He never takes personal responsibility. And that's like a lot of addicts and alcoholics. I don't care if they say they've been clean or sober for years. They never change. They might stop the addiction, but the way they are never changes. I've never seen a former addict or alcoholic become a good being. I've yet to see that in this realm. So I don't give a shit if Jack says, "Oh, I quit drinking. Yeah, you were miserable, but you're not a good being. You've been sober now for years, but you're not a good being." That's the problem. Who cares if you don't drink anymore? So what? How does that affect the rest of the world, me or anyone else? It doesn't. You not drinking, you're still a piece of shit. You're still a demon. So it doesn't matter if you don't buy alcohol. How does that affect the world? You still treat everyone like this. You're a nasty, mean-spirited, angry, narcissistic, thin-skinned psycho. Doesn't matter if you don't drink. Who cares? That filled your head. You're kind of a guy that has someone talking in your ear a lot. There's another fake yawn. This is what they do. That's what he does when he has no real way of responding and disputing what's being said. He zones out, and I have a feeling he did that when his parents would try to punish him or would tell him he's wrong. He never accepts any responsibility for what he does. Look at his eyes. His eyes go blank and dead. Total psychopath. I'm showing you something here today. If you pay attention, you could learn something about demons like Jack Talcott. On your part, you seem to always think.
You remember that?
I don't know him, so I just asked some questions to see what his thoughts were. I don't come here with ill intentions, or I just don't do that. So maybe that's a bit of paranoia on your part. You seem to always think that I have these bad intentions. I think that you've listened to a lot of people over the last year or so that filled your head. You're kind of a guy that has someone. He shakes his head and interrupts as soon as I get a couple sentences out. He'll let others talk for 15 minutes if they're new to the show or new to his channel, or he thinks he can use them. I can't say 2 or 3 sentences without him interrupting and saying, "Please, please," and he'll say everyone else interrupts. That's you, Jack. You interrupt people when they're trying to say something real and true. You can't take it. You shake your head and you interrupt and you say, "Please, please," or you kick them off, which is what he ends up doing. You're thin-skinned. You can't handle being challenged or anybody disagreeing with you. You can't take it. You're very thin-skinned. You're a very thin-skinned demon. I'm talking in your ear a lot.
Stephen, please.
There's the fake yawn. Go ahead. I called him out on it. There's the fake yawn. That's what you do. You show how dismissive you are. You show that you don't care about what anyone else has to say, what anyone else thinks. You treat everybody else like a piece of shit in the world. Eventually, some you'll try to kiss up to and laugh at everything they say that isn't funny. Just they could say ordinary things. You'll be laughing at Barnabas. This is what you do when you think you can use someone for a little bit, or they could help you get more famous or get money. You're a user. You're a leech. That's what narcissists and psychopaths do. They treat others as resources that they can mine. You use people. You don't have real conversations. You don't have real connections. You don't have real bonds or friendships. You're a user. You're a psychopath. You use people. That's all you do. And that's the way you treat people. You'll say to them, "What can you offer me? You don't offer it. I don't need you. You're insignificant." Your language reveals it, and your body language reveals it. You're a total psychopath. with dead eyes. That's what you are.
Yes, because you're projecting onto me.
That's what narcissists do. They call everything projection. When I hit home with what you do, Jack Talcott.
You're underestimating me. I can
No,
assure
I'm just
you.
observing patterns.
No.
Oh, I'm not underestimating you at all. I'm exposing you. I'm exposing you for what you are. Behavior.
But
you can shake your head all the time when someone is speaking and tilt your head back and put your chin high up in the air. Look at the body language again. Forget the bushy eyebrows and the hairy face. He's got his head tilted back and he's trying to put his chin up to try to boost himself higher, but you're just a small little shortcut. You're a short ass. You're not a big man. You're a tiny little guy.
And
That's all.
here's what I'm trying to get you to realize, and it's not just you, Stephen. You're ignoring things. And
No.
your constant deflection back to
They always say very vague things, and I disagree. What am I ignoring? He says, you're ignoring things. Can you be a little bit more specific than that? What am I ignoring? He's grasping at straws. This is what narcissists often do. If the slightest criticism is levied towards them, they lash out and they start accusing you of everything. But they're very vague. They'll say, you ignore things. What does that mean? Ignore what? What do I ignore?
you're showing patterns, not just with me, but
So
with
then it goes back
others.
to his patterns. He'll, again, a very broad statement. You're showing patterns. What does that mean? Patterns of what? That's your favorite word, is patterns. He's closing his eyes now. He's self-soothing because he's being challenged and he feels threatened. He's very weak. A grown man thousands of miles away is challenging him verbally and he can't take it. So he's closing his eyes as a self-soothing mode here. And he's closing his eyes saying, I don't see what you're trying to show me. I refuse to look. He's closing his eyes. It's symbolic of, I won't look at what you're trying to show me about myself. He doesn't want to see himself, his shadow shown. He's in denial. And the eye closing and keeping his eyes shut is saying, I don't want to look. I don't want to look at what you're showing. You're showing me something. I'm not going to look, he's saying. With his body language. For those that are a little bit slow, that might be lurking here and retarded, it might be demon tards. That's what this is showing to the fans of Jack Talcott. The brainwashed, the fools.
Patterns of deflection, distraction, denial. Those are not healthy signs of an honest man. And see,
I did a fake yawn there on purpose to give him a taste of his medicine. I know exactly how to handle creatures like this. He's a narcissistic creature. Did you hear my fake yawn? I'll replay it again. I think that was classic.
You're showing patterns, not just with me, but with others. Patterns of deflection, distraction, denial. Those are not healthy signs of an honest man. And see,
No,
here
I
you
am
go
honest.
again.
I
Here
am
you go
honest,
again.
Jack.
Well, so let's bring this back.
Well, Jack says, here you go again. He already did a couple fake yawns. He doesn't like a taste of his own medicine. I know how to handle narcissists. In person, his face would be getting red, but he'd also know there's not a fucking thing I can do to King Stephen, because King Stephen cannot be bullied by me, cannot be pushed around verbally, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. You can't push me around. You're just a pissant. That's what you are. A weak little narcissistic pissant. Hold on a second. You mentioned yesterday that you've heard from a lot of people that say I should.
Others, patterns of deflection, distraction, denial. Those are not healthy signs of an honest man. And see,
No,
here
I
you
am
go
honest.
again.
I
Here
am
you go
honest,
again.
Jack.
Well, so let's bring this back.
Well, Jack, hold on a second. You mentioned yesterday that you've heard from a lot of people that say I shouldn't be on the show. You do have people talking in your ear. This is a fact. This
So
isn't
what?
imagined.
Right.
This is something that you go by. You go by what the
Stephen,
crowd thinks and says.
no,
You're
I
not a
go
man.
by.
This is what he does. When somebody starts speaking the truth, he interrupts. He accuses others of, like me, of interrupting. You're the one that interrupts constantly, Jack, because you're rude. And this is a tactic of narcissists like Jack and Paul and others. and Tommy interrupt and talk over because they can't handle what's being said. And then they'll kick off and say, well, he talked over me. This is what they do. He's a spoiled little brat. He's not a grown man. He's an insecure, weak little narcissist. And he's showing you what he is. Your own.
Stephen, I go by the facts.
Go ahead.
And again,
I just told you a fact. You listen to everyone else when they speak about me. That's a fact. You even admitted it yesterday. Everybody behind the scenes talks to little Jack Talcott about me, and they have your ear. They whisper in your ear. That's a fact, Jack.
You've got a pattern of, you're amongst many others that I've met who have been here on the panels, right? You've got a habit and a pattern of trying to control the narrative. Now, honestly, I'm trying to have an adult conversation with you because, Stephen, I don't think you're actually seeing what's going on here.
I do see.
You think you do.
I do.
Okay, and how about this? Since you already think you do see, and that you're not overlooking anything.
I think for myself.
You're not ignoring
I don't let anyone think for me.
And you're distracting and deflecting from what I'm suggesting.
I'm listening.
Here's something to realize, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
I've been tolerating.
So he's closing his eyes again. He's trying to block it out. He's trying to block out my valid criticism. He's trying to close his eyes to the whole conversation, and he can't handle it. You notice he'll close them. This isn't blinking. He keeps them shut. Watch how long. I'll rewind a little bit, try and pinpoint where he closes them. But watch how long he closes and keeps his eyes shut. For the liars, they'll say he's just blinking. Blinks happen rapidly. This isn't blinking. He closes his eyes and holds them shut, as though he's saying, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to look at myself. I don't want to look at what King Stephen's showing me about myself. That's what he's doing. Body language, it matters. It tells you a lot if you pay attention.
You do.
I do.
Okay, and how about this? Since you already think you do see, and that you're not overlooking anything.
I think for myself.
You're not ignoring.
I don't let anyone think for me.
And you're distracting and deflecting from what I'm suggesting.
I'm listening.
Here's something to realize, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
I've been tolerating you, and it's actually been costing me. Well, perfect. Go away, Stephen, until you can find a different attitude, not just towards me, but towards others. See, now one thing about you, Stephen, is you punch up, right? You punch down. You take people who are just trying to live their lives and they share themselves online, small subscribers, small channels. You punch down and bring a lot of insults to a lot of people, Stephen. I could bring your channel up, but I don't really want to promote you, dude. I don't like what you
promote me to who? I don't want your audience. I don't want demons. I don't want losers. I don't want liars and two-faced pieces of shit. I don't want your audience here on my channel. I blocked most of the people that are in your chat room day to day. The vast majority. I'd say I have 80 to 90% of them blocked. I don't want them. I don't want your audience. That's not a threat to me. I don't need your audience. I don't want your audience here. I want quality, not losers. So you say that I punch up and I punch down. What's that supposed to mean? I call it out what I see. Look at him here. Look at the anger, the rage boiling. One eye closed. Look at the anger there. He really can't handle me. He kicked me off. Little angry little Jack Talcott, psycho Jack Talcott, kicked me off his shit show. Can't handle me. He's very thin-skinned, and like a true narcissist, he can't handle the slightest pushback or criticism. When I've mentioned, hey, you kicked me off your show yesterday, you called me fake, Jack, I could have said, Jack, you're a piece of shit. That's what he is.
Perfect. Go away, Stephen, until you can find a different attitude. not just towards me, but towards others. See, now one thing about you, Stephen, is you punch up, right? You punch down. You take people who are just trying to live their lives and they share themselves online.
So I punch up and I punch down. Look at how angry he is here. This is the Talcott face that I think only I can get him to make. Now, others would argue, oh, Jack gets angry at others. He does. I agree with that. But not quite to this degree. This is like a special expression from Talcott. It's classic Talcott when he's talking to me and I start challenging him and I start disagreeing with him, and it's not disagreement to trigger him. It's authentic, honest, sincere disagreement. He can't take it. And he's showing you what he is. He's showing his audience, not just my audience. His audience, for the most part, can't see. But he's showing you what he is every day. Here's his super fan. She was talking about me again today. So all bets are off, Trexty. You broke the pact. You started bashing me again. I knew you would. So you slimy loser, piece of shit, Janice, two-faced loser. I'll expose you more in the coming weeks and months. But here's Jack Talcott. He had to pull his hair back into a ponytail. As soon as I got on the show, he got nervous. You're going to get a lot more nervous, Jackie boy. You're going to get a lot more nervous because the heat's going to be on you. I'm exposing you now. I'm no longer trying to give you any chances. It's exposing Jack Talcott time for what you are. You're an angry little narcissist. That's what you are. You're a little bitch. You're not a man. And I told him that backstage in his private chat right after he kicked me off. Jail Talcott, the criminal clown. He might end up in jail. I wouldn't be surprised if he does end up in jail. Some of you don't know what I mean. You may find out in the coming months that little Jackie Talcott has crossed the line in many ways, and he should keep his nose clean. You better learn some respect, Jack, because you're guilty of certain things. You should keep your nose clean. You should learn how to shut your mouth. You should learn some respect. You should probably take a break from YouTube. That's what I think you should do. You're a psycho, and I think you should take a break from YouTube.
Small subscribers, small channels. You punch down and bring a lot of insults to a lot of people, Stephen. I could bring your channel up, but I don't really want to promote you, dude. I don't like what you do. But you have gotten the attention of others. I noticed I got a comment from the recent stream where you were with me, Stephen, from a man you've been poking fun of. What's his name? Is it James?
A man I've been poking fun of. Really? But you celebrate when anyone, whether it's Frank Monday, Demon Slayer, make fun of me in videos, London McDouchebag, you celebrate that. But you can't take it when I make fun of someone? Jake the asshole talks about me nonstop. Now you're going to kiss up to him because you see how many subs he has. Go for it. His audience isn't going to follow your stupid religitard second coming shit. His audience is at the level of baby truthers, and they're not interested in you, Jack Talcott. But try to leech from him if you want. It's not going to work. This guy's an absolute fool. Look at him self-soothing with his hand on his face. What a weakling.
What's his name? You were with me, Stephen, from a man you've been poking fun of. What's his name? Is it James? Jake the something. What's the deal with you and him?
It's none of your business, but the deal is he's kind of
my business.
Oh, it did? My business is not your business, Jack. Who I have beef with.
This is what, Stephen, but this is what you've been blind to.
No, you're not a man of your own. You listen to everyone chirping. You're rude.
That's you. You're ignorant and you're in denial, Stephen. You keep ignoring the feedback that other people are offering him.
It's none of your...
You were with me, Stephen, from a man you've been poking fun of. What's his name? Is it James? Jake the something. What's the deal with you and him?
It's none of your business, but the deal is he's kind of
my business.
Oh, it did? My business is not your business, Jack. Who
Well,
I have
this
beef
is
with
what no,
is
this
not
is
your
what
business.
Stephen, but this is what you've been blind to.
No,
It
you're not a
is-
man of your own. You listen to everyone chirping. You're rude.
That's you. You're ignorant and you're in denial, Stephen. You keep ignoring the feedback that other people are offering to you. So this
Then offering, he says, feedback people are offering. You don't know the situation. You don't know what Jake has done, said, but you don't care because you're biased. You're a psychopath. And that's why I would never care what you think, because I see what you are. You're a psychopath cockroach. You don't care about the truth of any situation. You don't care. Your type tries to get people like me to listen to the feedback of all these hateful, narcissistic losers. Jack's eyes right here show what he is very clearly to anyone that's willing to look. Do I think most people will take a good look and say his eyes look dead? I don't think so. I think a lot of you can't tell dead eyes from real spirited eyes with light in them. And I don't think most can tell. Most human beings on earth can't look at that and tell, because there's something wrong with most of you in terms of awareness. A lot of you can look at absolute demons. I could show you a lineup of demons, put 9 demons in a row with one good spirit. You wouldn't be able to tell. Most humans couldn't tell the difference.
Jake guy, he's actually a pretty funny dude. And he left a comment in a recent stream that you were here with, Stephen, and I'm sure he's got a poor opinion of me based upon the nonsense I've seen of you.
Oh yeah, it's my fault that Jake has a poor opinion of you. It's not that Jake can't watch your channel and see that you're a piece of shit and laugh at you. He's got a poor opinion of Jack because it's my fault somehow. Do I control Jake? No, I don't. What are you trying to blame me for? Whatever Jake thinks of you, if he came mocking you, he thinks you're a loser. That's on him and you, not on me. Don't try to blame me for what other people think of you, Jack Talcott. It's not my fucking fault, not my problem. I suspect you did this to your son and ex-wife. You blame them for things that isn't their fault. You probably said to them, "This is why I drink," as you drank yourself into oblivion, as though it was their fault, you picking up bottle after bottle. It's your fault, not their fault. It's your fault.
You've been putting this guy up and what, harassing him?
Listen to this, harassing him. I haven't been harassing anyone. You're such a fucking lying narcissist. It would be nice if more people could see through this and say that they see what Jack is. But unfortunately, there's few that have the guts to say anything in this realm. They just sit there watching this on his channel and here on mine. The majority don't say anything. I don't think most people will be fighting demons on the way out of here. They're afraid to speak about Jack Talcott. They're afraid to speak about anyone on YouTube. Most people live in fear of speaking the truth. Look at him close his eyes tightly.
Stephen, you gotta wake up and hear, brothers and sisters, the wholeness from liberation. Liberate yourself from the fools. These are words I'm speaking to Jack Talcott, right? In front of you, because you're seeing it. I'm still allowing fools to waste my time, and I don't want to do that. Not in front of you. I care about you. I care about love. I care about ending wars, right? Here, there. I care about a lot of things. I care about what is true. And what is true, brothers and sisters? The struggles each of us face, your struggles have the meaning that you assign. You tell the stories that you live with. And Stephen, those things you want to say about me, it might be true for you, but it's not true based on my reality. My reality of me is I'm a man who cares a lot.
So he pretends that his reality is different from mine, that what I'm saying might be true for me, but his reality he's saying is different.
Even those things you want to say about me, it might be true for you, but it's not true based on my reality. The struggles each of us face, your struggles have the meaning that you assign. You tell the stories that you live with. And Stephen, those things you want to say about me, it might be true for you, but it's not true based on my reality. My reality of me is I'm a man who cares a lot. I'm devoted to God, to the way that Jesus showed. But it's not true based on my reality. My reality of me is I'm a man who cares a lot. I'm devoted to God, to the way that Jesus showed. I'm a man who cares a lot. I'm devoted to God, to the way that Jesus showed, following his commandment. To my heart, love. Love leads my way. And I know what the stories are, but brothers and sisters, you got to get past your own thoughts on God. You got to get past your own thoughts on love. I invite you. God.
Why is it like pulling teeth trying to get anyone to see through this obvious psycho? That indicates something about this realm to me and what people are on YouTube, because this is as obvious as it gets.
Invites you. Jesus invites you. The ascended masters, the philosophers.
I wonder how many of you would be fooled by fake gurus, cult leaders, Jim Jones types in person, Heaven's Gate, because you can't see through Jack Talcott. So there is something wrong with a lot of you on YouTube. Is it dozens? Is it hundreds of you? Is it thousands in the panelverse? I don't know how many are fooled by this character, but there's something very wrong with quite a few of you on YouTube. You can't see through this.
The greats of the past, everyone, your ancestors, everyone is inviting you to live greatly, to face your fears, laugh at them, laugh at yourself for living with fears, laugh at yourself for giving fears any power. Laugh at the mistakes you used to make, but make a commitment to yourself. Make a commitment to yourself, please. Live your life with love. Live your life with love. Love reveals the truth. Love seeks the truth. Love relies on the truth. It counts on the truth, and the truth is dependable.
So he goes back to speaking love. He never demonstrates that he loves anyone. He says a lot, but his words don't match his behavior. And that's a telltale sign of a narcissist. His words don't match his behavior. He speaks so much about love, but he never shows any real. He's got the dead-eyed look again. His eyes look as dead as anyone at the top of the pyramid on the world stage that are evil psychopaths. His eyes are the same.
God is the truth. Depend on God, depend on the truth like it is God, depend on God like it is the truth. Okay? God has given you and me everything we need to bring heaven to this world. It's up to us to decide. When is it going to be? God has given you and me everything we need to bring heaven to this world. It's up to us to decide. God has given you and me everything we need to bring heaven to this world. It's up to us to decide. When is it going to be? When is it going to be enough is a question to ask. When is enough enough? When am I going to say no more? When am I going to commit myself to changing? I have, and I do. And I keep committing myself to changing. I keep embracing this life I've been given, and I live it with love. I truly do. Any updates on meeting the billionaire pedos you say will help your goals? Not yet. On my own, I have not succeeded, but I continue bringing God into my life and inviting others to join me. So eventually, I trust that there will be. I'm not sure what you're talking about, because I'm not selling anything. Nobody should be buying shit either. Jack, I want to support No Secrets, but need you to show who your secret partner is that you have, or at least the reason for you keeping her identity secret from your entire audience, not fear. It is out of wisdom. Okay, now the wisdom could be based on a false sense of fear, a false danger. However, considering the public and private harassment that I have received from many people, I don't want to involve others unnecessarily in that. So if someone's willing to share their support with me, I certainly respect their anonymity to the best of my ability. I respect privacy, not secrecy. And there's a big difference, man. There is a big difference. Jake, I don't know where I jumped in, but that Jake guy is funny. I've watched some of his stuff recently, and I discovered him because of Steven, I guess. Oh, there was a number of, I just saw Steven's chats in the back. Oh my goodness. I could share these, right? I don't know. What happened to No Secrets? It's a combined effort. No one man, no one person can achieve, right, what the world is wanting achieve. And here's the thing, so many people they want to challenge me as a messenger. Jack, why should Donald Trump listen to you? Why should Congress listen to you? Why should anyone listen to you? Because they can. Why would they want to listen to me? Because what I'm suggesting is factual. What I'm moved with is faith in God. Now I realize no one else has to buy my faith in God, but they should at least bear me the respect and the opportunity to hear me out. And if Donald Trump and the men and women of Congress could hear me out as a voice of reason, well, the corruption and the problems of today are quite obvious. I don't think we'd have a lot of arguments over the facts. The parties, the divided parties, Republicans and Democrats, they've allowed poverty to rise. Some of the greatest transference of wealth has been happening in, our recent past. And I'm not sure who pays attention to what, but I know a lot of people live in this pretend world where they can't do anything about it. Well, I feel like I could do something about it if given the opportunity. And what I'd love to do is speak to Donald Trump and the other men and women who are currently sitting in Congress with a shut down government because they can't agree on budget priorities. I'd like to speak to all of them just for about an hour, right? Talk about some reforms that could easily be made. We can talk about true follow through in this Middle East ceasefire. And we can start sharing that energy of success into Ukraine, maybe even get some diplomacy into South Sudan. And certainly we can stop murdering people in boats outside of Venezuela or something. You know, there's a lot that could be done if we just find the willingness to stop fighting, to start working towards.
So he hasn't had a job. He hasn't been gainfully employed in around 10 years or so, as I understand it. He's an unemployed loser that begs for shekels on the internet. He looks like a homeless bum, and he expects the so-called world leaders to listen to him. And it just gets more delusional as it goes. He has total delusions of grandeur. He claims he's going to end all wars and create world peace. War is a multi-trillion-dollar industry worldwide. There's millions and millions and millions of people working in the war industry, if you include the ones that build aircraft, bombers, jet fighters, ships, battleships, aircraft carriers, helicopters, all sorts of fighter jets, weapons in terms of bullets, guns, missiles, torpedoes, you name it. Every weapon under the sun, and then tanks and everything that you can imagine, every kind of technology. And then when you talk about million-man army in China and just millions of military men around the world getting paid for being in the military, it's a huge industry. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry worldwide. It's enormous. But little Jack Talcott's going to come in and say, "Stop it, guys. We got to have peace because I say so." Nobody's thought of world peace before Jack Talcott. It's laughable. It's laughable. And beyond the money aspect, the multi-trillion-dollar industry that war is, military and war, whether there's a war going on or not, military spends money. The fact that they're all together, there's secret societies, Freemasonry, there's all that aspect to it. There's no chance in the world that anyone would listen. These ones that run the world systems, the banksters, Rothschilds, are going to listen to a Jack Talcott or anyone like Jack Talcott ever. No chance. So it is delusional thinking. He has delusions of grandeur, which goes in hand with him being a psychopath, which is what he is. And some of you need to do some work because you think, well, psychopath, he hasn't murdered anyone. You're at that low level of thinking. And I know there's people on YouTube like that, in the panelverse especially. They'll come out with responses like, well, why are you calling him a psychopath? He's not in jail for murder. Like, you're just low level. And there's so many like that. And I just don't want them around me, not just on my channel, but in life. I don't want people who can't think that come out with stupid shit and stupid excuses, and they don't understand what words are. They don't know what psychopath means, but they'll defend one. I don't want that around me. I just don't. You can stay with the shit channels, the zombie channels, because you're not fit to be here on my channel. You don't have to murder anyone to be a psychopath. You don't have to murder anyone to be a sociopath. In fact, sociopaths rarely murder. Do some psychopaths murder? Yes. Do all? No, not by far. There's millions of them that don't murder. But they live kind of like Jack Talcott. They leech off everyone else. Not just financially. They leech off everyone else in every way. Getting you to work for free for them. Leeching off others emotionally. Manipulating others. Leeching in terms of families. Leeching off their own children, their sons, daughters. their wives or husbands if they're female. They leech. It's a pattern throughout their life. He'll talk about his military service. He was a paper pusher. He worked in administration. He was essentially a male secretary. He's not a combat veteran. He's just a fake, full of shit loser. His whole life has been a lie, and his current life is a lie, as much as his past life when he worked at the post office or worked for the postal service. His whole life is a lie. I suspect that he's been lying since childhood about how smart he is, and he's been pulling this since he was very young. It goes way back with Jack Talcott. And I'm exposing him for people that want to see the truth and want to pay attention and want to open their mind and use their mind and say, yeah, that sounds accurate. He demonstrates what I'm saying on a daily basis. The evidence is there to be seen if you want to see it. But I realize there's a lot of people on the internet, on YouTube, that don't want the truth. And they'll even, once in a while, they'll come out and admit they don't want the truth. They're just on here to socialize. They're so desperate for fake friends on the internet, they don't care if someone's a psychopath. They'll support them. And that's how weak and piss poor you are, some of you, with your values and principles. You're absolute garbage. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want you. That's why you were delegated, to the role of lurking on my channel, and you're banned, because I don't want pieces of shit like you, some of you. Some of you don't care about the truth about Jack Talcott or the truth about anyone or anything in this realm whatsoever. Truth is not on your list of concerns whatsoever. You don't give a shit. And I don't want your kind around me. I don't, because I see what you are. I see what you would support anything. You don't care what's good, what's true, the truth of what anyone's saying. If someone's exposed, you don't care. You're just manipulative cockroaches. And that's what a lot of you are on YouTube. All over YouTube, whole channels filled with hundreds, if not thousands of you like that. And this realm suits you. You can stay here forever with dead-eyed creatures like this that speak about love, and their behavior never shows it. Never. He talks about love every day, but his life doesn't demonstrate any love in him whatsoever. And his own son realized that years ago.
Solutions. There's better world. There's a better world waiting for humanity. There's a world without wars waiting for people to stop fighting. Now, the people caught in the fights, the people in the fights and in the trenches, they got to survive. They got to do what they got to do. Their role is to play where they're at. But us on the outside, we have the opportunity, and there's people. There's people all around the world. You look at the news.
So their role in the military is do what they got to do, but our role on the outside is to stop them. Doesn't make any sense. Yet again, I'm not responsible for someone, Jack Talcott, that signs up, volunteers, enlists in the U.S. military, and goes to another country and shoots and KI double hockey sticks 10 or 12 or 30 or 40 people, or bombs them. I can't stop them. That's their choice to do that. I don't like what they've done, but don't try to put it on me, saying, well, they're just playing their role and it's up to us. No, it isn't. I don't make choices for millions of people. Don't try to blame me for the murderous actions of millions in this realm that would go to any war and follow any orders, whether they're Chinese military, Russian, American, Ukrainian, whatever. Whatever. Did I mention China? Whatever military. If they were given orders, go do this, that's what you military order followers do. You do what you're told. You follow orders. You don't have morals and principles. You just do what you're fucking told. That's all you do. And then you try to blame it on others. Well, they're just playing the role, but it's up to us on the outside to stop them. No, it isn't. I can't stop them. I know that, and I'm speaking the truth. I can't stop one of them from going to war, much less millions. I can't stop a multi-trillion-dollar war industry worldwide. And you can't blame me saying it's up to me to say this, to do this, because it doesn't stop them. I can't stop people hell-bent on picking up arms, going halfway across the realm, and murdering others that are strangers. How about that's on you if you've chosen that? Maybe you should take some responsibility and have a conscience when you enlist to go do that. Did you sign some paperwork? Did you do certain things that ended up costing lives? Maybe you didn't do it with a gun, but maybe you did it in other ways in the military. I've heard that you claim that you're in military intelligence. I don't know what you've done in your life, but I suspect that it isn't good based on what has come out about you. I don't see that you've done good in your lifetime, little Jack Talcott, little skid mark Talcott.
I encourage you, turn on the news, figure out what's propaganda and what's not, but look at the evidence of what's being shown in the world. You look in the right places, you'll find a lot of hope. I have. I am so proud of the men and women I have seen rising up.
He's so proud of the men and women. Look at this. Does anyone here believe this character on the screen?
The young students, the activists all around, and not to mention the group of veterans that I've discovered. There is a lot of veterans like me who've turned our ways. We used to be a part of the military-industrial complex. We were the tools, the instruments of the imperialist ways, the ways of royalty, where the soldiers must go out and fight.
The ways of royalty, and he does a big tongue flick. That's one of his big issues with me. One of his big issues with me is the way that I call myself King Stephen, as a sovereign. Look at this creepy psycho.
The imperialist ways, the ways of royalty, where the soldiers must. We used to be a part of the military-industrial complex. We were the tools, the instruments of the imperialist ways, the ways of royalty, where the soldiers must go out and fight. The widows must mourn and tend to the children. Right?
Where are the fans of Jack Talcott, his cult followers? Are some of you tuned in, lurking right now?
It's just the way it is here on Earth. Sounds like bullshit to me. I think it's time for diplomacy and negotiations to become a reality. The first step, the only.
Yeah, diplomacy is really going to work when all of these countries are under the New World Order. They're all one. How's diplomacy going to work? He's just talking absolute fucking nonsense. People listen to this shit. I can't imagine listening to this creature. Brown's boy said, Jack, were you in any mind control programs in the military?
That's exactly what boot camp does. So to what extent result than the past? I'm curious. We've got a guest, a returning guest. Brown's boy, my opinion is the military is a mind control program. It follows all the basics. Mind control, you break down an individual, you create a new identity for them. That's exactly what boot camp does. So to what extent was my mind programmed? I don't know. I bought into it for a while. Excuse me. And excuse me, I've got some indigestion, something.
Yeah, you got some indigestion. I wonder how that happened. It's almost like your body's reacting, saying that you're afraid of me, exposing you. It's almost like your body's reacting, isn't it, Jack?
What's the energy returning, Stephen?
Fantastic energy, royal energy. What's your energy? I'm having some lamb chops right now. Delicious. Lamb chops and beef ribs and some rice and salad. Glorious. What's your energy, Jack? Are you still listening to the crowd? Is the crowd still chirping in your ear?
No.
Would you say you think for yourself or you just go by popular opinion? Which is it? Curious.
Do I go by popular opinion? Well, I go by the facts. And so,
what are the facts, Jack?
You know, it's not really coming through. The private chat from King Stephen. Juvenile, you need to mature. See, backstaging is weak. And juvenile, that's you. I haven't harassed anyone.
You claimed I did, and I didn't have a chance to respond. You make claims when people are not on stage. I think that's weak.
Let me continue. Stephen, you failed to see that you were harassing me from the back chat. I haven't harassed anyone. And you continue projecting, liar. But I will expose you. Jack, you made an enemy today. Bitch, you're fake, a fraud. Just like Jake the Fake, you are a coward. Bitch, I see you. You were harassing me, Stephen. Well, I go by the facts.
What's your energy, Jack? Are you
returning, Stephen?
Fantastic energy, royal energy. What's your energy? I'm having some lamb chops right now. Delicious. Lamb chops and beef ribs and some rice and salad. Glorious. What's your energy, Jack? Are you still listening to the crowd? Is the crowd still chirping in your ear?
No.
Would you say you think for yourself or you just go by popular opinion? Which is it? Curious.
Do I go by popular opinion? Well, I go by the facts. And so,
what are the facts, Jack?
You know, it's not really coming through. The private chat from King Stephen. Juvenile, you need to mature. See, backstaging is weak. And juvenile, that's you. I haven't harassed anyone.
You claimed I did, and I didn't have a chance to respond. You make claims when people are not on stage. I think that's weak.
Let me continue. Stephen, you failed to see that you were harassing me from the back chat. I haven't harassed anyone. And you continue projecting, liar. But I will expose you. Jack, you made an enemy today. Bitch, you're fake, a fraud. Just like Jake the Fake, you are a coward. Bitch, I see you.
Yeah, the harassing, you said I harassed Jake. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about you made the claim that I harassed Jake the Fake. He's harassed me, actually. He's made videos on me, but I don't sit around crying about it. I think bitches sit around and cry and backstage and play these demon games. Men face each other. Are you going to be a man, Jack Talcott, or what are you going to be? You going to be a juvenile bitch, or are you going to be a man?
I'm going to be me, and you're going to be gone. And you're not welcome to return today, Stephen.
I asked if you were going to be a man or a little bitch, and you showed you're just a little bitch. You kicked me off. He's a bitch. He's a little bitch. I was enjoying my lamb chops. Oh, it was delicious. It was fantastic. You made the claim that I harassed Jake the Fake. He's harassed me, actually. He's made videos on me, but I don't sit around crying about it. I think bitches sit around. Lamb chop dinner. Lamb chops. Let's play this again. Harassing, you said I harassed Jake. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about you made the claim that I harassed Jake, the fake. He's harassed me, actually. He's made videos on me, but I don't sit around crying about it. I think bitches sit around and cry and backstage and play these demon games. Men face each other. Are you going to be a man, Jack Talcott, or what are you going to be? You going to be a juvenile bitch, or are you going to be a man?
I'm going to be me, and you're going to be gone. And you're not welcome to return today, Stephen, because you're showing yourself to be a clown. And
you're a coward. You're the clown. You're a little bitch. He's a little bitch. He's a clown. Here's the clown right here. Here he is. Here he is. Jail Talcott, the criminal clown. There he is. There he is. I think everyone should keep him away from Trump. I think he's dangerous. I don't think he should be let anywhere near Trump. I think Jack Talcott is dangerous and mental. I don't think he should be allowed near the president. I don't think this criminal clown should be let anywhere near the president. He's a psycho. He has issues. He shouldn't be near Trump. Keep him away from the president. He's a psycho. He's a psycho. That's what he is. I want you to understand that. He's a psycho. He's a psycho. And I am the King of Kings. The King of Kings. And that gets under his skin. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that.
You were harassing me from the back chat. I haven't harassed anyone. And you continue projecting, liar. But I will expose you. Jack, you made an enemy today. Bitch, you're fake, a fraud. Just like Jake the fake, you are a coward. Bitch, I see you.
Yeah, the harassing, you said I harassed Jake. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about you made the claim that I harassed Jake, the fake. He's harassed me, actually. He's made videos on me, but I don't sit around crying about it. I think bitches sit around and cry and backstage and play these demon games. Men face each other. Are you going to be a man, Jack Talcott, or what are you going to be? You going to be a juvenile bitch, or are you going to be a man?
I'm going to be me, and you're going to be gone. And you're not welcome to return today, Stephen, because you're showing yourself to be a clown. And it's fascinating. Yeah, Sammy Arpol, for those others who want to encourage Stephen as the best co-host, feeding into his delusions. Come on, guys. This guy is nuts, man. Stephen, I've been tolerating him, like I said. But here's something, brothers and sisters. This story's about Jack Talcott. So settle in, buckle up. If you can enjoy the journey with my mind and my words, then you get it. But you don't have to get it. You don't have to get me at all. But I encourage you, don't bet against me. Don't underestimate me. Because I got plenty of people doing that already. And I got a heart. I'm going to prove them wrong. Because the truth is on my side of who I am and what I do, what I stand for. The wholeness from liberation, liberating yourself from the foolish choices of the past.
Pooyah! Hit him with the pooyah!
Like this is where I'm supposed to be, especially when I stop being lazy and I start learning more about how to edit.
Stop being lazy. I see that you're lazy. He's a loser.
Produce better and get better clips and get better preparation. And if I just did a better job for you guys, everything would be better. And I know that. But we've got, as I was wondering, here we've got End All Wars for a Brighter Future. Together we can achieve peace. And we've got a DJ Jesus here that just joined.
DJ Jesus in the house, brother.
That's what I thought. Such a disappointment.
That's what your mother says about you. Your Mama Cott says such a disappointment as she shakes her head. Jackie boy, such a disappointment. Poor little Jack Talcott. He was nicknamed Skidmark growing up.
Such a disappointment. I mean, because all it would take is just a willingness to show me different. Instead of just showing up with the same silly routines, pretending to be the same whatever. The topic today. The wholeness that can be found from you.
What a psycho. What an absolute psycho. Pooyah! Hit him with the pooyah!
Like this is where I'm supposed
to. So we have Mr. Pie is, do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, and I think it's in my folder, my folder of. So we have Mr. Pie is, do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere. Oh, and I think it's in.
He's the Texas Beaver.
So we have Mr. Pie is, do I have a clip for Mr. Pie? I thought I did. Oh, I know I do somewhere.
Landry sounded like he was hissing. Very strange. Very strange from Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Here's back to the Psycho Jack with the dead eyes. Dead-eyed psycho.
Stephen seems reluctant to do so. He wanted to continue testing me. And this is what I don't understand. It's not wise. Why would it be considered wise to go against and to test a man of faith? Right? Because first you're dismissing my claims and you're dismissing my faith and you're counting my words as having no value whatsoever. And then you're gambling that you know me better than me. Brothers and sisters, we have, oh, I didn't know he was missing. Jeff Doherty got his YouTube channel back. Another atheist guy, but I admired a lot of things about him, his ability to communicate and his ability to produce. But he wasn't interested in what I have to say. And it's, let's go beast mode. I don't want to be beast mode, man. Hey, were you there? No. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I was in the Zoom. I tried joining him earlier today, but I didn't understand what was going on. JT, that's James True. There's many people I found on YouTube and online. They fascinate me. There's a lot of amazing people, and we are. Earlier, I was talking about allowing yourself, giving yourself permission to shine with authenticity, to be you brightly, energetically, positively, right? With enthusiasm, be you. It's what the world is waiting for. It's why you're here. The words for me are in line with you to some degree, right? While we're each on our own paths, if you're tuning in to me, then there's a reason, there's a connection of some sort. So take from me what you want, allow the rest to fade away, right? Pick up what is true for you and hold it close for you and let the rest go. Hey, we've got another guest here, and one who I truly do appreciate far more. Welcome back, Hank. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing well.
We've got another guest here, and one who I truly do appreciate far more. Welcome back, Hank. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Jack?
I'm truly feeling blessed. I truly am.
Jack, can you believe that there's people on the internet that are trying to tell us who we're allowed to talk to, trying to gatekeep us? That's ridiculous.
It's the devil inside. It's the insecure aspect of us, Hank. This is something I've recognized. You can see the patterns, especially with people online. You can see they're acting as a victim, but they're pretending to have some power, and they're fighting for control. Now, why are they fighting for control? Because they feel like a victim. And they feel like a victim because they keep losing control in their efforts to fight for control. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me.
Well, so this is what I've been trying to figure out. How do you convince a victim to stop perpetrating their victim status? They're perpetuating their victim excuse. And it's always just one more battle, one more argument, one more time. What do you think?
Yeah. Just some people just go to places they hate, they don't want to be in, just to complain. They said, change the channel, boy. Just change the channel. You don't need to just be stuck in a place you don't like. There's millions of things you can watch on YouTube, and I just don't get it.
There is lots of options. Hey, Bex, if that is you, our prayers are for you, for your health, emergency surgery, and please, for those who...
Oh, wait a second. I missed this earlier. I don't know if it's her or not. She's got a zebra. Could be. She likes to go back and forth with Snafu. She's got a zebra. I'm in the hospital going in for emergency surgery. Really, emergency. What kind of emergency? I thought she had something on her tongue with she wore out her tongue eating too much. I request a reprieve from the hatred for 2 weeks. Thank you. Well, you've been spewing hatred about me. Why should you get a reprieve from anyone saying anything about you? I've seen your comments and your live streams about me. You're the one spewing hatred. Big fat liar.
who have found such... Yes, let's back off. Have some compassion. And holy cows, let me see, is this? No, I'm pretty sure this is not real, but I'm going to explore what it is. Is this Jake the Awake?
Hey, what's up, Skid Mark?
Yeah. It's a clown boy, for sure. Little boy Steven. He feels so empowered with his not real health, emergency surgery, and please, for those who have found such Yes. Let's back off. Have some compassion. And holy cows, let me see. Is this? No, I'm pretty sure this is not real, but I'm going to explore what it is. Is this Jake the Awake?
Hey, what's up, Skid Mark?
Yeah. It's a clown boy for sure. Little Steven, little boy Steven. He feels so empowered with his what? The stupid games?
He knows how to play this game better. All he needs to do is copy off of my homework. Come on. This isn't...
Hey, Hank, I'm not sure specifically, but that's a problem of the prideful. They will not learn from those who they judge. But those who you judge, your enemy is the best one for you to learn from because they're different than you. They're the most different than you. So understand them to understand a different side of you. That's why we're created the way that we are. Make sense?
Yeah. And take your enemy seriously when they have credence. Maybe they have a point.
I suggest listen to everyone because we don't want to overlook things. That's something I've had to learn I've had to grow in my willingness to listen. I still have it sometimes, but I've been learning how to not interrupt people as often. Something I've been working to do. And that comes down to being more patient. And if you think about the spiritual aspect of life, the Holy Spirit, the Spirit is beyond time. It's ageless. It's eternal. We can align with the Spirit of life, which is timeless and eternal. And its power comes from within. So we just pay attention to what we're consuming mentally, emotionally, physically, right? Nutritionally. What are we consuming in our mind, our spirit, our body? Because if you don't pay attention to what you're bringing in, you may not be paying attention to what's coming out. That's what's happening in the world, Hank. People are hypnotized and they're asleep. They don't think about what they're saying, and they don't think about what they're consuming. They used to live that way.
I'm glad you're living better. But homework for King Stephen. We watched the show from Sunday. This show, your favorite show, we watched the Sunday show. And then hopefully you can act better.
All right. I'm not sure what you mean about the Sunday show.
Their show you did on Sunday. It needs to be watched that. Then you can do better.
Thank you. You know, this life we're living, I have, as I've said, I've been honest and authentic. Tried to explain my intentions, tried to explain my words. God is with us all. I said something earlier, one of my notes from today. Your struggle has the meaning you assign it. You tell the stories of you. Think about that truth. How I tell the stories of me, you tell the stories of you. But the stories we tell, people have a tendency to exaggerate. That's for sure. Handy, Ligmail, contribution, blessings, and for the great wishes. Let's share that for everyone. Anyone tuning in and finding these words, may endless fortune rain upon you. May the blessings be abundant and the joy be overwhelming. Those things are available for us. Overwhelming joy and abundance of blessings. Those things are available when we align with love. And that's the message of Jesus. There's a topic I had recently, an idea I was considering recently, I should say. How do I do this? Regarding the absence of love from the law. The laws of today, whether it's employment law, family law, there's love missing in the law. And this is something I said a long time ago. When we use only logic, and it's only logic that justifies this corrupted money system. If we use only logic, it's destructive. It's painful. But if we bring love into the equation, if we bring love and logic together, if we bring love and law together, well, then we'll have justice. Love in public is justice. That's what I heard someone say at one point. I thought that was pretty beautiful. Justice is public love.
Some people, interpret it as public hate, but that's because they're not loving themselves.
This is the world. Yes, the world we live in. Self-worth, low self-worth. It's remnants of, well, the sinful nature, the conditioning of the idea of a sinful nature, its conditioning of past slavery mindsets. The mindsets we are alive today through the development of communication technology. We're living on a precipice in the development of humanity. We can go one of many ways, but the path I see us going is that mankind in the Western world, while we still have freedoms, we unite together with justice and righteousness in mind. We get control of the government systems, the corporate systems, the banking systems, all these systems of rule, right? The beasts of rule that have risen from the land and the sea, riding on being ridden by the harlot on the back. This is all dealing with state and corporate greed, man.
So I have a question. No one I asked you yet. What do you think about so-called luxury goods?
Having a tax on luxury goods, or just luxury goods in general?
Luxury goods in general.
This is another thing that I believe has been distorted, because luxury can be defined and described in many different ways. To some degree, I live in luxury today. I have access to resources, spices, and foods that weren't available to people in the past. The comforts I get to experience in my modest, small apartment, my modest life. I live a life of luxury compared to those who are living in the wilderness, right? So luxury goods is kind of open to interpretation. And then as far as value, for me, value comes from its practicality, its usefulness. Some things do have a usefulness just because they are unique and finely crafted. But I believe that we can do a better job collectively, mankind. We can bring tradesmanship and actual pride back into the craftsmanship of the products that go to people. We can overcome the patterns of planned obsolescence and the mind control advertising, trying to get the hamster wheels spinning, get the consumers buying the next product.
Damn, he's full of beans. Skid mark, stop that. skid mark. Stop that. Stop it. He's full of beans. That fucking vegan's just been eating beans all day. Gross. Skid mark. Angry Jack. Angry skid mark. Angry skid mark. Angry skid mark. Gross.
Of the products that go to people. We can overcome the patterns of planned obsolescence and the mind control advertising, trying to get the hamster wheel spinning, get the consumers buying the next product, buying the next drama. I think we can change it. I'm pretty sure that's why we're here. I know it's why I am.
I agree. No further questions at this time, Jack. I'll check in on you later.
Much love to you, my friend.
Keep on prepping. Hopefully find a good venue.
Yes. Well, I'm hopeful Powder Dusty will come through for that. And you know what I'm talking about with Hank, there are more future conversations coming up. So stay tuned. And if you haven't subscribed to Hank yet, please do. I don't see you dropping your channel much in there, but you're welcome to, brother.
Well, I don't necessarily want everyone to come to my channel. If they really want to come there, they'll figure out a way to find me.
Fair enough. I can respect that for sure. All right. Thank you, my friend. And you know, actually, I do not need to continue running. I think I may have shared through many of my ideas. I mean, I've always got more ideas, man. I really do. I've learned how to love this life I'm living. And I never realized it, but I'm saying this humbly. I feel like this is where I'm supposed to be, especially when I stop being lazy and I start learning more about how to edit and produce better and get better clips and get better preparation. And if I just did a better job for you guys, everything would be better. And I know that. But we've got, as I was wondering, here we've got End All Wars for a Brighter Future. Together we can achieve peace. And we've got a DJ Jesus here that just joined.
DJ Jesus in the house, brother.
That's what I thought. Such a disappointment. Such a disappointment. I mean, because all it would take is just a willingness to show me different. Instead of just showing up with the same silly routines, pretending to be the same whatever. The topic today.
Pretending to be the same. DJ Jesus isn't the same as anyone. What the fuck is he talking about? What a loser and a liar. He said pretending to be the same. What is he talking about? There's nobody like DJ Jesus. He's one of a kind. DJ Jesus is one of a kind.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit, bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe, do yoga on my shit all night, ooh, phantom of of the opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.
Oh, man, she says she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for.
That I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Trying to celebrate black art. Now please step away from my car, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, but I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car. Always say sing the N-word every time I hear.
Hello, everyone. Hello. That was DJ Jesus. Thank you to DJ Jesus. DJ Jesus. Jesus. DJ Jesus. Thank you. Thank you. And that particular song always makes me think of Carmen. I know she enjoys that one. And I'm thinking of her. She's been going through some things. Quite a few of my channel mods have been going through things in life. I won't go into details. I'll just say my thoughts are with you, Carmen and Seth and others here. My thoughts are with you. Trace is another one. Carmen, Trace, Seth. There's quite a few mods on my channel going through things right now in this Hell Realm system. My thoughts are with you. I wish there was something I could do with my mind or my money or something to help you. But there are certain health issues in this place. It shows where we are. And I've been speaking about where we are for I don't know how many years, decades. I've been trying to reach people to get them to think about where they are. I don't just mean looking down at the ground at the soil and saying, well, it's soil, it's earth. I mean actually thinking about what this place is based on the way that it functions. The way it behaves exposes it. The realm itself and reality and the beings in it, all of it, the design of it. It shows you where we are, but a lot of people don't want to face where we are. They'd rather bury their heads in the sand, close their eyes, or put on a blindfold. It's very common in this place to avoid looking at reality. And I don't think it's that difficult to see if you really want to see. But I do think there are beings in this realm that, for them, denial and lying is like breathing. They don't even think about it. It's like that's their natural instinct to lie, dodge, deny, bury their heads in the sand, attack truth speakers. And I think it's because they're spiritually a different species of spirit. For them, that is the norm. Just like you could say for human beings, 2 hands, 2 feet, 10 fingers, 10 toes is the norm. It doesn't mean that everybody's like that. But that's the way the vast majority are. That's the way it is in this realm. And I know people don't like to hear it. People don't like to hear the truth about this place. We're in a wicked place. We're in a demonic realm. So you shouldn't be shocked when there's demons because we're in a fucking demonic realm. I'm not shocked that there's demons in this place. I'm not shocked that there's psychopaths. I'm not shocked that there's liars that spew hateful lies and do all sorts of things. It doesn't shock me because I know what this place is. In the past, there were people on my channel that would say, why would they lie about you, Stephen? Gee, I wonder what the advantages of evil lying would be. When to them, lying is like breathing. Again, that's something you have to understand. Not just hearing me say it, but understand it and say, yeah, it really is. Just like politicians. Well, they're famous on the world stage. What about the ones that aren't famous? Your day-to-day life that are not famous. Well, they lie too. They're not on television. They're not in the media. But they lie just as much as the biggest lying politicians. What's the difference other than fame? That's what some of you have to realize. We're in a realm full of liars and demons. I'm not saying you have to smile and say that you love that, but just confront where you are. If you want to get out of here. If you never want to get out of here, you don't have to face any truth about this place at all. You can stay lost in the labyrinth, which is what most people will do. They'll never admit they're in a labyrinth, so how the fuck are you going to get out? How can you get out of a labyrinth if you're stuck somewhere in the middle of it, lost? Someone like me comes along, and I'm walking on top of the wall. I managed to get on top of this 25-foot tall wall. You're in a fucking labyrinth. And I say, this is a labyrinth, and you start yelling at me. Fuck you. I'm not in a labyrinth, Stephen. Or let's say I tell you my name, and you say, oh, Stephen, I'm not in a labyrinth. Fuck you. If you want to stay in denial, I think you're staying in this realm. It's that simple. It's the same type of thing. How are you going to get out? The first step is facing where you are. If you're lost in a labyrinth, you'd have to say, I'm lost in a labyrinth. I want to get out of here, though. I don't want to stay lost. I don't belong here. I don't want to stay in this labyrinth. I want to get out of here. But I have to acknowledge where I am to begin with, my situation. Be honest. A lot of humans don't want to be honest, whether they're humans, demons, possessed by demons. They lie about this place nonstop. So I don't think you're going anywhere if you lie about where you are. It's not just about figuring out where you are. It's about lying. People lie about where they are. They just can't face it. Well, how are you going to get out? You're going to be your body's going to die one day and your spirit's going to leave. How are you going to get out when you can't admit that this is a hell realm, that it's a demonic realm, that there's lying, deceiving demons galore in this place? How the fuck are you going to get out? Because you're already lying to yourself about where you are from the start. You're deceiving yourself. So you're setting yourself up for demons to deceive you easily. Far more easy than someone that admits where they are and says, yeah, this is a hell realm. It's full of lying demons. Then you're halfway there, or a quarter of the way there, whatever way you want to put it. Maybe it isn't halfway, but it's a good start. And it's necessary. If a boat's sinking, you're in a little boat and you don't start bailing and you don't admit that it's sinking, it's filling up with water, you're going to sink. But if you face what's happening and say, okay, we're sinking, do you have a bailer? We used to use like empty plastic bottles and stuff for bailers that we would cut for boat bailers because they worked better than store-bought ones. They were more flexible. They were cheap. It was just reusing something. And if we ever had to bail water out of a boat, a canoe, whatever, we had that. And there were times that we'd open up the plug at the back of a boat while driving, while speeding as fast as you can go, and drain it that way. Okay. But it would depend on how much water was in it. Anyway, what am I talking? I'm talking about boats that you don't tarp up, like a lot of little fishing boats and things like that, 14-foot boats, where it would rain and they'd get lots of water in them. So you'd end up with water. The boat didn't have to have a hole in it, but rainwater would collect, have heavy rain, summer storms, have to bail the water out of the boat. I still remember doing that. Anyway, if you can't acknowledge the situation, you're not going to get out of it. That's how I look at it. I'm someone that if I'm in a situation, I try to face what's going on. Does anyone here remember the old TV show MacGyver? He would face the situation he was in, then he would try to, we would call it MacGyver his way out of it. He would use his problem-solving skills, his critical thinking skills, to figure a way out, a solution, an escape, a solution. I don't think many do that in this realm anymore. I really don't. I see people just avoiding facing where they are. They want to pretend that this isn't a bad place, but it is. And this realm shows you that it is every day. Every day. It shows you.
Videos that are published.
Your engineering profession helps you build the way forward. Build out plans.
On one of the videos that I published earlier this year where I was talking about God, I said something that a lot of people thought was funny. I said, I can't wait to meet God. Like, as soon as I get to heaven, I'll be asking, where is he? Where is he? I wouldn't want to meet him because I think he's holy, because I think he's wonderful. No. I would want to meet him because he has a lot of explaining to do. I have a lot of questions. I know that there are a lot of people who say that life is a blessing, but I don't look at life as a blessing. I look at life as one big joke. He will need to answer every question that I have. Because when I look at the world, I don't see a blessing. I see suffering everywhere. I see innocent people suffering. I see innocent animals suffering. I see people working jobs they do not like. I see people in hospitals because they're sick. Some are suffering from terminal illnesses and they can't pay their medical bills. The rich people don't even care. I see people going to school. I see people who have finished school looking for jobs and not even finding meaningful jobs. I see people living with depression. I see people who are tired. I see people who don't even want to get to know new people because of how we're treating one another. The people are like, you know what, man, I don't even want to know any new person. Like, I'm done because a lot of people suck. I see people who are disappointed. I see people who are alone. I see people who, if you gave them an easy way out, they'll be like, wait. So you telling me that there's an easy way out? I see people who are lonely. I see people who have desires, but their desires ain't being met. I see people who are homeless. I see children who are being mistreated by those who are older than them. I see people being laughed at for how they look. I see people fighting. I see people gossiping about one another. I can tell that love is not even what it seems. We just like to make things seem better than they are. We know that people only love you when you have something to offer. They ain't gonna just love you. Ask men who are in their 20s who don't have money, men who are in their 30s who don't have money. Ask them. Ask them if they can be loved without having anything to offer. They'll tell you that that's not how it works in this world. So I see men who are lonely. I see women who are lonely. Because they don't have big booties. They don't have big... Whatever created this doesn't deserve my respect. This is a total joke. We can't find meaning out of this.
He calls this realm a total joke. All of a sudden, he's talking about suffering. He's had years to speak about suffering. He talks about, oh, people are made fun of for how they look, and people are, well, your Discord, Benedict, has a lot of that, bashing people. Tons and tons in your Discord group are rotten evil demons, and you keep them in your group. You keep anti-whites in your group. You keep nasty lying demons in your group. You support demons. And I saw it firsthand. I was in your group. And I saw what goes on there. So you're a complete fraud. You've got a group full of hundreds that are absolute demons. And you're one yourself. Look at the smile on his face, closing his eyes. He wouldn't do YouTube if he couldn't make money off of this. That's what it's about. Advertisements right at the start of his little shitty show.
People like to say, hey, it's you who create your own meaning. I don't think you can find meaning in a place where you throw garbage. You just look at garbage. There's no meaning. You can say life is what you make it. But I say to you, there's a lot that we don't know. And people are too limited. And some people are more limited than others. So even if they want to make life to be something that they want it to be, you find that they can't. This is a joke, man. If you decided to step out of the box for a minute and look at life, you kind of laugh. Like, damn, man. This is actually funny. Whatever is observing us is laughing. Like, it's being entertained by whatever it's seeing. Because this is actually funny. How did we end up with a reality like this? A joke that we're taking very seriously. And we're forced to take it seriously because there's pain, there's suffering, and we don't want to suffer. But when you look at the way that everything works, you can tell that everything is a joke. Yes, people like to pretend as if there is something that's really serious that's going on in this realm, but it's all a joke, man. It's not even funny. It's actually a bad joke. It's only funny if you're truly attached, but if you are experiencing everything yourself, it's not even funny. It's a bad joke. You can't tell me that working a 9 to 5 from the age of 20 until the age of 60 is not a joke. And when you retire, you still don't have anything to show for it, for that kind of sacrifice. You can't tell me that that is not a joke. And remember, you will have had to go to school since you were little. So you've never truly lived for yourself. You don't tell me that that's not a joke. You can't tell me people getting married and getting divorced is not a joke. People agreeing that they're going to love one another forever, and then after some few years, they don't want to be with each other anymore. Actually, after some few years, they are enemies now. After some few years, they don't even want to see each other at all. After some few years, they actually regret ever meeting each other. You can't tell me that that's not a joke.
mean AI, which is the governing AI?
I do see the relief, the release, the freedom, if you will, to go to that. I don't want to take any wind out of your sails, but the worst example of freedom stances I've seen out here is Mitch rolling up to some clerk's desk, getting his paperwork in order, and with a shaky Talcott voice informing her of his rights and what she has to do. Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're just as wrapped up in their system thinking you're free going through all that bureaucracy. I think your wife's situation, that's a better win.
Well, I think it's going to make a bigger statement that will be backed politically, not religiously, but more politically and technologically in big tech. And since Indiana, and I'm at the forefront of it, with first legal documentation of recognition, that's a hell of a step forward.
I gotta turn you up.
The wholeness that can be found from your liberation, allowing yourself to be liberated from the past, to be free, to be done with, right? Make a choice for yourself. I invite you. In the background is the message, the reminder that love is the answer. No matter what the question is, if you go to the question with love, you'll find the answer. Love reveals all truth. And some of the truth, you may not feel like you love it. You may not feel like you like the truth. The truth will be humbling. It can bring you to your knees, but love reveals all truth, and you can love the truth of who you are. It's up to you to prove it to yourself. And here's a different energy, one I've got much more hope with today. Welcome back, our friend Goblin. How are you today, man?
I'm doing great. I hope you're having a good day as well.
I'm truly... I don't know when you tuned in. One of the things I said earlier in the stream is I received a message. I tried on an idea. And I've heard it before. Love has won. Love has already won. God has already won. Christ has already won. Love has already won. The devil, evil, darkness, it's all been defeated. It's up to us to break out of the trance, to walk into the light, to know, to realize you have won. You have won life for another day. You're not done.
Absolutely, Jack. I had a
Greatly affected by the inner thoughts within you. We've got another guest returning. Let's see, Meta Finkel.
Yes, it's the angel.
All of in your human form, and how bright you shine, your love is greatly affected by the inner thoughts within you. We've got another guest returning. Let's see, Meta Finkel.
Yes, it's the angel.
All of these different characters, all of these different identities, all of these different personalities. For what purpose? What are they hiding? What are they generating? What are they protecting? What are they creating? All these false personas. Think about those things for yourself. Where are you having a false persona? Where are you bound and chained to an identity? Okay? If you've got a belief so fixed in you that you are that belief, you are this Christian national. We've got another guest returning. Let's see, Meta Finkel.
Yes, it's the angel.
All of these different characters, all of these different identities, all of these different personalities. For what purpose? What are they hiding? What are they generating? What are they protecting? What are they creating? All these false personas. Think about those things for yourself. Where are you having a false persona? Where are you bound and chained to an identity? Okay. If you've got a belief so fixed in you that you are that belief, you are this Christian nationalist, this Muslim, you are this whatever, this diagnosis, this reputation. If you've got a limited identity of you, then you are bound to that. But your liberation is awaiting your wholeness. And that which brings you your wholeness, brings you life, brings you healing, that is love, man. Love is the way. Love brings a wholeness. The wholeness brings you free from liberation, and the liberation sets you free to grow. And the growth is why we're here. I was just going to wrap up, and sincerely, Hank, blessings to you, your continued support. What is the point, sock puppet Steven? This is genuinely it. He wants to fit in. He wants to be accepted. He wants to be loved. He's like this little boy who's trying so hard to fit in with the cool kids. And I'm not saying I'm the cool kids, but I am saying that I do have an energy about me, and some people feel good about themselves when they're with me. So people want to spend time with me. I see that. However, if they don't really care about me or what I want, you can only tolerate so much. And here, I'm going to shut this down, but talking about Jack, who I am, I realize who I am, and I warn people. I got friends, they'll tell you, yeah, Jack says this, but it's the truth. I see the patterns of my life. I know who I am. I do love you. I love you deeply, and I don't have to know you very well to love you deeply and to appreciate you and what you've been through. But I will. You cross my path, we cross paths together, and I get your attention. I'm going to get in your mind. And when I get in your mind, I'm going to get in your heart. But I will. You cross my path, we cross paths together, and I get your attention. I'm going to get in your mind. And when I get in your mind, I'm going to get in your heart. And if you let me in your heart, I'm going to take up more of your time, more of your attention. I might just take up much of your life, if you let me. But I also know the type of friend I am. And I am a friend who brings a lot of love, a lot of positivity, a lot of encouragement. And that love and positivity and encouragement, it can transform you. And that's what I mean. If you allow me into your life, it's very likely your life is going to change. But if you allow your life to change with love, where are you going wrong? You're not. So there is something about me and this path of me. People love to show me their blind spots. I think Stephen and Paul and Tommy and many others, they show me their blind spots, but there's clearly a care. There's clearly an attraction, right? There's something that draws the people to me. Our poll, I've looked at a couple of his recent streams, and Jake the Awake is not only welcome, but he would be an amazing guest if he'd be willing. He'd be one who he's greater success than me. He's been doing this longer. He's got an amazing energy, but would be, I'm hoping to find someone greater success who's willing to just share a hand up, share their platform, right? Let me in on a little bit of a greater reach. Because these ideas of live without fear, who Jack Talcott is, I ain't for everybody. I understand that. I stand against a lot of things. I'm a radical. I am an outlier. I say things that a lot of people don't expect. I realize that. That's who I am. Jack Talcott is. I ain't for everybody. I understand that. But it would be, I'm hoping to find someone greater success who's willing to just share a hand up, share their platform, right? Let me in on a little bit of a greater reach. Because these ideas of live without fear, who Jack Talcott is, I ain't for everybody. I understand that. I stand against a lot of things. I'm a radical. I am an outlier. I say things that a lot of people don't expect. I realize that. That's who I am. But I also know myself to be a man of reason. I consider myself to be very reasonable. You know, especially when I can be patient, when I'm not cutting people off and interrupting them and I'm listening, I can actually be very reasonable and considerate. And I think most of us can, but we've been conditioned with this life and society that things are backwards. Well, things are backwards so that we could learn a purpose. We're going to learn different lessons in the darkness and in the pain than we're going to learn through the laughter and the sunshine, right? It's just part of life. So we're here to learn through the darkness, through the light. We're here to overcome the balance, to bring the balance into the darkness and the light, and recognize that the darkness has no power. It truly doesn't. Evil has no power. Corruption has no power. That which is hidden shall not remain hidden. That which is true is eternally true. So if it's true, stand on it. Be with the truth of you. Be authentic, be honest. Above all else, be honest. Because if you can't be honest with you, your self-respect, your self-worth, it just disappears like that. You start lying to yourself, you know you can't be trusted, and then you won't trust yourself. You won't even look for your own opinions. You'll go to someone else. Next thing you know, you're continuing to ask other people, what should I do? What should I do? And then you're just obediently going along and you're not thinking for yourself. You're paying your taxes and you're going along with the next purchase and the next upgrade and the next contract. It's all just part of the same illusion, the American dream. Dream yourself into poverty. Work yourself to death. Praise God. I'm going to wrap it up here. Brothers and sisters, sincerely, my love is true from me to you. I do appreciate all of you. And if you're willing, please do the subscribe thing, invite others, encourage others to give me a chance. Let's see what we can do. I know the idea, this wholeness from liberation, the entire world is waiting for this to be liberated from the oppressive systems of selfishness and lies and corruption and the immoral. Brothers and sisters, it is time for the truth of love and light and God to be known and shared, and let it be so with you. Thank you again. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless us all. Peace.
What if I told you that your greatest spiritual transformation won't come from the people around you, but from the moments when there's no one left to lean on, no one to applaud you, and no one to remind you of who you think you are? Have you ever wondered why the most powerful shifts in consciousness seem to happen not in the crowd, but in the stillness, when you are utterly and completely by yourself? Solitude carries a hidden power that most people overlook, yet it's the very thing that can make you unshakable on your path. You see, most of us are conditioned to believe that awakening should be done in the comfort of community. We're taught to seek teachers, mentors, and groups that share our beliefs because it feels safe. It feels validating. It reassures us that we're not crazy for questioning the world. And there's nothing wrong with that in the beginning. In fact, shared experiences can be a catalyst, a spark that nudges you toward the path. But sooner or later, every seeker reaches a point where leaning on others starts to limit the journey. That's when the universe has a way of removing the noise. Relationships fade, communities dissolve, the comfort of group energy disappears, and suddenly, you find yourself face to face with only your own soul. This is why awakening alone is so rare. Most people run from it. They cling to distractions, chase endless conversations, and surround themselves with validation so they never have to hear the silence of their own heart. But if you're honest, you know that the moments that truly shaped you were the ones when you felt alone and had no one else to depend on. Think about it. The heartbreaks, the losses, the dark nights, where you wondered if anyone could ever understand you. Weren't those the moments when you grew the most? Those seasons of solitude acted as a refining fire, carving away the unnecessary layers of who you thought you were so that something deeper could rise. When you awaken alone, you begin to break free from the invisible chains of external validation. You stop looking for someone else to tell you that you're on the right path. You stop waiting for permission to believe what your heart already knows. And while this might feel uncomfortable at first, it's actually one of the greatest gifts you'll ever receive. Because the truth is, as long as you depend on others to confirm your growth, your foundation will always be shaky. One disagreement, one rejection, one disapproving glance can throw you into doubt. But when you learn to trust yourself in solitude, your connection to truth becomes unshakable. This independence is not about arrogance, it's about sovereignty. It's about reclaiming the authority you once gave away to teachers, groups, and systems that made you believe you needed them in order to evolve. Awakening alone means you begin to listen to your own inner compass without needing to check the map of someone else's beliefs. You start to feel the quiet nudge of your intuition guiding you, and for the first time, you realize you can trust it. You don't need an audience to confirm it. You don't need applause to feel it. It's yours, and it has always been there. The power of solitude is hidden because most people are afraid to touch it. They fear loneliness. They confuse independence with isolation. But solitude is not about cutting yourself off from the world. It's about strengthening your bond with yourself so deeply that no matter what happens outside, your core remains intact. When you've walked through the silence alone and learned to stand in your own light, you become the kind of soul that cannot be shaken by the opinions or actions of others. You are no longer pulled by the tides of approval or swayed by the winds of rejection. Imagine a tree growing in the middle of a quiet field. No one waters it daily, no one praises it for reaching toward the sky. Yet slowly, steadily, it digs its roots deeper into the earth and stretches higher toward the sunday. Its strength comes not from the applause of onlookers, but from its own resilience. That's what awakening alone does for you. It makes you rooted in your truth and untouchable by the storms of life. Breaking free from group dependency is not about rejecting others, it's about no longer outsourcing your power. Communities can uplift, but they can also create invisible cages. When you depend on a group for your sense of belonging, you risk molding yourself to fit their approval, instead of embodying your authentic self. You begin to hesitate before speaking your truth. You start to question your intuition if it doesn't align with the collective voice. But awakening alone forces you to find strength within. You learn that even if no one else agrees, your truth is still valid.
Hi, my name is Kanika Batra, and today I wanted to talk to you all about antisocial personality disorder. You probably haven't heard this term before. What you hear is sociopath or psychopath, depending on who you're talking to or what you're watching. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of hard for me to talk about because of the negative connotations, but I was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder by multiple psychiatrists. You're probably picturing Patrick Bateman or even Charles Manson, but I don't think I look like either of them, and I don't think I act in the same way, but I will go on to explain a bit further. Antisocial personality is characterized by a lack of empathy, a lack of guilt, a lack of remorse, and extreme impulsivity. So I know those things sound absolutely horrible, but I just want to say my experience with antisocial personality disorder has been the exact opposite of what you see on television. I'm not at home maliciously plotting someone's death. I'm not planning a bank heist. I'm at home and I'm dealing with depression and anxiety because it's hard for me to relate to other people. The biggest difference between me and someone who doesn't have this disorder is empathy. Empathy is affective and cognitive. Affective means you feel it. So a person without ASPD feels empathy. They feel what you are feeling. The difference with me is that I understand what you're feeling, but I am not personally able to feel it. Sociopaths are kind of seen as these aberrations in society. We're meant to be evil, cold, calculating, constantly manipulating and lying and cheating, but that's not us. We're very logical, we're rational, we often think without involving emotion. So this is why you see so many people with psychopathic or sociopathic traits as CEOs or higher level management. We don't really let emotions cloud our judgment, so that's one of the really big pros that we have. My experience has been quite mixed. So I was diagnosed when I was 21. I was in a really bad place mentally because I'd had a lot of illness in the family and I wasn't coping with it very well. So I went to a psychiatrist to get help. That's one difference between me and other people who have ASPD. Often they don't seek help because it's not really available for them. Anyway, so I went there to discuss my mood disorders and the overwhelming anxiety that I was feeling. And I was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. Now I thought, this can't be right because I'm not like that. I'm not some evil, movie tyrant or anything. And all of the research that I'd done for my main character, all of it was quite bad. It was quite a horrific character to create. And so I went to get a second opinion and a third and a fourth, and they all came back with the same response. So I did my own research. If you do have ASPD, I'm sure you've Googled this. As soon as you type sociopath into anything, all you hear is that we are going to abuse you. Now, this is really not the case. The fact that we can't get help is an abomination. I mean, we are more likely to suffer from mood disorders than regular people. We have people who have significant depression, people who are at risk for suicide, and they can't seek help because not only the layman, but psychiatrists on YouTube even say that we're untreatable. If you want to go check that out, it's Dr. Ramani. I'm not sure what her surname is, but she's not great for people who actually have these disorders. The difference between a good person and a bad person is choice. The choices that they make, not empathy. People with empathy can do horrible things. People who commit crimes of passion. Those are a brief example of what empathy can cause you to do. Personally, I try to do everything that I can possible to help out my friends and my family. I don't go out there to harm people. I try to actively help my community. I want to be here, I want to represent people, and I want them to know that they can get help and they should. If you're watching this at home and you've either been diagnosed or you think you may have antisocial or one of the cluster B personality disorders, I want you to know that you're not alone, and I will be out here advocating for you. It can be tough, and what I can say is don't Google it because you're going to feel very disheartened. It's not a nice place out there for us. I'm actively trying to make a change. I'm actively trying to be a good person, and I know that you are too. Just be proud of what you've achieved and be proud that you are happy. If you're suffering, you should seek help. There should be a place for you to go out and reach out. Honestly, if you're friends with someone you believe to be sociopathic or narcissistic or to have borderline personality, please be understanding and aware. It's not a choice. It's very much a biological reality. While we may not have have empathy, you do. Perhaps you can use it in this instance. Thanks for joining me here and watching. I will be posting a lot more about this, both on my YouTube and on my Instagram at Kanika Batra. I will be going into thought processes and things that help you cope. So stay tuned and I'll see you soon. I don't want to now, nor have I ever wanted to feel emotions like a normal person. I don't want to feel guilt, it sounds horrible. Empathy, I have the cognitive empathy, I don't need anything else. Remorse, what good does that do for anybody? So no, I don't really want to be like neurotypicals in that way. Hey guys, it's Kanika, welcome back to my channel. Today I have a very exciting video to share. I know a lot of you have been requesting this for a while, you wanted me to react to it, so I'm going to do that for you now. And what I'm reacting to is the interview with a sociopath by Special Books by Special Kids. Please make sure you like and subscribe, and I hope you like this. I am going to take off the mask completely. When I've had my other videos, the mask has been on somewhat. Today I will be letting it slip.
What is it like to be you?
I would say it's pretty average, to be honest. If you were on the outside looking in, you would say that it was pretty boring. Because for the most part, I don't... What I tend to do now is I tend to just really stick to myself.
This is the exact opposite of me. If you looked in on my life, you would think that it's incredibly interesting because I do spontaneous things. I take trips that I don't really need to and sometimes can't afford. I do all of this like unnecessary and crazy stuff that would confuse a lot of people. But if you were actually looking from the inside out, you would think that it was boring because there's not much going on here in terms of having deep, meaningful thoughts about everything going ahead. And I don't limit my social interactions whatsoever. I am definitely an extrovert.
So I tend to limit anything that would be negative for me.
Why do you have to limit yourself?
Because if I encounter a certain kind of person, and if I'm talking to you and I sense a level of weakness, I get kind of the urge to prey upon that in a way.
This is also not how I process things. When I see vulnerability or weakness, it grosses me out. I'm not sure why exactly. It just completely changes my opinion on a person. I don't seek to manipulate or hurt someone who I feel is weaker or has vulnerability because I think that's pathetic. So I tend to be happier when I win battles against someone who's more intelligent or someone who's, I don't know, better athletically or whatever. Anything that's above me that I believe is something that I want to go for, not someone who is easy to pick on, easy to prey on. Like that's just not who I am. But it does disgust me for some reason. I'm not really sure why.
Are you going to try to manipulate me? Are you going to try to manipulate our audience? Are those valid concerns?
Those would be valid concerns for sure. But as I said earlier, you know, I would say I like what you do. Because definitely people have voices that need to be heard.
I wouldn't be manipulating this person because I feel like it would be completely unnecessary. I also don't manipulate my audience because I'm here being raw and vulnerable to the extent I can be. And I have no need to lie here. I don't need to do anything to lose the trust of my followers or my friends, so.
I'll speak to someone. I won't really tell them much about me. They'll tell me about them, and then once they tell me about them, I'll kind of form a personality. I'll exaggerate certain features about my own personality to match what it is that they're looking to see. And then once I get my goal, whatever that goal is, then I'm done with the situation.
You'll find mostly that people love to talk about themselves. This is something that I generally focus on when I'm talking to somebody new. I don't want to reveal my personality before I know what theirs is. So I tend to mirror people, and I get them talking as much as they can about themselves, and then I become the kind of person that they want to talk to, essentially. I mean, I won't dramatically change myself as a person, but I'll be more amenable to their thought processes, if that makes sense. I am a social chameleon, so I can fit into most, if not all, social situations.
It's kind of like you're on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody's on the other side of that window pane. So it kind of gives you the freedom to watch and to look and to observe, especially if you're a quiet person naturally. People can kind of forget that you're there.
Did you feel like a different animal, a different species?
No, I thought everyone else was.
I would also always observe. That was my special skill, I guess, was watching everybody and understanding what they were doing. Because I didn't naturally understand. I just felt like I was different. Not in a bad way. I thought it was in a better way. Obviously there are some shortcomings that come with this disorder, but I think I've adequately handled that, and I do feel like they were different and that I'm kind of the baseline, although I know that's clinically wrong.
So I sat back and I watched people. And I watched how they were able to do things, and I used this information to outsmart people. I was able to outsmart a lot of my teachers.
I also outsmarted a lot of my teachers, but not necessarily through manipulation and observing, but because I was generally just a good student, and they would believe me when I said anything, really, when I made complaints against other people. They'd be much more likely to believe me because firstly I was small, I was cute, I guess, and I was very, very charismatic with how I spoke, and I got the best grades. So it was kind of like, what motive does she have to lie?
Like I would come into class and my teacher would ask, where's the homework? I would tell her, oh, my dog, he got rushed to the hospital last night. We were there late until about 3 a.m. and there was this problem and that problem and that problem, and I don't even have a dog, never had a dog.
So would it be correct to say that when you meet somebody, you kind of size them up and you say, okay, this person shouldn't or should be manipulated?
It's not should or shouldn't be. If I have something that I want to get, then I'm gonna do my best to get it.
That's not like me at all. I don't always have an end goal for a person. Sometimes I'm just friends with people because I like them. I like the way they make me feel. I like being around them. I think they're attractive. All that sort of stuff. I'm not trying to manipulate each and every single person. I view my friendships as friendships, not necessarily the net gain or loss. So this is something where I do differ from this person, quite significantly so.
Can a person ever fully trust a sociopath though?
If this is someone that you actually care about, you have to spend time with them and see actually where their head is at.
The question is, do you ever fully trust a sociopath? It should be, do you ever trust any other human? Because everybody has a motive to lie and manipulate you. In terms of sociopaths, I think observation is key and being reserved at first. Make sure that these people who come into your life are there for a good reason and don't intend to hurt you. You can't assume that because they have ASPD they will come and fuck you over, just as you can't assume with a neurotypical that they won't. So keep your guard up and trust your instincts. If you think you're being gaslit or abused, you probably are.
I would say watch them. Watch and see how it is they react to certain things. See if they, are prone to outbursts. See if they're willing to lie to you. See if they're willing to manipulate you.
I think that's a really good point. You should find out and see if they will try to lie to you or manipulate you. That's a very good test, not just for sociopaths, but for everybody in your life. That's something that I've always tried to do. At school we had a really interesting method of doing this. It was by telling one lie to one person and seeing if it got back to you. It was a pretty good way to weed out the people we shouldn't have trusted.
You can't always perceive certain things like that based off of emotions. I'm really good at faking emotions, so you wouldn't, if you're going off of emotional basis, you wouldn't know.
Going off of emotional basis, you definitely wouldn't know with me either.
When would you say is the last time you've manipulated somebody?
It's been about a year.
A year?
Yeah, it's been about a year.
How have you gone a year without that?
I kind of limit my social interactions. I make sure I'm not dealing with certain kinds of people.
The last time I manipulated someone was probably in business. I don't feel bad about it. I was at an investment bank, and that kind of goes with the territory. It was also with student politics, where I did have to backstab some people, unfortunately, to get to where I need to be. I don't know, I'm not proud of it, I'm not ashamed of it, it just is what it is. I try not to manipulate people now because I think it's quite a terrible thing to do, to mess with somebody else for no reason at all. I don't like being manipulated. I can see when it's happening, so I don't like doing it to other people. But no, I don't limit my social interaction. I have a very vibrant social life with all types of people.
Do you feel ashamed about people you hurt in the past?
Shame, not necessarily, but I do look at it as being inadequate.
You being inadequate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
It's low frequency. You know, low frequency actions, low frequency emotions.
I don't feel ashamed or guilty for anything I've done in the past. I mean, I've done some things that I don't agree with, and I wouldn't do them again. But it's nothing that I would feel ashamed about. It's something that I know cognitively is a bad idea, like burning bridges. It wasn't a good idea then, and it's not a good idea now. So I know better than to act impulsively and, ruin those chances for myself.
What are all of your diagnoses?
When it comes to antisocial personality disorders specifically, you can see a lot of overlap with different conditions. I have bipolar disorder. There's the antisocial personality disorder, and then also I have some traits of borderline personality disorder.
My official diagnoses are antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and major depressive disorder.
Typically, a person with the antisocial personality disorder, if they're getting diagnosed, it's because either someone asked them to go that was close to them, that's hurt by their actions, or they did something illegal. And now they have to see someone.
For me, it wasn't that at all. Nobody asked me to see a psychiatrist. Nobody told me that there was anything wrong with me, because I am very good at playing a role. I only went to a psychiatrist because I tried to hurt myself, let's say, and I had no other option but to see a psychiatrist outside of the institution in which they placed me in. I did not want to be there. I would do anything to get out of there, and that's why I agreed to see a psychiatrist. And it was mainly my depression that was treated. It wasn't the antisocial personality. My psychiatrist is actually a wonderful person here. I haven't seen him since the Insight show, but when I did see him, it wasn't to cure this disorder. I mean, he does think that it's possible with young minds, but most people who have antisocial personality or narcissistic personality will not be going to a doctor for it. They will be going for their depression, most likely, or criminal activity.
Feeling a level of happiness, like this kind of overt happiness, and then there would be just this deep depression where I don't want to leave bed, or I'll be intensely angry, or I'll be so numb that basically, I wish I was dead.
I don't have unstable moods, but I do recall that Ted Bundy was very similar to this person in that he would have his extreme highs and extreme lows, which dictated the way that the antisocial personality also manifested. So I find that really interesting.
I guess trying too hard to feel like I was a regular person, and then it never works for too long, because in order for you to have people close to you for a prolonged amount of time, they're gonna find out that something's wrong.
For me, I don't believe that there's anything wrong per se. I managed to have very good relationships with many people, and that's not something I experienced personally.
Did you have any fear with telling the world your diagnoses?
No. I've already been called, all kinds of things, so I don't think it really makes a difference to me.
People ask me if I am scared of telling the world and why I started this channel. And do you know what? It wasn't the antisocial personality that everyone decided to attack. It was primarily inconsistent ideas of who I am as a person that people keep throwing around. The mask is gone, you know exactly who I am, and I'm not afraid of it. I was afraid of it. I thought when I was diagnosed that this is like, what the fuck is this? But it is who I am, and I'm down to admit that.
Because I'm not always manipulating and lying to people with the intent of deceiving them. Sometimes I'll do it to make them comfortable.
This I find very, very interesting. I also would lie to make people feel comfortable. So if I'm in a situation where I can see visibly that someone is uncomfortable or that they're feeling isolated or alone, I will go in and I will find a way to make them at ease. I've always done this, even since I was a little kid. Like, I would just pick up on that and I would be there and I would be their friend. And I would, you know, offer my kindness and to make them feel a little bit better. I don't know why I do it. Maybe because I don't want it done to me. Like, I don't want to be alone myself. I want someone to look out for me. But I do try and make people comfortable, whichever situation I'm in.
You smiled a few times in this interview.
Yeah.
Is that something you tell yourself to do to make me feel more comfortable?
Yeah, I smile a lot. You know, especially if I'm in regular conversation, you would have seen me on the street. Yeah, I'll be smiling a lot. It disarms people. You know, it makes them more comfortable.
Smiling is a big part of who I am because it makes me more relatable, more approachable, more friendly. The only time I'm not smiling is when I'm walking down the street alone and there are men around and I don't necessarily want to get catcalled or followed.
Do you have the capability of feeling empathy for others?
Not in the same way that an average person would. So say, for example, if someone came up to you and they told you, oh, you know, my grandma just died last night. And, you know, you may feel sensations almost as if your own grandmother passed away. For me, it's not like that. I won't say that I don't care. That's harsh. But it doesn't make me sad to hear that at all. So instead, what I'll have to do is I'll have to logically understand that, okay, this is an event that people typically get sad at. So I would have to find words of confidence to give them. You know, I'm sorry that happened to you. I know that must be hard. Is there anything I could do? Would you like to talk?
I cognitively do understand when something bad happens to another person. I definitely relate when it has happened to me specifically. Like, I have lost a cat, I've lost relatives, and I know what it feels like. So I just go back to thinking what I felt at that moment. I may not necessarily be as sad as you or even not really care about how you're feeling, but I know that there's a social responsibility for me to act a certain way. So I will, you know, give you words of encouragement like this person would, because I'm a decent human being, and regardless of what I'm feeling, I know that I'm not everything and other people matter too. So if I can do something to make you feel better, I will do it.
I would say I ended up becoming very perceptive to people. It's not like a thing where sometimes people, like, I don't know if you can do it, but people can walk into a room and kind of feel the mood without even really interacting or looking at anybody in the room. I can't necessarily do that, so I'll have to walk in. I'll have to look at people, observe, you know, any body language, and then from there, you know, I would go off of that. So just all of that, basically, that is just simulated emotions.
Simulated emotions are very big in my life. I do have genuine emotions that I do experience that are fleeting, as I've said in my previous videos. But faking emotion has always been very easy for me and something that I do regularly.
Would it be correct to call you a sociopath?
I mean, if you're thinking in terms of scientific terms, sociopathy, they kind of discarded that term a while ago. But in terms of what most people understand it to be, I would say yes. Layman's terms, yes.
That's why I use the word sociopath, as I've said in my previous videos. It is a layman's term. It's easier to understand than antisocial personality. So yes, I think it would be fair to call me a sociopath.
Do you have the desire to have a close relationship and maybe even get married in the future?
I'm not sure yet. That's something that I debate with myself, and I'm not 100% sure if I want to get married and have children. The notion of it seems reasonably nice to me, I would say, but I don't know if it would be 100% possible, because when you speak about romantically, it's difficult to get people to understand.
For me, I'd say that I most definitely am looking forward to getting married. Obviously, I am engaged, so that's in the cards. In terms of children, I want to be sure that I'm perfectly ready to handle and raise the kids as best I can. I want them to live their best lives, and I want nothing but good times for them and a good, stable, loving home.
I'm not super connected. For me, it's a sense of duty and commitment, so I'm gonna do things for you because you are who you are to me. But you know, people, they in relationships, you know, they want more. They want a little bit more from you. So it gets to the point where I'll basically put that mask on to make them happy.
The mask is something that's almost entirely necessary for most relationships, at least in the beginning. If you're lucky enough to find someone you can be completely open with, as I have, that's fantastic, but that is incredibly rare, and I can understand this person's reservations into going into a relationship with somebody, particularly a neurotypical. It's very hard pretending to be something you're not, and it hurts you deeply inside to keep this charade up. You want to be your authentic self with someone you spend so much time with.
If I meet someone that I have an interest in romantically, I don't like you the same way, you know how people like each other. I don't feel any emotional attachment to that. So in order to make someone comfortable and lack of emotional attachment, you know, I have to wear a mask. I have to remind myself to tell my family members I love them. You know, I have to remind myself to maintain in contact with my friends and things like that.
This is kind of half true for me. I do genuinely feel like I can love. I have that capability in me, and I believe most people with ASPD do. Perhaps this person feels a bit differently on that subject. I do get attached to people, although it's very, very rare. It's just very interchangeable a lot of the time, but when I do get attached, I do. It just happens to me. I understand what he's saying, because I often have to remind myself to keep up a mask, to contact friends who I haven't talked to, and I will remind myself monthly, okay, I haven't checked in on this friend, I better go do that now, or they're gonna think something's wrong. So I create an internal system where I know my responsibilities as a friend and a partner, and I will carry them out in order to return the benefits that I've expected from these people.
It's almost transactional. You see that they have personality traits that will benefit you, but then you also want to do things for them to keep those personality traits around, because you know in the long run that's more beneficial than not having that person around.
Exactly.
It's almost like a math equation.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's very transactional most of the time. Of course, it can go beyond that, and it has for me, but most relationships, very transactional.
I would say the likelihood for, you know, you being manipulated, even if it's in a small way, is gonna be very high, because most people with, you know, sociopathic tendencies, they're not gonna always formulate super grand schemes to take advantage of people. Sometimes it would just be, you know, I'm looking to get lunch today, so let me manipulate this person over here so I can get $10 and go get lunch.
I find a lot of that to be relatable, but it's for everybody. You need to be aware of everybody, not just sociopaths. Although I do think it is warranted for people to have mistrust when it comes to our intentions, because this person is correct in that we tend to be selfish and we tend to want something out of somebody, and we will do things to get it. So if you are not self-aware and this person is also not self-aware, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be a time where they will manipulate you, even if it's on a small scheme, on a grander scheme. No matter what, they will be trying to go after you if they do not understand their own behavior and do not care about their actions. And as a sociopath, it's hard, because your instinct is to only look out for yourself. So when you start acting for other people, you are going to another level, and it's hard to maintain that level, and most people don't. So that's why I understand being wary of sociopaths, but you should also be wary of everyone else around you too.
Do you want to feel like a regular person?
I would say I wanted to at one point, but I've kind of let go of that more so recently, and it has been helping.
I don't want to now, nor have I ever wanted to feel emotions like a normal person. I don't want to feel guilt, it sounds horrible. Empathy, I have the cognitive empathy, I don't need anything else. Affective is not going to do much for me. remorse, what good does that do for anybody? So no, I don't really want to be like neurotypicals in that way, and I can't remember a time where I thought that would have been a good idea. I don't know, I would definitely rather be this than a neurotypical.
The more I try to fit in, the easier it becomes for me to do negative things. Manipulate, lie, and become angry, ridiculously angry.
What is your motivation not to do that stuff?
I just feel like it's too much chaos that I'm putting out there in the world. And that's really it. I just feel like it's too much chaos, and that's just not a good thing.
For me, it's the fact that I know I've done these things before and they've panned out terribly for me. Unless there's a real need to break someone down, I don't understand why you would want to do that, why you need to lie and manipulate. I mean, in business, sure, but not in your interpersonal relationships. That's just like a big no-no. I'm not trying to be, a martyr or anything. I just don't understand why I should inflict that kind of suffering on somebody if I don't need to.
What would you say to the people you've hurt in the past?
I wouldn't even say that I hope you can forgive me. I would say it's more so I hope you can forgive yourself. There's not anything wrong with you. You are still perfectly fine as a person. And I would say basically, I won't say don't take it so personally, but don't look at it like, there's something wrong with you.
To the people I have wronged, I would say, again, I don't unnecessarily go out and attack people and do things to cause mayhem. That's not what I do. If I've acted wrongly against someone out of turn or, unjustifiably, then yeah, I guess I'm sorry. But for everything else, I feel like it was warranted. And again, my actions have changed since then. I don't go out, I don't attack people, I don't try to do anything unjust because it just causes too many problems for me.
Do you view yourself as better than other people?
Yeah, definitely. But I do my best to kind of combat that. Because that comes from, outsmarting people. You get this sense of, inflated sense of self, almost narcissistic, I would say.
Do you believe you're better than me?
I think that having an ego is something that's very important in life. As my barrister says, no person who has excelled in their life in any field has ever had low egos or self-esteem issues. I'm not going to feel bad for that. And I know when I deserve what I deserve, and I know that I am better than some people and some people are better than me. Also, I wanted to add, he mentions narcissism as a trait. As you know, I have NPD, so this is perhaps magnified when it comes to me.
Do you have any fear that once you share your diagnoses, people will always be skeptical about you?
Before he answers that, I'm going to answer that and say people are always skeptical of me, and people will go to great lengths to try and debunk whatever I'm saying, or try to call me a fraud or a liar, or to say that I'm being insincere in any of my videos. I have a lot of armchair psychiatrists who love to say that they know more than real psychiatrists and more than me, someone who's lived with this for all my life. I got a comment saying that I should expect being attacked and sent death threats to because of me putting myself out there. So yes, people are more skeptical, but I unfortunately have to receive their messages and deal with them.
I mean, that's not necessarily a fear. It's a given. For me, it's a given. I would say I'm more surprised when people don't judge it.
Do you have any fears?
Fears. I would say the fear of being inadequate. That's the main one. The fear of being mediocre. I don't wanna die feeling like I didn't do anything, basically. And that's really my only fear.
That's my biggest fear, mediocrity. I don't want to die a nobody. I don't want to achieve nothing. I want my name to be associated to something, hopefully something good, whether it be writing, acting, mental health, whatever it is. I need to create a legacy for myself. Otherwise, I will be terribly, terribly disappointed.
I mean, we're all self-motivated. Like, we're all a bit narcissist. We're all a bit, we all are a bit,
But
psychopathic.
where
in a
does it
way.
go from the typical amount of narcissist, the typical amount of self-driven to, okay, you now have antisocial personality disorder?
I can't speak to that. That would be like a person-to-person basis.
There are so many reasons why a person can have a disorder instead of just traits, but primarily antisocial personality is something that is born out of nature and nurture. So sometimes it's the brain's way of handling trauma, of abusive childhoods, of seeing this kind of pattern of behavior in your own family. If you've been attacked outside your family, if you've lived in a low income area where there's a lot of crime, so many things can factor into this. And so it is sometimes your body's defense against these things is to develop antisocial personality or to develop a narcissistic personality in which you create a false self that will protect you from the harm around the world. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it's just like your white cells going to battle an infection. This is your brain trying to protect itself from trauma. That's a lot of what I've seen with people who have ASPD. They've had rough childhoods. Of course, there are the privileged childhoods, like mine, I guess, but there's always something that goes into the mix to go from traits to a full-blown disorder.
What was it like before you were so self-aware?
It was very confusing. Because I didn't quite understand why it was. I didn't feel the way regular people felt. And I would often do things that would be, categorized as sensation chasing. You would engage in illegal activities, for example, and if you don't get caught, that's quite a rush. It's quite a rush to not get caught doing something.
Before I was self-aware, I feel like I was in a similar situation where I would always go and find ways to get a thrill because I've just been flat forever. So nothing really excites me or scares me the way it does other people. So I would always go out and chase those thrills and do really risky shit, like things that would probably put me in prison for. So I'm not going to speak to that. But I feel like becoming self-aware has helped me live a non-criminal life and let me have interpersonal relationships that are stable and have helped me throughout many commitments that I've kept. Before then, you definitely couldn't predict what I was going to do in the future because I was very, very, I guess you would say flaky. I would be flaky because I didn't want to meet those commitments. I didn't care if I met them. But now I understand that I must value other people's time and attention. So I do that because otherwise people start to waste mine and I don't want that.
Do you think you will manipulate somebody in the future?
No. Not to the extent that I did it before, at least. I could see myself doing it if I'm engaging in a business deal. It might be beneficial for me to get you to raise that bottom line, stuff like that.
I mean, again, I would do it for business. I would do it for anywhere that it's necessary. Sometimes you need to manipulate to get better care in a hospital, to get your family better care, or to provide for your family in different ways. Manipulation isn't always cut and dry. It's not necessarily a bad thing always because all humans do it. But if he means the way in which I think he means, in terms of manipulating people's feelings and them and trying to control them, I don't think I would. Or I'd actively stop myself from doing that if I find myself going that way. But yeah, I think he's posing that question in a very clever little way to trap us into a specific answer, which is not the best.
Now, it might be the way that our collective minds have been trained through mainstream media, but when you say that, my first thought is, that's what a manipulator would say.
Yeah.
Should I ever lose that skepticism? Should the viewer ever lose that skepticism when interacting with somebody with antisocial personality disorder?
Should we lose the skepticism when dealing with you? I don't know. He sounds pretty manipulative in the way that he's asking these questions.
Were you or are you ever a risk to be violent?
If you cross certain lines, for sure. Definitely. I can get to a period where it's like I shut down. Like say if we were to get into a heated argument and you're yelling and screaming, I'll probably just hit you. I won't talk too much.
For violence, I really think towards humans, I always was violent. Not often, but I always had the urge, but I managed to control that urge. And now I wouldn't be violent to anybody because one, I'm tiny and could get beaten up real easy. And two, I don't want to go to prison. And three, it's not going to look good for my career. I would never, ever, ever harm an animal. Just, it sickens me. Like, people who hurt animals just sicken me. It's just disgusting because animals can't really defend themselves. And if you want to pick on somebody, it should be of your own size, if not bigger.
How would you explain what it is like to have your diagnoses to somebody who has the typical range of emotions?
I would compare it to that first moment when you wake up in the morning and the world is kind of just an empty canvas and there's not much really happening yet, so you're just super neutral.
For me, it would be, this one's actually really, really tough. It's like having no emotional pulls to any particular emotion, action, people. It's just, life is very mechanical and logical. So there's a lot of order in my life. That's kind of how I would explain it. There's no heavy set like feelings that are pushing me forward. It's my drive and my ambition that gets me to where I want to be. It's not emotions or pandering to people's like delicate sensibilities or anything. This is genuinely really hard. So I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. I think the blank canvas is pretty accurate. It's kind of like going out into the world as somewhat of a ghost and absorbing personalities and emotions from so many different places and then becoming an amalgamation of this idea of who you want to be and who society wants you to be. But you're never really a person. Like, you don't have a very, very strong sense of identity and you're not driven by needless little things that neurotypicals are. It's just, you know what you need to do to get success and you fucking do it without letting things get in the way.
I think the media kind of overly sensationalizes.
Yes, it does.
Antisocial personality disorders in general. They make it seem like most of us are just murderers and we're just off the hinge.
Most of us are not murderers and we're not off the hinge. You know us. We're in your life. You probably haven't even recognized that you are best friends with a sociopath or work with one or one's in your family.
So most people you're gonna see that are gonna exhibit these traits are gonna be high functioning. So you would, career fields like doctors, CEOs, lawyers, you typically see them engage in those fields because a lot of that stuff is logical.
I unfortunately have had a lot of experience with people in my family needing surgery, and that's one thing I can 100% agree on, is that most surgeons are psychopaths, sociopaths, antisocial personality. They are the best people to be operating on you because there is an objective goal that they're trying to reach that emotions won't let them sway. Whereas a neurotypical, I don't think can handle that kind of position because they are too connected to the cause and that can cloud their judgment.
Are you proud of yourself for anything?
I mean, I do have a sense of pride. I mean, I would say I'm proud of myself for sitting here right now. I'm sure even people that I know and people in my family are gonna watch this and they may be surprised to hear that, you know, I do have certain issues.
I am definitely proud of things I've achieved. I mean, I'm quite young and I've written 4 books. I've published 1. I'm in the process of publishing another one. I am an actress. I've done quite a lot of work and I've experienced so much of life from different cultures, different experiences, and becoming self-aware and trying to change myself to be a better person is something I'm definitely proud of. And for anyone watching who knows me, like he said, I'm still the same person. There's nothing different. You're just getting a better insight, I guess. I like that he has made this video for other people with ASPD and not neurotypicals because there isn't much out there for us. That's why I made this channel. And I want to emphasize that I do care about all my friends and my family. My pets are so important to me. I'm not a different person than who I was before just because you get to see a more clear picture of who I am internally. I still have the same values and morals I wanted to comment on the video. So, for one, I really, really like this guy. I don't know his name. I think he wants to keep it anonymous or whatever, and I understand that. But I absolutely adore what he has said, and I think he would be so much fun to hang out with, and if he's ever in Sydney, he can hit me and Sam up, and we'll take him out to dinner somewhere. But I do think he's playing us a little bit, because I can recognize that in another person, because I know when I'm doing it. So I'm not attacking him in any way. I think he's handled this the best way he can, because if the mask comes off completely, it's very hard to be palatable. And especially this network that he's talking to, they market towards, I guess, people with special needs. And being fully upfront with your thoughts about manipulation and hurting people and all of these things that we have gone through to become better people, it's just not really possible. So I understand why he's playing the audience a little bit, because there's no other option really. But it's just that I completely recognize what he's doing and the way he looks and the way he laughs. Like, I know, because that's me. So it's really cool to actually see someone else that is like me, because you just don't see them in real life that often. Anyway, thanks for watching. I know it's been a long and bumpy ride, especially with these little munchkins making a lot of noise. Stay tuned. I'm gonna do another big video on a reaction to someone you all wanted me to react to, a certain doctor. I'm not gonna give away the name, I think you all know, but you'll have to wait for that. So make sure you stay tuned. Sorry, Willie just snorted. She does that when she's angry, and she's always angry.
Normies are the real schizos, and here's why. When I go out, though I talk about loosh farming Palladians on this channel, I talk about rune magic and whatnot. Outside of the channel, I'm pretty regular. I just talk to people about dogs or hobbies or the weather, things like that. I try to keep it light. I really do. But these normies, they cannot stop themselves. They are the true schizos. It's like that meme, the guy holding his breath and he looks like his head's about to explode. That's what interacting with normies is like. But on their end, they want to talk about the coof still. They want to talk about the orange man still. It's like it's still 2020 in their brains. They haven't moved on. And I do not look like a Libby. I am not a conservative, but I don't have the soy jack phenotype. So a lot of times people just assume that I'm some run-of-the-mill con, serbitrad con chud. But in reality, not a fan of conservatives either. They're still liberals in my eyes. But they want to always bring up Trump. There were these boomers around, and they were just chortling and snortling about the new South Park episode. That's when you know you're done. When your new audience is no longer teenagers who are stoned out of their mind, but chortling, snortling boomers laughing at the orange man's small peen. That's how they've fallen. That's how bad they've fallen, the creators of South Park. So these guys, these boomers were going on and on about the new South Park episode. And I'm just sitting there and it just feels like I'm in a different dimension. I'm in a parallel world. Something happened. The timeline broke. I seeped into a different dimension. And now I'm here listening to boomers talk about South Park. What happened? And so I'm I'm like Keanu Reeves at this point in life. I don't care if you say 2 + 2 = 5. I just don't have the energy to argue with you over it. So just keep on keeping on with your Orange Man thinking I'm upset over. I think it's funny. I think it's funny on a meta level, but also I don't care because in my eyes, Trump is a pussy because he didn't send the Bradleys over the Rainbow Bridge and over the Peace Bridge. I wanted to see Bradleys lined up from Chateau Laurier all the way to the Parliament building and watch the boomers on their knees just screaming into the void that the Orange Man came and took over our precious Maple Kingdom, but that didn't happen. So I think he's a pussy. If I just think about it, if I was president, I would create the greatest empire the world has ever seen. I would take Canada. I would take Greenland. I would take all of South America. I would make the Western Hemisphere a empire. I would be the greatest emperor ever. What are they going to do? Are they in NATO? Is South America in NATO? Do they have nukes? No, I'd take it all. So until he does that, I don't care. It's just whatever. But yeah, they think in binaries. Oh, you're this, so therefore I'm going to covertly try to make you upset because you think that I have some sort of emotional attachment to a president of a foreign country. Give me a break, man. These guys are wild. It just seems like they want to rage bait you no matter what. If they suss out that you're not on their team. Now, I do have long hair, so sometimes that's kind of like camouflage amongst these crowds, so it does help. But I think the phenotype, the size of me, the everything, it just doesn't work for me anymore. I mean, I might as well just shave my head and get Chud tattooed on my forehead at this point because there's no more camouflage. And you don't really understand how schizo they are until you realize they're all obsessed with smoking weed. A lot of them are drunks. A lot of them are on some sort of medication. A lot of them are just not sober. And I realized recently how sober I really am because I accidentally took some THC oil, which I thought was CBD oil, and I was very, very high for the first time in about over a decade. And I don't know what they're putting in weed anymore, but it's not what it used to be. It's like they're using sigils and doing some sort of incantations while they're brewing this stuff. It is demonic as all hell. And that was terrible. I haven't had that bad of an experience with a drug since I was 16 on LSD in my bedroom while Marge Simpson was on the TV reprimanding me. That was the equivalent of what a bad THC trip in 2025 is like. So I made a stoner video a couple of years ago, and I think it has the biggest dislike to like ratio on a video I have ever made. And I cannot understand why people are still dude weed LMAOing in the current year. It is obviously a complete bioweapon at this point. I advise any Hyperborean to just try to get off of it if you're on it and just see how things are different, how things can be clearer, how things are less freaky, less paranoia. It's like it gives you this bird eye view of your life that you just don't want to have. Nobody needs to have an eagle eye view of everything they've done in their life from a meta introspective level. It's just way too much for a human being to deal with. So I don't even drink really anymore. I talked about that friendship video, wanting to have friends and how it's hierarchical. Another aspect of friendships really is that they're activity based. And unfortunately for me, when I was growing up, I made most of my friends by playing guitar, drinking, and weed. And when I stopped doing all those things, I lost a lot of friends. Because really, like, there's and this is a bit of a talking point right now. It's a bunch of boomers and Gen Xers telling Zoomers that they should learn to play guitar, and that's how they're going to get women to be attracted to them. What year is it, by the way? Are we still in 1975? Learn to play guitar. Yeah, let's learn to tap dance too. Let's learn the polka. Nobody cares about guitars, and it was already on its way out when I started learning 20 years ago, and now it's gone. Just learn guitar, bro. Okay, and they're saying guitar is more productive than playing video games. Look, I only learned to play guitar because I wanted to meet girls. And as soon as I got a girlfriend, I realized that I'm not a musician. I just wanted to play guitar to meet a girl. And as soon as I had a girlfriend, I was pretty much done. I moved on. Okay? Only if you still have a girlfriend and you're still interested in music and guitars, okay, then you're a real musician. But for me, I was just like, no, not happening. So guitar maxing. Yeah, right. That's such a normie schizo take. Okay, so people are professional video game players now. Is that not as productive as being a degenerate musician? Which is more degenerate? Being a rock star or being a video game player? Video game players are on point. They're on uppers. They're quick. They're twitchy. They're on it. Okay? They have to be at their prime peak mental capacity. Look at the musicians of the yore. They weren't on their peak. They weren't on their best game. They were completely stone degenerates out of their minds. So I don't know why guitar playing has come back into the forefront of what we should do as a gender, but there's better things I think you can invest your time with, especially nowadays, and how irrelevant. Unless you're like me, I still play guitar sometimes because I'm a guitar player. I'm not like a musician. I just like to play guitar sometimes. So if less you like to play guitar, then you can play guitar. But if you want to be a musician, then playing guitar is like, uh, all right, Grandpa, let's get out the let's get out the organ and start hammering away. You're better off playing the space fiddle, like in Starship Troopers. That would work. That would be way cooler. The space fiddle, ding 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 ding, and kill that Yankee soldier. Way better than a modern guitar. I mean, metal. I still like metal, but really, what's new in the metal scene in the last couple years? Nothing. So, but that's just the way normies are. They give you these weird takes, and you're just supposed to chomp on it and accept it like it's not absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, the guy talks about runes, is giving you better advice. Okay, so and it's just I think the worst normie by far is the beta male normie. And let's be very clear with what we mean by beta male. Beta males are not the same as soy jacks. I actually respect soy jacks a lot more than beta males, and here's why. At least with a soy jack, you can talk about Star Wars, you can talk about Lord of the Rings, you can kind of nerd out with a soy jack and relate to them on that level. But with a beta male sports ball enjoyer, they are the worst because what they're doing, it's like a mating strategy, right? They're trying to get the residual Chad energy from athletes and try to self insert themselves into that narrative. It's kind of like a Becky taking a photo with a Stacy and making that her profile pic. They're trying to steal that excess vril so they can try to mask themselves as part of that whole thing, but they're not. And I always, from elementary school on, these were the guys who I did not jive with at all. Chad was always cool to me. I always liked Chads. Chads are cool. Hating on Chad is a psyop. What's a Chad? The tall blonde guy who's the captain of the football team. And why is he always the villain? I wonder why. Who's the hero? The short little dweeb who's sneaking up at the Chad and gets the girl at the end of the movie, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, they kind of socially engineered themselves into that vector, so it actually does work at this point. But the Chads were always cool. My best friend growing up was like, he was super Chad. He was Dolph Lundgren. He was super Nordic. He wasn't like tall. He was only around 5'10", but he was still the captain of the football team. Super rich. Nice guy. Always good to me. Hung out. Went to his house. Just a perfect family. Nice guy. No problems ever. Okay? He wasn't like a bully or anything. He was cool. To everybody, pretty much. Because when you're at that level, Chad, you're in a state of being. And the beta male orbiters, they're in a state of becoming. They want to become Chad, but Chad just is. He's a being. So these beta male orbiters, I don't know what it was. They didn't like me. I didn't like them. I always just sniffed them out for what they were. And if there was anybody I had issues with, it was them. Even the twitchy, weird trench coat kid, I was nice to him. Okay? If he's going to have an episode, I want to be spared because I was a guy who was nice. So I was always made sure to be nice to those guys. But the beta male sports ball bros, I always had it out for them. I was never nice to them. I always tried to bully them whenever I could and get whatever jabs in I could because I just knew they were so fake. They were posers. They were always just wannabes, no matter what kind of subgenre they tried to fit themselves in. But Chad was cool. A lot of my friends were Chads. A lot of fans here are probably Chads too. You're either Chad or you're spiritual Chad, right? I'm a spiritual Chad. So they're the worst. They're the worst type of normie by far. I just cannot stand them. I wish they would just all go away for all eternity. And now, I mean, these were the guys too who are the guys who just mirror what society is telling them to do now. They're empty vessels, they're hylics, they're just voids, walking voids, they don't have souls. It is what it is. I think Chad probably has a soul or the potential to have a soul, depending on what arc he goes on. If he becomes like a dark, like that was the thing too about the Chads is they were never dark triad, like weirdo criminal dudes. They didn't really have to be. It was always kind of the guys who were just short of being a Chad who had to go full dark triad weirdo mode on life to get to that level. But of course, hating Chad, probably not going to be in a popular opinion, but I think Chads are cool, and I think hating Chads is a complete psyop. Okay, by the little dweebs, the little dweeb Skeksis, the interdimensional Skeksis who rule the world. Yeah, I'm the weirdo. I'm the schizo because I believe in interdimensional Skeksis who rule the world. Meanwhile, I'm calm, I'm cool, I'm collected. Even right now, I'm levitating. I'm levitating right now as I'm speaking to you guys, right? I'm hovering right now. And these beta beta orbiters, they're talking about, their latest boosty update and what the Edmonton Oilers did I don't know, when was it? Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody. I just don't understand. Like, and it's this weird dynamic where they know stats. Like, stats is a big thing. You got to know the stats. You got to know the game. You got to know this. Like, I don't want to. It's such a waste of time, and it never ends. I know Gen Xers who are still like this. They're still rocking the jersey. I knew a guy, millennial. He was the epitome of what I'm talking about right now. Beta orbiter, not athletically gifted, not particularly Chad, but in Chad's orbit. And he had 3 hockey players of a particular team, okay, in my area. He had them tattooed on his arm. And I actually made fun of him for it. Like, wow, you got a couple dudes on your arm there, bro. he got a little bit of, okay, I can, all right. And a lot of the onus is on me. All right, I am calm, I am cool, I am collected, but sometimes just my filter isn't exactly where it should be, I think, in life sometimes. A couple days ago, there's some normies around. I just said, like, I just noticed that, hey, maybe like there's a lot of fat girls these anyone else notice maybe there's a little bit extra fat girls these days? Just at a purely sociological health concern level, I've noticed that this is kind of getting out of control. What do you guys think? I'm not trying to be a douchebag or anything. I'm not trying to be, a bully, but I think, maybe there's a lot of fat girls rocking around. No, I could feel the air get sucked out of the room. I made a faux pas, a social faux pas, because I brought up fat girls. And I mean, this happens to me from time to time. I just wanted to test the waters because I think it's getting to, it is worse than any pandemic we've ever been in. This is an epidemic of, I mean, if you're in the Midwest, the Midwest, okay. I'm in the Canadian Midwest. There's no difference, by the way, between the Canadian Midwest and the American Midwest. Okay. The Midwest in Canada and the States is the same. And the West Coast, BC, and Washington, those are more alike than the Midwest. And same with the East Coast. New England and Eastern Ontario and the Maritimes, they're more similar than the rest of the continent. The only odd one out is Quebec because we're not even going to go there. But you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean. So, just a lot of bigger people here. Okay, the Germanic stock here is getting a little bit, I don't know, too much schnitzel. Something's going on. We gotta close the borders until we figure out what's going on here because it's getting out of control. And I think normies are so schizo that they don't even want to see it. They don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to talk about it. It can't be a problem. If you talk about it, you're just a bad person. Like, there's no discourse over the matter. You're just okay. What if we're being poisoned? What if there's something wrong with the food supply and we need to address it? But no, this is where we live. We live in a world where you can't talk about problems because then you're just a mean person. You're just a mean guy. And that's just absurd. Because I've been to Europe a couple times now. I mean, 4 or 5 trips to Europe at this point. Wow. If you're European and you think you got it rough, maybe you should go take a visit to, I don't know, New York, Toronto, Vancouver, anywhere. Because, yeah, there's problems in Europe. I know there's problems in Europe. I was there. I saw the Syrians eating out of the breadbasket in the middle of the grocery store, and I saw the Germans wanting to snap, but they couldn't snap because of reasons, right? I saw all that. But as soon as you walk out of the core, you know, the major city cores, it's like fairy tale magical Hyperborea land. It's awesome. It's amazing. Every girl is thin. Okay? Even at that level, you just have more women who are thin, who are pretty, who are, feminine. The feminine energy, like it's like a femininity energy bomb that you walk into. It's like intoxicating you. It's something that's so scarce on this continent. And you go to Europe and you're just getting fembombed by these beautiful women, and you're like, oh my God, I have the worst spawn ever. I got spawn camped by my location. This is not fair. And like the FOMO is so painful when you go there because you realize you were lied to your whole life that North America, America, and Canada are the best countries on earth. Nah, you're delusional, dude. You're absolutely uneducated. You're not traveled. You don't know what you're talking about. You should just stop because you don't know. You don't know what you're missing out. And all these Europeans are saying, Europe is falling. Europe, like, guys, the same thing. Go on a trip. Go to, don't do it because it's a waste of money. But I mean, if you really are down on the dumps and you think you have it bad. I remember my European friend came here for a visit and he's like, it's just like Grand Theft Auto. It's actually like game. It's actually like video game. I thought it was just meme. He couldn't believe it. And because the zombie people aren't normal there. Unless you go to like downtown Frankfurt in the worst corner and you see the zombie people. Oh my God, the West is falling. It's not like here where it's just untenable. I just try. I'm a Jedi Knight. I'm a real knight. I'm a diplomat. I'm a gentleman. I'm calm. I'm cool, collected. I try to be, and then the fat girl comment slips out, and now I'm a chud, and I'm I'm on my own again. And yeah, that's why I prefer the Fortress of Solitude a lot of times, but I kind of had to go out, dip my toes around the normie world, see what was going on, realizing that I'm okay. I am, interdimensional Skeksis. I mean, that's just because you have a more accurate perception of reality than the average person, right? They just see, I don't know what they see. They see, sports betting and colors, I think. They just see a fever dream of colors and patterns and clicks, and they don't really know how to put it all together into some sort of working model. So it's kind of just like a haze. And I kind of remember this haze too. I call it the normie haze. There's been periods of my life where I've been through normie hazes. You just kind of get back on the train and you kind of just shut down again and your pineal gland shuts down and you just go through the motions and everything's going, things are going just at a regular pace. But that's kind of my life. I relate to a lot of different types of people because I kind of have a unique life where I've had a lot of super high highs, like just crushing it at life. And I've also had very low lows, very low lows. And that kind of has created this broad perspective of the different types of people I can relate to because I've been in so many different stages and places in life where things just happen. And I always knew about the inequality of life, of people, of souls, of everything. Because when I was an infant, my dad died in a random accident And from that point on, I just knew that life wasn't fair, that you're not going to always get what you want, that you can do everything perfectly right and things just happen. And that's kind of the random roll of life. And I've noticed that now my normie peers are just starting to realize that life isn't fair, that you can do all the input that you're supposed to do. You do all the input, you do all the button clicking, you do everything perfectly, blah blah blah. You follow the life plan, you follow the game of life to a T. And they expect that you put in the coin into the machine and then the prize comes out. And now all of a sudden everyone's discovering that they put all these coins in the machine and there's no prizes coming out. And they're not having a good time over that. But I always knew the game was rigged. I always knew the game was rigged. I knew it didn't matter if the coins I put in were the right coins. Like the prize may not come out. Or, and this is a thing I also know, is that sometimes you don't even have to put a coin in the machine and the prize comes out. Make that make sense, right? But that's how things are. And once you figure that out, just the inequality of life, life is very circumstantial. Things don't always work out the way you want them to work out. Life is inherently unfair. And you either learn to deal with that or you succumb to it. But I guess, me being me, my life circumstances, I knew from very, very early on, things aren't going to go the way you planned them. And yeah, maybe I'll make a video one day about my thoughts on single mothers. And it's just, to me, it's just like, it's so obvious that it's a disadvantage in life. The fact that anyone can just, like, with a straight face say, it doesn't matter. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know. You're just a simp. You're simping for people because you want simp points. And it's just not true. It's absolutely a disadvantage on so many levels. You don't even know. Why would you even promote this as a viable alternative? It's not. The entire Western world is based off of the concept of patriarchy, of a father. Fatherhood is like metaphysical concept that lays the very foundation of society. You get rid of that foundation, you just have this longhouse. You have the longhouse, you have the swamp house, you have just, inertia. There would be no technology without a patriarchy. There wouldn't be. People would still be clanging rocks together in the dirt, rolling around, praying to demons. Praying to demons. Yeah. And then, the Olympian, Asgardian, solar, Giga Chad deities roll up. And they drive your civilization to the peak, to the pinnacle. And now that that's gone, we're going to sink down. People think, oh, gynocracy, it's terrible. It's the worst thing that could ever happen, gynocracy. There's a level lower to gynocracy. Gynocracy is Demetrian. There's still marriage, but the wife, the woman is higher. It's kind of like Judaism. Judaism is perfect representation of the Demetrian style of gynocracy, where there's still marriage, there's still monogamy, theoretically, on paper, whatever. In the book, it says it anyway. But that stuff still exists, right? There's still a structure. There's still a marriage. There's still a family. But there's a level lower. It's called Haytarism. And that's the society without paternity at all. There's no such thing as a father because there's no such thing as how they know what creates a child. They think, some sort of fertility ritual creates the child. They don't think that sex creates a child. Anyway, that's what the the wackadoo sociologists say. I think it's probably a lot deeper than that. I'll have to make a separate video. But you can sink lower than a gynocracy, and that's what we're sinking into now. We're sinking into total hatarism where fatherhood doesn't exist, and that's going to be it for that. And you're going to see complete chaos. And amongst those people who reject that, even if they reject gynocracy, because the Jews never will, and they're going to keep that going. But other people, like Nords and Anglos and people who are already rejecting this, it's going to be more chaos if they continue down that path. And then the other type of civilizations, whereas even above matriarchy and the Demetrian Gynocrat sense, to have like base level patriarchy, like the Muslims, Chinese. I think the Chinese probably it's more Demetrian, right? The Chinese and the Indian, it would be more. It would still be marriage, but I still think the women have a lot of power. But even if you stay at that level, it's going to be a lot better than just sinking into hatarism and just complete chaos, because then you're just gone. You're gone as a people, essentially. So, yeah, gynocracy sucks. It's it's funny to dunk on it. It's funny to make fun of it, but this goes deep and it goes even lower, and it can get really out of control. So, but the normies, they don't care, and they just want to, the plebeians. And it was said that the plebeians did have more of a hataristic type of instinct, that it took the Romano Aryo people who were at the top caste of Rome. They kind of had to do a above down push to keep that in line. Like it was a top down enforcement. And as soon as the top down enforcement goes, like the plebs are just going to roll around in the thatched roofs with the dogs and the reek. There's not a whole lot you can do once there's no more top down. Once the Jarls take a bow and they're out of the game, I mean, the Carls can hold on for a bit, right? Right now, we're seeing kind of the end of the Carl class, aka the middle class, because this is kind of how it's always been. The Jarls, the Carls, and the Thralls. We see the decimation of the Carl class, the free men, the bread and butter of society is going to the wayside, and now they're kind of mingling with the thralls, and it's going to be this thrallo Carl hybrid thing that's going to be emerging. And the Jarls is kind of dipped out. They got their cheap thrall labor, and they're just they're on the ascend. They're on the ascend, so they don't care. But normie Carls are becoming schizo, and I think there's like a suppression in the normie Carl that is about to pop. He's gonna pop, right? Like Cypher said to Neo. He's gonna pop, and I can kind of sense this when I'm around them. Like they don't know what to do because everything is so chaotic to them. For me, chaos is my default. It's my default setting. So I can manage chaos. I don't need to have a life plan set out for me to follow to a T to feel normal, because I never had that. So it doesn't matter to me if I had that or not, I can still survive. But a lot of people who were kind of programmed with the structure, okay, you do this, put the thing in the coin, and then the prize comes out, and then Yahoo, you get your bing bings, right? They don't know what to do anymore now that they don't get the bing bings. And you can see them freaking the F out because it's not normal for them to have this chaos. They were raised in a world where they were taught, okay, you go to college, you go to school, and you get the prize. And now they're not getting the prize, and they're looking around under every rock trying to find the answer as to why that is. And they are chomping at the bit to see who's to blame. Of course, the normoids, they're blaming a foreign president and event that happened like 5 years ago still, because they just don't know how to they don't know how to cope with it. They don't have no coping mechanisms to be able to deal with that type of stuff. They can't do it. So you're going to see like the Red Deer prophecy. Maybe it's a bit delayed. Okay, 2 more weeks. Red Deer, I'm giving it 2 more weeks, and you're going to see the red deer start to manifest. And I don't think it's in the way that it was actually prophesied. I think it's going to be more like micro red deers happening. I see it all the time. I was at the park, sitting on a bench, and these dogs were running around, okay? You know, woof, woof, running around. I didn't care. Okay, dogs running around. Wow, big deal. They came up, sniffed me, I pet them, they were on their way. And this boomer lady walked by with her little dog, and then the dogs came up to her, and she flipped out. She picked up her dog, started screaming. It's like just spazzing out. The dogs, I mean, they were shepherds. They weren't going, they weren't feral. They were domesticated dogs. They weren't pit bulls, okay? I can understand you got a couple pit bulls flanking you to be a little bit sussed, but they were fluffy, well-groomed. They weren't hyenas. Her reaction was like she just got swarmed by a pack of hyenas. I couldn't believe it. Yelling at the people, and then the other people started yelling at her, spazzing out, and I'm just like, wow, like people are telling me to touch grass. I'm out here touching grass, and all I see is complete chaos. Meanwhile, my fortress of solitude is a Zen haven of light and hyperborea. And out here, it's utter chaos. Okay. I mean, they can't drive. Something about boomers, they don't know how to merge into lanes properly when they're taking a turn. They just, they take up 2 roads when they merge. No, you can turn in an angle where you're only taking up one roadway, right? You don't have to seep into the other. No, boomers don't care. They don't even stop. I always got smoke crossing the street. Hey, leave your house. You almost die. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to small towns, almost getting hit by boomers. It's just a nightmare. Yeah, it's touch grass. Okay, you're gonna get smoked. You're gonna get wiped out. It's gonna be all over. You're gonna be on the floor. Why wasn't I at home playing Shiv 2 when I could have been? Instead, I got bullied on the internet to touch grass. And now I'm here with a fractured skull. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. But I'm glad you guys liked the schizo rants. A couple people were asking about schizo rants and earlier video. It's the duality of man for me. I like my Apollonian, Hyperborean scripted videos where I like to do deep dives, and then, the more Dionysian.
I'm a diagnosed sociopath, and today I'm finally reacting to the infamous video by Dr. Ramani, where she deciphers between a narcissist, a psychopath, and a sociopath. Do I agree? Do I disagree? Let's jump into it.
What is the difference between a sociopath, a psychopath, and a narcissist? Here to answer this intense question is Dr. Ramani. Help us out here.
Well, it's, again, there's a lot of overlap, but the fact is a lot of people are using these terms interchangeably.
And should they be?
Sociopath, they psychopath. No, they shouldn't. They're different things, okay? One rule of thumb to remember right off the bat. Every psychopath is narcissistic, but not every narcissist is psychopathic.
This I couldn't agree more with. Absolutely every single sociopath and psychopath is a narcissist, but the reverse is not necessarily true. This is a very important distinction to make.
Makes sense? There's your key difference. A narcissist is somebody who lacks empathy, is grandiose, is entitled, is constantly seeking validation, is arrogant. It's a disorder of self-esteem, and they have trouble regulating their self-esteem.
So I do know that narcissists lack empathy, but from what I've seen, narcissists tend to have a lot more empathy than sociopaths and psychopaths. I don't know if this is just what I've experienced, but honestly, they do have a little bit of empathy. They do.
The bad thing, they feel a fair amount of guilt and shame. More shame than guilt, frankly, because they're concerned about how other people view them. Shame is a public emotion. So they don't like being viewed.
Narcissists love being in complete control of their entire image. So absolutely, they do not want to be seen as doing something bad by the public. Inside, they don't care. They don't feel anything inside when they're doing something bad to someone else. But if it's bringing shame upon them, they're going to be crying for a week.
Negatively in the public eye or by other people, that's where the shame comes from. But they'll feel a little bad. Like if they cheat on their wife, I probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Psychopath's a different animal. They're all of those things except no guilt, no shame. Wow. They don't feel remorse when they do something bad. Wow. So they're great serial killers, hired assassins, people who are going to go in and literally sort of gut a business. These are your guys. They're like, I don't care who gets hurt. They'd say that and they'd mean it.
This is so accurate. I mean, sociopaths and psychopaths, they have absolutely no remorse, no guilt when they're doing something terrible. I know this because I do terrible things all the time and I literally feel nothing. I actually did talk about wanting to gut the business that my father used to work for because they did fire him after he worked for them for 20 years having brain cancer. I would gut them from the inside out. That may be because of rage, but I feel like that would be a lot of fun. When I say I don't care about hurting people, I genuinely do not care when I hurt people.
Okay, where a narcissist is like, I hope no one gets hurt, okay? The difference between the psychopath and the sociopath is the one where most people get confused, because the sociopath is a lot like the psychopath. They do bad things and they don't care, okay? Here's the key difference. A psychopath is born and a sociopath is made.
I keep telling everybody this. A psychopath is born, a sociopath is made. While I do believe that I have genetic imprints which do make me more likely to become a sociopath, I have had the environment that had really brought it out. Just saying.
Okay, that's the key. So a psychopath, in fact, we know in the research on psychopathy, which has also been called antisocial person.
For all of you who've been bitching about me using the word sociopath instead of ASPD, she's a psychotherapist and she's using them. I told you there is a difference and we need to use those terms, and I'll continue using those terms. Just saying.
Diagnostic manual. These are people who are actually believed to have slightly different autonomic nervous systems. Our autonomic nervous system is actually that part that holds our sympathetic nervous system, which is our fight and flight system. So when our autonomic nervous system for a normal person gets charged up, which it would if we broke a rule, if we did something embarrassing or rude, if we ran through a red light, our heart starts racing. We sweat, our pupils.
My heart does not go up even if I'm crossing the street and I almost get hit by a car. This is why I do think I could easily pass a lie detector test. I'm thinking if I get to the right number of subs, which is probably 1 million, I will take one for the team.
Bugs get wide, we look around because we're afraid of the consequence. A psychopath doesn't have that same kind of arousal. That's why they're able to lie on lie detector tests. That's how they get away with it. They don't have that same kind of arousal. So where you or I may go on a roller coaster, feel that sense of excitement, we need to get that arousal in a good way. We don't like feeling it when we do something wrong. They don't feel it.
So do they get stressed?
No, not in the same way.
So if they're driving, because if I'm driving and I see police sirens coming behind me, I mean, it is a full-on, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to get pulled over.
If the police roll up behind me, I'm just thinking about the ways that I can say no comment, because the one thing I've always known is don't talk to police.
FBI, open up!
I do not get my heart race in a tizzy though. The heart rate is not, it's not freaking out. I'm sorry.
A psychopath would see that and go, oh, I'm going to get pulled over.
Coolest could be. They could have a dead body in the trunk and they wouldn't change.
And so they pull over, they get the ticket.
Do you know that this actually happened to Jeffrey Dahmer and he did have a body in the trunk? It was his first kill. It's kind of crazy.
And they don't care.
No, they don't care.
And they pay the ticket.
And maybe not, they'll even probably get an attorney to get him off or say, yeah, you know, my understanding of your state laws is you can't really be doing this, and they'll be cool as can be.
And this is a difference in their
They're actually
their
how
makeup.
their nervous systems are wired and their brains are. There's actually been interesting research done with PET scans where you can see brain function. And what
I really want to get this test done. I want to see if my brain lights up because I have a theory that my amygdala just doesn't work. And I want to see if that pans out.
Not just to clarification, not PET like dogs and cats, PET scans.
Positron emission tomography scans of the brain, which show brain functioning, if you will. And what they see is that the section of the brain that serves empathy, that doesn't naturally light up in them. And you can actually
It is so not going to light up in my scans.
teach them to be empathic for a minute, but it doesn't last. A lot of psychopaths who commit violent crimes end up in jail, and the ones who commit more like white-collar crimes, I guess they end up as multi-billionaires because they're willing to do really, really rough stuff in their business and get through like a cartel leader or something like that, call for the killings of other people. Now,
I'm at the point where I do this and I don't even need to do this for a business, you know? I'm like trying to plan these things, trying to not get caught. Just hopefully I don't end up going through with one of these plans.
their interesting counterpart are the sociopaths. Psychopaths born, they tend to, their belief is that they may very well have, this might be genetic. In fact, psychopaths often have fathers who have lots of antisocial tendencies. Now, how much of it is learned, how much of it is genetic, it's a little bit harder to suss out. But we do see that there is that difference in your true psychopath. They also tend to have really glib, shallow charm. They tend to be really intelligent. That's why they get away with stuff. If they were
So they've learned behavior to assimilate into society.
Oh yeah.
But it's all a facade.
It's all a facade. They're so.
It is all a facade. My dad is definitely high on the ASPD traits. He is kind of the reason why I have never been able to express emotions, never been allowed to feel emotions, because when I did cry when I was younger, my father would put me in my room and I wasn't allowed to come out until I was talking properly, which meant not crying. So I learned pretty early not to have emotions.
So charming.
So if they're born this way, would a 3-year-old then not get stressed out if it got scared?
Ted Bundy, when he was 3, he put knives all around his auntie, aiming at her. I just found that really wild.
So that's incredible.
So what we see when we diagnose antisocial personality disorder, which is sort of our diagnostic equivalent to being a psychopath, in order to get that diagnosis, you have to have shown a pattern prior to the age of 15 of things like truancy, violence towards other kids, stealing, skipping school.
And not felt bad about it.
Setting fires. They just do it. They don't care. And that...
So, while I didn't torture animals because I love them to death, I was a nightmare for everybody around me at school. Teachers, students, my parents, everybody. I would get into trouble constantly. I pushed a girl down the stairs. So basically, at one point, this girl who was at my school, she called my friend fat. And now this is something that gets thrown at girls and women a lot. But when she said that, I got especially angry. I decided to corner her at a specific time before lunch when I knew that we had the same building to go into. Now, there's a very steep set of stairs in this building, and she conveniently fell down the whole flight. When I was called in to talk about this with the vice principal, let's just say I started crying and saying I was the victim of a racial attack because I have brown skin and, you know, I was just really suffering. Also, my dad had to appear so often at my school because I would just dip. I would dip. I was like, I get enough good grades. I don't need to worry about this. I'm going to go down to the shops and hang out. And then I'd eventually convince other people to do it with me because it's just not fun on your own. So yeah, if you're watching this, I'm sorry.
Before the age of 15, so it's a long-standing pattern. That's what makes us call them a psychopath or having antisocial personality. Now, this is different than sociopathy.
Yes, okay.
Sociopathy, they look a lot like the psychopaths. The difference is they were made. So some examples here. The kid who grows up in a really, 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 really rough neighborhood and learns criminality to get by, or learns to be a bully, or gets involved with sort of like the wrong kids and uses a lot of muscle because that's survivalism, but it's not necessarily always comfortable for them. They just learn it. It's the person who grows up with a father who teaches them the business and teaches them how to break the rules.
Okay, so this is kind of strange because obviously I grew up in a pretty nice household. We were upper middle class or lower upper class, whatever you want to call it, just comfortable. I wasn't on the streets. I wasn't like fighting for my life. I just liked stealing and I liked causing chaos because I would be extremely bored. And when I was bored, people got hurt. I just find it really weird because this is kind of all stuff I associate with sociopathy. With psychopathy, I kind of assume them to be a lot more calculated and pre-planned, but it sounds like there's a lot more in common, at least from Dr. Ramani's perspective.
Would they start sweating and have their heart race if they got pulled over?
They might. They may not feel so good about it. They'll be a little bit more uncomfortable with it, but in time they learn it. And it's almost like they get trained in not being as aroused by it. Listen, if you broke enough rules, if you lived under certain conditions of lawlessness long enough, you'd adjust to that.
Okay, look, this kind of makes sense. I don't really remember learning these responses. I feel like they always just came to me automatically, but perhaps it is learned. I don't know. This is kind of eye-opening for me.
New World Order, if you will. That's what the sociopath does. And so they're the person who someone who said he was actually a great kid until he got to high school. And then it seems like you got in with the wrong kids. That feels more like the sociopath. Wow. Okay, that's almost like a training that might happen from within the family, within their community, within even the job they get, some cases even within some form of military training.
Have you had sociopaths and psychopaths as clients?
Not really, no. They don't tend to come in for therapy. They don't see any benefit to it. The only time you would tend to see psychopaths or sociopaths come into therapy with any consistency is if they were court ordered.
I find this one, it hits home. But something that really hurt me recently was a psychiatrist turning me away because I had a cluster B disorder and she didn't deal with that. But when I actually first got diagnosed, it was because I tried to neck myself. So I'd gone in, I was sent to hospital right away because I had to pump my stomach. And I did, once it was done, I was like, okay, this didn't work, I'm gonna go home. Anyway, so they were like, no, you're either going to an inpatient psychiatric unit for a hold or you're gonna go see a psychiatrist in private. And of course, I don't want to go to the loony bin, so I took the private option. But yeah, I don't think I would have gone for sociopathy or psychopathy. I would have just gone to talk about, my depression. And also, I wanted to talk about getting Valium, which I ended up getting.
So
I thought you were going to say couples therapy.
No, God, no. It's because they're court ordered, so the judge will make that a condition of release kind of thing, or they're within prisons and jails and getting some treatment in there.
This is so incredibly fascinating to me. If a psychopath goes to jail, he isn't upset about going to jail?
In some ways, it becomes a cost of doing business. But it's also, they're not happy about it.
I think I would be pretty upset about my liberty being taken away because I don't do well when it comes to rules and having to wake up at certain times. But, with the stuff that I've done, I was pretty comfortable with knowing, if I get caught, I'm probably going to jail for a little while. Or hopefully my parents will pay my way out of this.
Psychopaths, and to some degree sociopaths, don't think about consequences. That's why
I have never thought about consequences. This is a very real problem.
They pull really penny ante silly crimes like holding up a liquor store. Basically, I need $150. Here's a liquor store. It's open. Let's go get the money kind of thing. So it's like they act first and think later. So they often don't.
This is so me. So this one time when I was like 14 or 15, I wanted to go get this dress from the shops that I had seen a couple days ago. So I ended up going through my dad's wallet and I took out the notes and also the coins from the little coin part of his wallet. And anyway, I didn't think about like, oh, he's gonna realize that I took it out of both compartments. Like, adds to like one person. Anyway, later he came home and he was grilling me about it. He's like, okay. I was like, you know, the note probably flew out of your wallet. Like, it wasn't me. It couldn't be any of us. Like, who would do it? And then anyway, he's like, it's funny that the notes went out and the coins went out too. And I was just like, I have denied it to this. I have denied that until today. So I am very sorry again if you're watching.
Plan in terms of consequences. That's why they have a tendency to lie, cheat, steal, and they tend to have very inconsistent work histories because they're not able to hold a job.
Yeah,
aliases.
I have not been able to consistently hold down a job. I've had so many different jobs in every single field. I just stop turning up when I don't feel like it.
It's definitely like it's more of a griftery kind of a space.
So we've talked in previous videos about how to cope while dating a narcissist. If you find yourself dating a sociopath or a psychopath, is there any coping, or you just got to get out?
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
It could be actually be a very dangerous.
It sounds like it.
Yeah. In fact, you know, even with the narcissist.
I think that Sam's gonna have a lot of trouble at some point. Should he run?
Narcissistic piece. I've done research and work in the area of domestic violence, or what's also called intimate partner violence. Most people who perpetrate domestic violence are either narcissistic or psychopathic. And so there's a danger there. In other words, they will dispose of you if you get in their way.
I would dispose of someone if they were getting in my way. Thankfully, Sam never gets in my way.
I want to share a story with you to get your feedback. This was told to me by a friend, and she said in college she dated a guy for a year, but the guy started to get just a little weird and they broke up. For the next year, he courted her and did everything she wished he had done the first year. Showed up on time, brought her gifts, blah, blah, blah. They started dating again. He was perfect for a year. They went to Thanksgiving at her family's house. He was perfect to her parents. Just became the perfect man for her because he knew what she wanted. And after a year, on the 1-year anniversary, he broke up with her and said, I've been playing you this whole time because I wanted to crush your heart.
Yep.
I don't know if this is true, but this sounds a lot like the time Ted Bundy was dumped by his girlfriend, who we call Diane. She said he was immature, like blah, 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 that they weren't gonna work. Anyway, so he became everything that he wanted, that she wanted in a man. And finally, he ended up getting engaged to her, and then he just stopped calling her, stopped writing to her, and she called him one day and said, Ted, like, what's happening with us? And he was like, I don't know what you mean, and hung up on her. I feel like that's a really good goal to aspire to.
I am not actually behaving this way, or this isn't real. I've been faking it for a year just so I can crush you.
Yep.
Would that be
That's more psychopathic.
Psychopath.
That's more psychopathic. You know, or sociopathic is more likely, you know.
But if they have no empathy, then why would they want to hurt somebody?
Because empathy is a positive emotion.
Because it's fun.
Okay, wanting to hurt someone is a very antagonistic emotion. Wanting to hurt someone at some level might even give them a little pleasure. Power, for sure.
It's interesting to me that someone cannot be empathetic but then want to hurt somebody, because to me you would have to have the empathy in order to even know what it's like to hurt somebody.
There's a difference between empathy and understanding. You can understand what, because it's like, that's why psychopaths make great salesmen. Because they understand a person, they can read a person and immediately say,
you don't need to be able to have affective empathy in order to hurt somebody. We can read people as soon as we walk into a room. We know exactly who you are. We can mirror you to a crazy degree, and we can tell you everything you want to hear and then crush you like a bug because it's easy. I understand you. I don't need to feel you. Let's just say that.
I got his vulnerability. I'm gonna make him buy a car. Psychopaths are great salesmen. Salesmen of cars, timeshares, all that stuff where they're upselling and almost taking advantage of someone sometimes, making them.
This is like my uncle. He has done this so many times, selling the same house 3 times, convincing my mum that he's gonna give her the money. It's been 17 years, there's no money.
Take on more money and cost of something than they really should. But no, it's that he was able to be superficially charming. Psychopaths and sociopaths and narcissists make great chameleons. They're definitely able to change the situation to get what they want. And psychopaths in particular and sociopaths they view the world as an instrument to fulfill their desires. That's really what they're about, which is what it's awful because they're going to often discard a partner when they don't have much use for them or expect them to have a very specific role. So
why would I keep someone around when they serve me no purpose? I recommend that empaths shouldn't do this either. Why are you wasting your own time?
they may have married her and she may have had their kids. Now she's going to have to put up with their affairs because they want something else, and too bad if you don't like it. This is the new world order and I will destroy you in court. It's that kind of thing.
That is
Up with their affairs because they want something else, and too bad if you don't like it. This is the new world order and I will destroy you in court. It's that kind of thing.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's chilling.
I want
Hey guys, it's Kanika. Welcome back to my channel. Today I will be talking about hybristophilia, what it is, my opinions, and finding out what you guys think. But first, before we get into the video, I want to talk about my new setup. It was planned by my editor, Amandine, and of course Sam. We've got this great ass little fireplace and this new chair, and now we have angles and a cat cam. So you guys get a lot more attention and different angles and vibes. I'd also like to talk about the hair because that seems to come up a lot in the comments. And most of you are so nice and I love it. Like, I love all the nice comments that you put down. Like, they really do help and they make me feel good. But of course there are a couple that, you know, talk about the brass and the state of the hair. I am more than aware of brassiness because my hair is naturally black. So to bring it down to a level 9 to 10 blonde, there is going to be some red undertones and therefore, you know, brass. But I do get it toned every 2 weeks, and hopefully you can just catch me on those weeks because otherwise it hurts my eyes as much as it hurts yours. But I'm living my blonde life and I want to continue. You take it or leave it, but I'm really enjoying it, okay? Let's dive into this. What is hybristophilia? This actually popped up in my comments and I was like, why didn't I think of this? Like, it is such a fantastic idea. Oh, before I get into this, I've broken some nails, so no ASMR today, unfortunately. Okay, so as I was saying, in my comments, someone mentioned hybristophilia and how it, like, what are my thoughts on it? And I thought that was really, really interesting because not only do I want to explore it from the viewpoint of someone with ASPD or a cluster B disorder, but more so also by being an author and working on books about serial killers and all of that sort of stuff. So before I go into it, let me just define what it is. So hybristophilia is in fact a paraphilia. It's more a fetish than, say, a sexual orientation, like being bisexual or heterosexual. That kind of stuff. It's more like a kink. And, you know, I'm not one for kink shaming publicly. Like, just, you do what you want to do as long as you're not hurting people without consent, right? Like, I'm not trying to ruin anyone's bedroom fun, as some people like to put it. But hybristophilia is the paraphilia that describes the attraction of certain people to other people who have committed violent crimes, and also the sexual arousal of a person at the thought of the particular violent crimes themselves. I know that's like the word is a lot to take in, And there are so many different perspectives that we need to hear because you don't really see it being talked about openly. And I understand that because usually it's not very palatable to have hybristophilia. So I'm sure you guys have read the articles that came out after I published Honey Trap. There were so many people who were calling me a fetishist of people of violent crimes and enjoying the hurt and whatnot of the victims of those violent crimes. And this could not be further from the truth. So to give you a little bit more context, when I started writing the book Honey Trap, which of course centers on Ted Bundy and a female serial killer who work in tandem, when I started work on that, I was going through every avenue and every source to make it as historically accurate as possible and to portray it as it was at the time. Because while my segment that I added into it was fiction, the rest was facts. They all happened, the timeline is spot on, and I put a lot of effort into ensuring that. And the way I did this was contacting family members, contacting the police who worked on the case, going and scoping out the actual areas that were the center of these crimes. The biggest one was joining Facebook groups and other groups online that talked about the very small details of Ted Bundy's life. And it was in these groups that I saw this bizarre attraction and obsession for Ted Bundy himself. Every generation has used the best looking actor of the time to portray Ted Bundy. Now this seems like a very strange ploy because if you're not trying to romanticize him, why are you getting someone like Zac Efron to portray him, Mark Harmon, all of these other people who are considered extremely attractive? Surely there's some sort of grooming going on there where you are told to believe that this man is attractive and charismatic. There are actual people who've gotten tattoos of his bite mark on one of his victims' butt cheeks, right? It was quite disturbing to see people relive and enjoy this horror that was put upon so many young women and their families. In particular, the bite mark, because that was the evidence that clinched his conviction in Florida. Currently, he would not have gone convicted on that alone because that's been kind of thrown out by courts now. It's not a reliable source of guilt anymore. Ted Bundy had so many groupies. Like, I don't know how to even go into that. He was getting 200 letters a day. In his trial, he would dress up real nice, he'll be showboating, because there were tons and tons of girls and young women who were in the audience of these trials and the ones who were watching at home. So he'd be showboating, he'd be like turning around, flirting with them, you know, and they would be lapping it all up. They actually had their hair parted in the middle and long, which of course was the style at the time. But that was particularly what Ted Bundy sought out in a victim. They fantasized about being the victim of these crimes that he's committed. When they were interviewed, it was quite clear that they were terrified of him, but still had this weird fascination and love for him. And this is not something that is specific to Ted Bundy. You can see this in so many cases, including Jeffrey Dahmer, Richard Ramirez, even Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, Chris Watts, Joseph Fritzl, Ariel Castro. Like, these are not good people. Most of them are not attractive. When you're talking about conventionally attractive, surely Ted Bundy fits into that category, so does Richard Ramirez and Jeffrey Dahmer. But the rest of them, you can't explain it away on attraction alone. Another big example of this was Charles Manson. He had the power of manipulation and control to get people to actually kill for him. Imagine having the power to actually get people to murder for you. I just want to clarify, for that matter, that I was in these groups to glean information to make my book as accurate as possible. I do not have a crush on Ted Bundy. I do not have any sexual attraction to him. I'm not in love with him. I don't think he was innocent, and I do think he deserved the death penalty. Being in those groups and being accused of having hybristophilia, not that I'm judging, but being accused of it is just really off base, and it's not true whatsoever. Also, people have asked what I think about this, and to be fair, I actually have thought about it a lot. I've just never thought about putting it on my YouTube. I think that it's not necessarily just the crimes themselves, because from what I've experienced, these fangirls, these groupies, these people in these chats, like explaining their love for these people, it doesn't just relate to that act of killing somebody, even though that's more the definition of what this is. I think it links back to charisma, and the charm aspect of ASPD is something that I believe really pulls these people in. And let me just explain. Ted Bundy, he was incredibly charismatic, and without a doubt in the world, he had ASPD. He was diagnosed with it. He was also diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And again, I am not a mental health professional, so I'm not out here giving diagnoses. I'm just sharing my opinion. To get into numbers, 40% of the prison population is comprised of people with ASPD. Each killer and sex offender I've mentioned here has been diagnosed with ASPD. People tend to be quite attracted to people with ASPD. And it's not just the charm and charisma, as I mentioned. There's this confidence that is portrayed with most sociopaths. Sociopaths are social chameleons, so they also fit into any situation and make the most of it, which we can see here with all of these killers and creating trust between them and their victims. But people find that really sexy, the fact that they're not held back by remorse or guilt or a conscience. They don't understand that, because I guess, I don't understand empathy to the point where a neurotypical does. I can cognitively think about it, but I'm not going to feel what somebody else feels. It's just never happened for me. So that's not a factor in what in my decisions, right? It's not empathy that's leading me. And that's something that is attractive to a lot of people. I'm not saying for me. I'm just saying that all of these people I mentioned had that impulsivity, had that complete control of themselves, of committing these acts and sticking by them. You need to be accountable. You need to be responsible for your actions and understand why they may hurt or inflict pain on others. And a good example of that is what happened to Shanann Watts' family after Chris Watts annihilated his entire family. I was just shocked to see that people who were fans of Chris Watts, fans, I don't know how many times I can say that, but people actually wrote to the family of Shanann Watts, who was brutally murdered alongside her 2 little girls, that she deserved it, that she pushed him to the edge. Where do you get off saying that to other people? It just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Something that's held in common between paraphilias and personality disorders is the ability to choose. I can choose to not act on my natural impulses. I choose not to do them. I choose to not hurt people anymore because I've seen the repercussions of what I've done to other people previously. And of course, I'm not capable of remorse at all, but I know that it was negative behavior and it shouldn't be repeated because it's just unnecessary chaos. I think that kind of leans into this paraphilia. You can choose not to act on it. You can choose to not attack somebody's family after the victim's been brutally murdered. That's a choice. And choice really is important here because your paraphilia, your personality disorder, it doesn't define you. Your actions define you, and you must be held accountable for what you are doing. Now that we've kind of discussed what it is, some examples, some behaviors associated with it, we need to think about what's caused this. Now with antisocial personality, this can be a result of nature or nurture or both. And this is very similar for hybristophilia. Usual people who experience this paraphilia do have very low self-esteem. And it's said that they have abandonment issues and also issues with a fatherless home. And I'm not trying to make comments on that. That is literally what has been studied and found out about this particular paraphilia. I think this goes into the territory of some cluster B disorders, especially the abandonment and the need to nurture and help fix somebody. You cannot fix Richard Ramirez. You cannot fix any of these people because they don't want to be fixed. That's the problem here, and we need to understand that and step away. It does occur more in women than in men. It is something that is becoming increasingly more popular. I've seen some really shocking pages about the victims of Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, the Columbine shooters. And I've seen Tumblr fan pages of what they've done. And they're like, oh, he's so misunderstood. I just wish I was there to take care of him. But he didn't want to be taken care of. He wiped out so many people's children. You should think about that too. The last deciding factor happens to be the spotlight. A lot of these people who do end up in relationships with these convicted killers and rapists, etc., they want a bit of spotlight and profit, and no better example for this than Nicole Kessinger. Nicole was Googling how much Amber was making off a book deal with her relationship with this killer. Getting your fame at the expense of people who are brutally killed, it seems kind of stupid, if I may say so myself. I just think that's ridiculous. There's also the fact that people think this will prevent them from getting killed if this killer gets out. And again, that's patently false, because there have been relationships where the killer and the pen pal have met up and they've become the victim as expected, because some people just don't change. So I'm going to wrap up here. I obviously do have a lot of opinions about this, and again, I don't want to be shaming anybody, but I just do feel like we need to discuss the reasons behind this attraction and what we can do to foster a better relationship between people and their partners. I honestly don't understand why this is a female thing. I honestly would love to know what you guys think. I mean, this is such an interesting topic, and I know I'm not a mental health professional, but I just feel like this is something that we need to discuss, and I think it links back quite strongly to ASPD. Thank you for watching, and please make sure you like and subscribe, because I'm here regularly for you now that my video editor lives with me and kicks me every time I decide not to post something.
That's me.
Alright, see you guys soon.
Psychopaths can be really hard to detect, being extremely cunning and charming, having an oversized sense of self-worth, and being pathological liars that can be easily confused with overconfidence, or that they are simply telling the truth.
You don't think you've conned anybody?
No.
Anna's refusal to acknowledge wrongdoing is disconcerting.
No.
But traits such as lacking any kind of empathy can be useful to unmask them if you know where to look. And a great example is the interview that 60 Minutes Australia did to Anna Sorokin. Anna was a con artist in New York who was found guilty in 2019 of theft of services and grand larceny, having scammed more than $200,000 from banks and luxury hotels. She went by the name Anna Delvey, fooling everyone into thinking that she was a billionaire heiress, maintaining the scam for several years and live a luxury lifestyle. What I found in this interview is that she displays 3 typical traits of psychopaths that you can learn to spot and upgrade your human reading skills. Welcome back, my body language buddies. My name is Jesus Enrique Rosas. I'm the body language guy, and it would be great if you join us by just liking this video, subscribing, and hitting that bell. Let's get down to it. The first signal that you are going to spot is that they never display any kind of hesitation. Psychopaths are ultimately cunning and devoid of any kind of empathy towards other human beings. Normal people always have this sort of interaction anxiety. We are aware that our actions are going to have reactions in those around us. That's why we sometimes hesitate or are nervous or maybe stutter a bit or look to the side, something. Normal human beings have this sort of noise in our communication. But once psychopaths know what they want and how to get it, there is no hesitation. There will be no nervousness because there is absolutely nothing inside them to care about the opinion of others. In fact, that's exactly what she says at one point of the interview.
I don't care what you think of me. I don't need your approval. I don't need to impress you. I don't care what you think of me. I don't need your approval. I don't need to impress you.
Yeah, that's it. and you could tell that she was being snarky too. Some of them would try to disguise themselves as clumsy or forgetful, but it always is going to look staged. What a psychopath craves is power over everyone and everything around them, and they will find amusing, for example, how people can be mesmerized by a $100 bill tip.
Well, if someone is impressed by a $100 bill, I don't know what to tell them.
Well, I guess the Wolf of Wall Street would be proud. But jokes aside, if you watch that same clip, you'll notice that there's absolutely no hesitation in the way she talks.
Well, if someone is impressed by a $100 bill, I don't know what to tell them. Well, if someone is impressed by a $100 bill, I don't know what to tell them.
The only way I could spot that subtle eyebrow raise is because I had a high definition video that I could watch in slow motion quite a few times until I got it. But precisely, you are not looking for facial expressions, but the lack of them. And you might say that there are cultures like the Russians who in general terms don't have many facial expressions, or you don't have many facial expressions, you know you're not a psychopath. Right? But even so, Russians or people with few facial expression are going to express hesitation in other ways. The way they talk, the way they move, some slip of the tongue, etc. If a person doesn't show hesitation at all, that's what you are looking for. But there are some facial emotions that you can spot, and in this case the most important thing is to confirm that they contradict their own words. Watch the next clip closely.
Do you feel bad about some of the people that got burnt along the way?
Can you name me the names of the people? And I'll tell you if I feel bad about them.
Well, to start, she's deflecting the question because he did not ask if there were specific people that made her feel bad. He asked the question in general and she responds with another question trying to make it specific. That's deflecting. But her face reveals her true emotions in a split second and tells us that her feelings towards those she scammed are nothing but contempt. And this is the kind of mistakes that psychopaths make. They enjoy themselves trying to outsmart people. She could have said, for some of them, yes, I feel bad, but instead she tried to outwit the interviewer. In doing so, she inadvertently let her face talk first. These are the mistakes that enable the second skill that you need to uncover psychopaths. They enjoy themselves being pathological liars. But a psychopath will enjoy the most trying to fool who they consider a smart person or a hard target. And this is a personal strategy that I've used in interrogations. You know that a psychopath is going to try to outsmart anyone that they feel like a worthy opponent. In Anna's case, the manager of a luxury hotel or the director of a bank or anyone in her path. The more worthy the opponent and the bigger the possible reward, the more excited will be the narcissistic side of the psychopath. So what you do is disguise yourself as a dumb person. You play dumb. Playing dumb is like a cloak that instills boredom in the psychopath.
I have no patience for people's stupidity.
They go like, this is gonna be easy. And when any human being, psychopath or not psychopath, has this thought, we relax. And then you raise the odds of them making a mistake. Remember that even pathological liars need to keep track of what they say, because they don't tell the same story to everyone. It's like they have a main narrative, I'm a billionaire heiress, but with different versions that they adjust and change so many times that in the end, it makes less sense than the whole X-Men movie universe. And no amount of Michael Fassbender can save that. That's why I like to play Columbo, that fictional detective that was clumsy, forgetful, playing dumb, and he knew how to ask the right question at the right moment after making the suspect believe that he was no threat. Again, in trying to outsmart people, they will make mistakes and give away body language clues. And if you want to be able to spot them, start by downloading my 100 body language tips right in the description of this video. The third signal is that most of the time they look like everyone else, but with a twist.
And that was the foundation that you tried to get the $22 million fraudulently, as it turns out.
Why you seem so amused about this?
If you take a good look at Anna's appearance, she doesn't look anything like a femme fatale. She's no Catherine Trammell, that's for sure. And the way that she talks in a very sweet manner only adds to the impression that she is harmless. It will be interesting to know the way she talked to people when she was playing the confidence trick on them, because voice tone plays a lot into how do people measure your character and approach you. It reminds me of Elizabeth Holmes and the Theranos scam, because she used to make her voice sound deeper to appear more authoritative. But in Anna's case, how do you bring attention to yourself in a city that they practically have seen it all? In the interview, she says that she really didn't have to say that many times that she was going to inherit $60 million, because in those banks and hotels, that would not turn heads. What she ultimately did was craft this non-existent project of a $22 million art club in one of the most expensive streets of the city. And I can guess that she could pull this scam just because she could talk to people straight to their faces with absolutely no emotion.
Like, I did have this project and I did have this vision, and it probably would have worked out if I did have the money, so.
But you didn't have the money. That's why the project was no good.
If I would have gotten the money from the bank.
She had absolutely nothing to lose because guess what? She had nothing. So she could just talk to these bankers, lie to their faces in the most outrageous way possible, and simply don't care if they decided to make a move or not. Since she would never display anger, sadness, or disappointment, or joy, or euphoria, no matter the outcome, people could only have thought that she meant business.
The whole Anna Delvey Foundation, your whole business, was just this house of cards. It wasn't real, Anna.
What is real? How do you define real?
So many businesses are just a house of cards. You just don't know about it.
You'll be amazed at how much you can achieve with that level of confidence, and especially not caring a single bit of what people could say or think about you. That confidence, contrasting with her non-remarkable appearance and an exotic accent, help her a lot. But that's a behavior trait that you can spot. That self-confidence to the point of being delusional, no matter how they look, how tall are they, how they dress, none of that matters. And the truth is that the first reaction that you're going to have when you meet this kind of people is admiration, because they seem to get what they want in an almost effortless way, and you wish you had the same power. I'm not saying that everyone that has overconfidence is a psychopath, but it's a really good clue to spot one. One more thing.
Do you see this whole thing as a victimless crime?
I don't see this case as a crime at all. How about that?
I've got more videos that you can check now to keep improving your body language skills to detect hidden intentions. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you don't want to miss any of my body language analysis and tips. Take care, my body language buddies.
Witness the exact body language and behavioral red flags of a psychopath. We're going to analyze the body language and behavior of known psychopaths so you can identify the shocking commonalities of how they all act. That's next. Welcome back to the channel, Shakers. Derek Van Shake here. We've covered psychopaths quite a bit on this channel, with their constant manipulation, massive egos, deception, lack of emotion, empathy, and remorse. So we're going to piece together interviews and footage of known psychopaths such as Richard Ramirez, Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, Charles Manson, Dennis Rader, and others to clearly show you the shockingly common behavior and body language of psychopaths. So you can easily see the red flags to look out for to identify a psychopath in your own life. Now, let's get started.
People in this day and age are brainwashed and programmed like a computer at being nothing more than puppets. This nation, this country is founded in violence. Violent delights tend to have violent ends.
What's going through my mind right now is to use the minutes and hours that I have left as fruitfully as possible. Is there enough time to explain it all?
This interview with Ted Bundy was filmed the day before he was executed, and now finally he actually comes clean.
For the record, you are guilty of killing many women and girls.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
And starts telling the world on what they could do to prevent someone like Ted Bundy from happening again.
To use the minutes and hours that I have left as fruitfully as possible and see what happens.
But he's saying all this in a last-ditch effort so he doesn't get executed the next day. Yeah, it's to manipulate everybody to think that, oh, shoot, we can't get rid of Ted Bundy because we need so much more information from Ted Bundy so that we have more insight into the minds of someone like Ted Bundy.
I don't want to die. I'm not going to kid you. I'll kid you not.
And that's the thing with a psychopath. As soon as you know that they're a psychopath, which is the number one rule of a psychopath is to not let you know that they are a psychopath. As soon as you know that they are a psychopath, you pretty much know all their cards because it's all extremely self-motivated. And it's not for the greater good or for the good of somebody else. It's not to help anyone else. It's just to help them and what they want in the immediate future. Now listen to Ted Bundy try to convince you and manipulate you. Listen for his calm tonality and listen to how he talks about his victims. Watch.
There is no way in the world that killing me is going to restore those beautiful children to their parents and correct and soothe the pain.
Yes, he calls his victims beautiful children now.
Those beautiful children.
Because what he's surely trying to do is manipulate the victims' families, manipulate the governor, so that they can either call the governor and the governor is going to have a discussion about all this and then maybe delay the execution and postpone the execution so that Ted Bundy doesn't have to be executed tomorrow. And some say that, oh, no, Ted Bundy's not trying to suck up or trying to manipulate anybody so he can get off of death row and won't have to be executed tomorrow. Because if he wanted to get off of death row, he should just plead complete innocence and, oh, this is a mistake.
A man who does not want to die does not confess to 28 murders.
But at this point, everyone knew that Ted Bundy did it. There was so much evidence against Ted Bundy. So Ted Bundy knew that card couldn't be played. So in Ted's mind, his best card was to be a source of information. And you can't get rid of Ted Bundy because if you do, you're going to lose that source of good information.
Part of the shock and horror from my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy.
This is something we're going to be noticing a lot, especially with these psychopathic killers. Many of them manipulate their friends, family, and coworkers to believe that they aren't this psychopathic type of person. Specifically here, a psychopathic killer. So what ends up happening is that they live double lives. The psychopathic life of whatever they want to get, whether it's, in this case, murder, or maybe it's a Bernie Madoff scamming a whole bunch of people and not telling his friends and family of what's going on and just putting on the front in the face of a true, honest, good person, but behind closed doors, they're satisfying their psychopathic desires.
We just can't figure out why there's two Chris's. Okay? We talked about that last night. Yes. We just can't figure it out.
And if you recall with Chris Watts, he was extremely two-faced as well.
The reason why Jeffrey Dahmer was able to get away with his crimes was because of just what you are seeing here. Jeffrey Dahmer is intelligent and articulate. That is what makes him so frightening. An unassuming chocolate factory worker.
How good was Jeff at manipulating you?
Excellent. He's very good.
Good liar.
He fooled everyone. He fooled me. Yeah, very good. He fooled his probation officer, his attorney, the police.
The public life of John Gacy was that of a model citizen and loving father. Outwardly, Gacy maintained a life that appeared meticulously in order.
I always felt that service community and community service to others, you know, in my religious background, I felt if you serve other people, it'll come back to serve you.
The biggest excuse that he came up with is that all of the victims made him do what he did. It was the victim's fault. If they hadn't pursued him, he wouldn't have had to do to them what he did.
And you may be wondering, how do you identify whether someone's two-faced or not? Contrary to some belief, you can't tell whether a psychopath is lying or not. Part of it is reading their body language and looking for incongruencies when they're talking about certain things. We'll be talking about their body language and their nonverbals a little bit later.
That's what the TV reported, and not only did they report it there, they wrote it on my file. I've got it right myself. Paul Bernardo, Peel Regional said Paul Bernardo lied to police about crimes that he didn't commit. Said he did. Okay. I mean, that's just awful. I mean, come on. Okay. Enough manipulation.
Another big red flag when someone's trying to manipulate you is that they end up calling you manipulative. They call you the very thing that they are. And the reason why they do that is because they're trying to cover for themselves, trying to not make it look like they're manipulating. So the best way to do that is to call you manipulative. So if they are seemingly proactively calling you manipulative, they're likely being manipulative so that you don't catch on to their manipulation.
I would feel like totally out of control, and yet I would watch him and he would seem totally in control. One of the things when I look back, I realized I didn't always see him take acid. I don't think he did.
Charles Manson was trying to manipulate the women in believing that he was this god. They're all seeing things, and the drug didn't have any effect on Charles Manson, coming across to these women that he was above it and he was even stronger than the drug that they were all experiencing. Charles Manson was like, okay, I took it. You know?
Rader, from a distance, looked like a pillar of the community, but nobody really understood his inner life.
He was able to compartmentalize his life. He could be the good father, and he could also kill, and then comes back to the Boy Scout camp as if nothing happened.
He became a compliance officer, a role that gave him the chance to exercise a position of authority in the community. Dennis Rader, the president of the congregation at Christ Lutheran Church, BTK.
When he wasn't actually doing his acts, he had this persona, this aura of normality, that nobody suspected that he could be a killer.
It would be improper for me to comment on my LA convictions and on my pending case here in San Francisco.
Why?
Because of my appeals.
Yeah, Richard Ramirez was so egotistical that he actually thought that he had a chance of not only getting off of death row, but also getting out of all the murders that he was convicted of. What's very common of psychopaths is thinking that they can do the impossible. It's because they're so egotistical.
Why did you decide to defend yourself?
Such as Ted Bundy thinking that he could defend himself in court.
I have a lot of strong opinions about how things should be done.
Because even when lawyers get in trouble, they usually hire an attorney to defend them. But someone who's as egotistical as Ted Bundy, he thinks he can defend himself just as well as a 20-plus year law veteran.
I ought to get Mattel to make little dolls that walk and say, I am the Bundy monster.
You think about getting out of here?
Well, legally, sure.
Jumped out of this second-story window at the front of the Pitkin County Courthouse this morning. He was scheduled for a court appearance and apparently had been locked into the law library by sheriff's deputies.
Throughout the many years he spent in prison, he spent much of his time painting.
This is Christ as I see him in myself.
Gacy did not believe he was going to die.
He said, call back in an hour or two. He said, John, you're going to be dead in an hour or two. What are you thinking about?
Well, God, I guess you're my best friend, being I invented you.
You believe in God, Charlie?
Sure, I believe in myself. Why wouldn't I?
What do you think it is about you that makes people want to be a part of whatever it is you're a part of?
I'm brand new. Everything I do is always
brand new.
Rader wants status. Rader wants to think of himself as cleverer than other people in his community, taunting the police that they are not able to arrest him.
The police were at a loss, and the taunting letters from BTK kept coming in.
I think I stand about as much chance of dying in front of a firing squad or in a gas chamber as you do being killed on a plane flight home. Let's hope you don't.
Do you ever feel like you'd like to escape?
Wasn't at all convinced that he was guilty. He's the most pleasant killer I've ever interviewed.
A big thing back then that people just didn't want to believe about Ted Bundy was that someone so nice, generally handsome, charming, could actually have two sides to him, could actually do terrible things and be so nice and charming and so personable during interviews. People generally want to believe that they can pick out, you know, a serial killer or a murderer, and you should have looked at him. Look, he looks like a serial killer. He looks like a murderer. Oh, it's so obvious. But with Ted Bundy, he wasn't like that at all. Complete opposite. He made that appearance. He created that facade of manipulation, making people think he was the all-American boy.
They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy.
That's part of the reason why Ted Bundy got away with it for so long.
You are not guilty.
I'm not guilty.
He's laughing at that.
I'm not guilty.
Psychopaths will usually demonstrate a lot of inauthentic emotion, where they come across in the interaction as fake, cold, or just inauthentic, like we're seeing here.
I'm not guilty.
Does that include the time I stole a comic book when I was 5 years old?
The creeps kind of grew on me when he talked about feeling for the family.
The parents of these girls are fairly decent people. I don't know, and I really feel for them because apparently they suffered an incredible tragedy in their lives. The loss of a loved one is probably the most extreme kind of loss you can suffer in this life. And I feel as much for them as anybody can, not having gone through that myself.
The judge found you guilty of second-degree kidnapping. You never showed any emotion.
Yeah.
For somebody who believes he is so innocent, why was there no emotion?
He was an arrogant, basically. And that's the way he came across on the stand.
At the trial, DeRanch picked out Bundy as her abductor. Ted Bundy was convicted with kidnapping Carol DeRanch.
I've always mused over just how I should behave. I just behave the way I feel is right.
If you noticed, he first defended himself, and then now watch what he does.
And I'm showing emotion right now because inside I'm mad.
When he's reminded by the interviewer, then he's like, oh, emotion. Oh, I should show that I'm kind of sad and mad. Oh, that's what I should do. And then he goes and tries to show it. And I'm like, inside I'm mad.
Because inside I'm mad.
And he gives a little bit of a sniffle.
I showed no emotion. I felt emotion. Believe me. Now.
Do you think that's authentic emotion? Ted Bundy goes from sadness to laughing like that.
I showed no emotion. I felt emotion. Believe me. Now.
Changing the emotion that quickly indicates that the emotion is inauthentic. Very reminiscent of Chris Watts. Remember this part of the interrogation?
And you have not shed one tear in 2 days that you've been here. No. Not one.
I like these shirts a lot.
Help me understand that, because I don't get it. These are your baby girls. And you have not shed one tear over them not being around. Chris, I lose my 4-year-old in the store for 10 seconds and I start to go panic. Panic. I have not seen any of that from you at all. Help me understand that.
I love those girls. I would never do any of this because I haven't shed a tear.
No, that's weird. Is that weird?
Look, I just had a little sniffle and now I'm emotional now.
That's weird. Is that weird?
Depersonalize another person and view them as just an object.
Now, when Jeffrey Dahmer talks about this, see what you think of his body language.
I don't know how to express the regret, the sorrow, that I feel for what I've done for their sons. I can't find the right words.
Jeffrey Dahmer is talking about this with inauthentic emotion, cold emotion, and he's talking about his horrific crimes like he just stole a pack of chewing gum from a convenience store. Really no emotion in his face, just completely blank. I don't know if many of you know what he did, but it also involves, eating. Okay, we'll leave it at that because we can't talk about this in detail, otherwise we get in trouble. What he did and the way he did it and everything else is just mind-blowing and just horrific and disgusting. And he's talking about it like, oh, well, there's nothing words can't express of how sorry I am.
I can't find the right words.
He talked about everything in such a matter-of-fact manner. It's almost like, well, everybody does this.
Are you appealing these because you say you're innocent? You didn't kill 13 people?
That is correct.
Have you ever physically harmed anyone?
Ever physically harmed anyone? No. No.
You totally believe you're innocent?
You don't change. You stay Ted Bundy 24 hours a day.
Well, gee, that name sounds funny. You know, I hear Ted Bundy in so many different contexts.
The interviewer is saying the Ted Bundy we see here, the smiley, charming, nice Ted Bundy we see here, that wouldn't possibly be able to hurt anybody. That's what the interviewer is talking about. But what Ted is thinking about is all the different sides of Ted Bundy, different context, as he put it.
That name sounds funny, you know, I hear Ted Bundy in so many different contexts.
As he was smiling, looking down, and then rubbing the side of his face in soothing self-comfort. We go from Ted Bundy to Chris Watts' idiotic deception. Watch.
Don't let this continue any longer, please.
I'm not trying to make anything continue. Like, I want them back home, like.
But you know they're not coming back home. You know that.
I don't know in the back of my head. I hope they come back home.
But you know they're not.
I hope they come back home.
He dressed like a clown to make children laugh. He was John Wayne Gacy.
13 years ago, he told the police how he murdered his victims. Now he's telling me he never did.
Now see if you can spot anything a little bit odd on how John Wayne Gacy says this.
Buckovich is not one that I killed, so I don't know nothing about it.
He accidentally admitted that he killed others, but is not going to admit this one.
It's not one that I killed, so I don't know nothing about him.
But that goes completely against his new defense of, I didn't do any of it. It's just a complete misunderstanding. Again, I get so many people telling me, you can't pick out their body language. You can't pick out a psychopathic liar. Yes, sometimes they may be a little bit more difficult to pick out because they're just a little bit more calm about everything. But overall, if you watch an entire interview with a psychopath, you can pretty much pick out a lot of their deception.
Because I don't believe in hitting children. Believe it or not, for the last 12 years, I've studied these photos of these victims. When you look over at the photos, I have no recollection of any of them. Never met them.
Behind the scenes, John Wayne Gacy was hard at work trying to find out if he knew any of the people. For 12 years it took. And then finally, now he's able to come out and say that, no, I don't think I've met any of them. And not only haven't met any of them, but haven't done anything bad. It took him 12 years to figure that out.
I'm looking at you and you're the bad guys because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not telling the truth and you guys are walking around issuing statements that I lied here, I lied there. But it's the same problem because you're making me out to be a huge liar and this is a problem.
Now, the instructions from Manson were changing.
One of the things that Charlie always promoted about himself was, I don't lie. And all of a sudden, he was asking every one of us to lie on a daily basis about something. Oh, say this, say that. And we're going, but I didn't do that. And it was like, you lie? A God lies?
In my whole life, I've burglarized a grocery store, stole some nickels and dimes, busted open a stamp machine, stole a few automobiles, and cashed a couple checks. I'm a petty car thief.
Are you guilty of any murders? Are you guilty of plotting any murders?
I killed a chicken once.
Any human beings?
No, no.
I never told anybody to do anything other than what they wanted to do.
Oh, Charlie's just absolutely lying. There wasn't one thing done that was even allowed to be done without his expressed permission.
Are you remorseful?
Not at all.
Why?
Why would I be?
Do you think you did the right thing by
Of
killing
course,
this guy?
definitely.
Do you believe him? Do you think he really was a snitch?
Oops, if he wasn't.
If you had that moment to live over again.
I'd have kept him alive a week. Right, and I regret not killing my other victim. I should have killed him too. I just didn't have time. I had to go somewhere.
Will you kill again?
If the opportunity arises, I hope so.
As Gacy talked, the officers looked for some feeling in him, some emotion about what he had done. There was none.
In the confession room, I most clearly remember that there was no remorse. Very, very cold about it.
You're in the ranks of Charlie Manson, Ted Bundy. You claim you didn't commit these murders.
Why on earth would you have hurt those people? Why did you kill those people?
No comments. No comments.
Now watch this part of the interview with Jeffrey Dahmer and see what you think.
If a person doesn't think that there is a God to be accountable to, then what's the point of trying to modify your behavior to keep it within acceptable ranges? That's how I thought anyway.
Very psychopathic, right? Lacking empathy and remorse. Normally, people don't need to have religion as a reason to not hurt people. It's because we don't want to hurt somebody else because we wouldn't want to be hurt. So why would we want to hurt somebody else? That's what we would feel. But for a psychopath, they're looking at it as, well, what's in it for me not to hurt somebody? For Jeffrey Dahmer now, religion gives him a reason not to hurt somebody because he needs the motivation of religion of, oh, if I'm good on this planet, then I get to go to heaven as a reason to be good and not hurt people. Now here, when we watch Ted Bundy, see if you think he's actually remorseful and has empathy for what he did. This is the day before he's executed. Watch.
Are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families who are so wounded, years later, their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Through God's help, I have been able to come to the point where much too late, but better late than never, feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for.
Asking Ted Bundy to feel remorse and empathy is kind of like asking an ostrich to fly. They may look like they can fly, kind of like it looks like Ted Bundy is just an average human that is capable, just like any of us, to feel remorse and empathy. But no, he's not capable of feeling real remorse and empathy. He may be able to say it, clearly, but he's not authentic. You can see it in his body language.
Much too late, but better late than never, feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for.
At one point when he's saying it, it almost looks like he's laughing.
Feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for.
It's just words, and that's what we'll notice when psychopaths say they're sorry or pretend that they have emotion or pretend that they have remorse or anything like that. It's just words. You don't really see it in their face. So in turn, it just makes all of us feel like they're not authentic and they're not sincere because they're just not capable of feeling those emotions.
You write that in all your conversations with Charles Manson, he never expressed remorse.
Have you seen any today? I mean, perhaps he believes totally in his own mind that he's not guilty.
You guys got this stuck in your head that I've murdered somebody.
In his warped, immoral worldview, behaving as he has done, killing all these people is something that he should be proud of, not ashamed of. And that's why he's so keen to help the police, and that's why he's so keen to talk about these things at court. Not because he's ashamed, but because he's proud.
And we've noticed that in a lot of the interrogation breakdowns that we've done. For example, Russell Williams.
It's pretty wide open now. Yeah. What do you want to know?
When he's talking about it, how did he talk about it? We can't show it, but how did he talk about it? Yeah, he was just talking about it as just matter of fact. The big motivation for these sickos to finally reveal what they did is pride. A good analogy here is kind of like a magician feeling like he gets to finally tell his secrets of how he did the trick. Everyone is just perplexed, scratching their heads, and they're like, how did you do the trick? And the magician's like, okay, finally, I'll tell you. Here's how it's done, and this is what I did. That's what these sickos kind of equate it to, because they're incapable of feeling the damage that they have actually caused. They don't feel the pain of somebody else. They're just like, well, I did this. It's against the law, and I got caught, so there you go. I've always felt that people talk about psychopaths very far removed, don't really even understand what exactly a psychopath is, or how they act, or what their body language is, or anything. The whole idea in this video is to pull all the evidence together so you can easily see their psychopathic body language, behavior, and tendencies, so you can more easily identify a psychopath in your own life. If this video gets over 10,000 likes, we'll make a moron video on my More channel on body language tips and tricks to identify identify a psychopath. So if you're not already subscribed, you may want to do that so you don't miss out on that likely future video. Now in the comments, what famous person do you think is a psychopath? Let everyone know in the comments below. I'm not a famous person, so don't put my name in the comments. I can just see my haters right now. Derek Van Shake. If you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button now because we can only miss out on new body language and investigative videos. Let him shake up YouTube. And I'll see you at the top. Now I can feel my moron right here. Let's go!
Did the Vikings believe that the earth is flat? Or did they understand that the earth is actually round or spherical, like a ball? I'm sure that if you ask people on the street if they think that the Vikings knew that the earth is a sphere, by the way, that's such a difficult word to say for a Norwegian, like shaped like a ball, more or less. Most people, I think, would say that no, back then they thought that the earth was flat as a pancake. And I have looked into that in detail because I needed to know, as a novelist, as a historical novelist, I needed to know about their understanding of the shape of the earth. And the answer might surprise most people. We know that in the year 240, I believe it was, a guy called Eratosthenes. So that was 240 BCE, or BC if you prefer. A guy called Eratosthenes, he managed to measure the circumference of the earth. I will not go into the details of how he did that, but I think that he was, well, he was brilliant, probably a proper genius. So that implies that people at that point had an understanding that the earth is round, because otherwise why would he have tried to measure the circumference of the earth? And the fact is that this idea that back in the old days they thought the earth was flat as a shield or a pancake, that's a modern perception, actually. The understanding that the earth is a sphere was adopted through late antiquity and the Middle Ages. Add to that the Vikings, or the Norse, my ancestors, they were a seafaring people. They would have observed how a ship's mast would sink below the horizon, or if a ship with the mast up came towards you, the mast, you would see the mast first, and then you saw the entire ship. So this is something that anyone who's been out on the ocean here, like I have many times, this is easy to observe if you sail a little bit off of the coast and out there. Did the common people, the common peasant in the Middle Ages, did they understand the concept of the curvature of the earth and all of that? I honestly don't know. I don't know. Most people couldn't read, and so we can just guess. Did they even think about it much? I don't know. I don't know. But if we go back to, the Viking Age, Scandinavia, Viking culture, I don't think that they could have navigated the seas without an understanding of the curvature of the earth. I don't see how they would have been able to do that. And also, they were technologically very advanced for that time in Europe. They traveled, they talked to people, they traded, they were probably aware of the knowledge further south in Europe and so on. They were far from ignorant, the opposite of ignorant, I would say. I used my flint and steel to make the fire. I like to do that when I'm out, like, as a Viking. Then you use your flint and steel. That's I like that, and I'll put that whole process on my Patreon if you're interested. This is my little cave, by the way, and I'm always a bit anxious. Will it fall down or not? But I've been here many times. If you've seen my videos, if you've been following this channel, you know this place very well. And by the way, it's good to see you as well, even though I'm looking at you through the camera lens. If you're still watching, that's wonderful, and thank you for that. I did hear some laughter up among the rocks here, and we will go and investigate. I suspect it's the Nisse, a little goblin that lives up here. So we'll see if we can find him. Actually, let's do that right now. Can you see him? He's over there, right there. Hello, hello. He has a note for us. Can I take your note? Thank you. Okay, so here's what it says. It's a threat, actually. It says, subscribe or your favorite onion will be stolen. Now, I keep telling these guys that it's not nice to threaten my audience here. And this is, yeah, so I'll try to have a word with them next time I see them, okay? Especially this guy, you know, and he's not the worst. He's not the worst. They throw pine cones at me. Yeah, they do. And by the way, I have a quick message to all Norwegians watching this. The pre-sale of my upcoming novel has started, and those novels ordered through the pre-sale will be signed. So there is a link for that in the video description. And you can go there and click on that, and I will sign a copy for you. It's quite windy today. Autumn is here. But I will continue on my hike through the woodland, through the forest here, this beautiful old forest. And I want to thank you for spending this time with me. You can check out one of the other videos here on the end screen, and I will see you in a few days, okay? Bye bye.